Chapter 1, Acting Out of Spite 8 p.m., British time. In a student dormitory at a university in London, dormitory 515. It was already late at night. A chilly breeze was rustling outside the window, squeezing through the gaps and causing the leaves of the money tree beneath the window to rustle noisily. A black and white cat was sleeping at the foot of the bed, snoring loudly. I know your situation right now. My friend August opened a cafe near your school. I've already spoken to him. If you're short on money, you can go there for a part-time job, came a cold, male voice from the phone on the nightstand, which was on a WeChat call. The other side of the call was eerily quiet. A faint male voice could be heard, but it wasn't the voice of the person on the phone. The caller waited for half a minute without receiving a response. After hesitating for a moment, he raised his voice and asked, "Zhu, are you listening?" The tone grew more solemn. "Carrying the authority of an elder. Or are you still angry that I didn't take your side back then and speak up for you?" The speaker seemed to have figured it out, and though it was phrased as a question, it carried a sense of certainty, as if he had already seen through Zhu. The person holding the phone, cross-legged, supported his chin with his hand. His gaze and attention never left the tablet placed on the nightstand. The tablet was playing a live stream of a cooking tutorial. Zhu was watching with great interest, not at all wanting to deal with the person on the phone, until he heard the other person speak with such certainty. Finally, he showed some reaction that he picked up the phone, turning the camera to face himself. "Let me correct you. I'm angry not just because you didn't speak up for me," Zhu said, raising his right index finger, emphasizing the words not just with a sharp tone. And a faint silver glimmer flickered at the tip of his tongue. There was no face shown on the other end, but Zhu could hear the sound of a car horn, though he had no idea where Zhu Ting was heading. Zhu Ting lowered his gaze, watching the phone screen. In the camera, Zhu was wearing a short bear pattern pajama, his half-tied hair in disarray, with a stray tuft of hair drooping on his head, looking rather lackluster. He was of East Asian descent, with delicate features, but this delicacy was different from the typical Eastern beauty, more like a doll from a department store window, slightly mixed race in appearance. His skin was very fair, and even with his striking pink hair, his complexion was unaffected. His eyes were clear and bright, like a shallow pool bathed in moonlight, full of spirit. The dark black ear studs under the light emitted a cold gleam. Zhu Ting furrowed his brows. He remembered that 3 days ago, when he spoke to Zhu. His hair wasn't this color, but that was a small matter. He knew what Zhu meant by not just, "Mom specifically warned us after you left, giving you money will only make you stay longer in the UK." Zhu Ting had used all his patience for his younger brother. Zhu became even angrier, frowning and glaring at the camera with a look of dissatisfaction. He knew Zhu Ting could see him. "Fine, you don't want to give me money. Do you think I care?" "I don't care at all." "You think this will make me submit?" "Ridiculous. Actually, I don't need your money, but why do you all have to interfere when I ask my friend for money? You all are really too much." There was a hint of childishness in his tone. Zhu Ting hadn't expected that Zhu would let his guard down and say so many words all at once. After speaking, Zhu threw the phone aside and picked up the tablet. Continuing to watch the live stream, Zhu Ting couldn't help but sigh lightly. Zhu had always had a bad temper and held grudges, spoiled, unreasonable, yet he was the most favored child in the Zhu family. It seemed all these flaws were nurtured by that very favoritism. "Looks like you still haven't changed your temper. Do you know? No one else but us can put up with you." At least, Zhu Ting's tone sounded concern for Zhu. Zhu responded out of spite, "Then you can just hate me, I don't need to be liked." That he was being willful again, and Zhu, sending you abroad and controlling your allowance was a unanimous decision by the family. Even grandmother agreed. Zhu Ting added, "What do you mean, a unanimous decision by the family? Am I a Zhu family member? Did I agree to that?" Zhu laughed in anger. He moved on his knees to the phone, threw a few air punches toward the camera to vent his frustration. Zhu Ting watched the phone, slowly curling the corner of his lips into a smile. "The minority must obey the majority. Your protest is invalid." That he caught a glimpse of Zhu's tablet on the side, which was still playing a food live stream. That he kindly reminded him, "And don't watch this kind of live stream on an empty stomach, it could give you gastritis. Do you think I want to be hungry?" Zhu sneered. "If I starve to death, you'll be the murderers." Then he heard Zhu Ting chuckle lightly, and Zhu almost got so angry he fainted. He wasn't hungry at all, he was full of anger. So, he furiously said, "I'm hanging up. We have nothing more to talk about." Zhu Ting nodded, saying, "All right." Zhu Yu was about to hang up, but his hand froze. A hint of discomfort appeared on his face as he awkwardly asked the other person, "By the way, your friend I am Ghost, what's the name of his cafe? I'm just going to drink coffee, don't overthink it." He quickly added, trying to cover up his words, "It's August." Zhu Ting corrected helplessly, sparing Zhu Yes' pride by not calling out his hidden thoughts. "I'll send you more information about him on WeChat later. Don't block me." After hanging up, Zhu Yu tossed the phone aside, and it quickly buzzed with a few incoming WeChat message notifications. Zhu Yu had been sent to wander in the UK for 3 months, because his runaway and disappearance had caused a lot of anger at home. His mother had arranged for someone to pack his things overnight and send him here. Zhu Yes' resistance had no effect. Basically, he needed to admit his mistakes and soften up if he hoped to return home, but Zhu Yu was naturally proud, enduring 3 months of hardship without ever taking the initiative to contact his family and apologize. The only person who had reached out to him was Zhu Ting, and it had been on his initiative. In fact, the hardship wasn't all that bad because, at least with hardship, there was something to endure. But in the UK, there was only tasteless British food and overpriced Chinese food that didn't taste like home. That he had come to understand that studying abroad wasn't about family background. What mattered was how tough you were. Now, his daily routine in the UK consisted of lying in bed starving and watching live streams to distract himself from hunger. At first, it was just about starving. Watching live streams to stop the hunger started one day when he was scrolling through and one alphabet station is likely referring to Bilibili, a popular Chinese video streaming platform. Some people jokingly call it Alphabet Station because continue reading Alphabet Station on an empty stomach and found a food tutorial host. He got so engrossed that he forgot about being hungry. Later, he noticed that this blogger never sold products, never did advertisements, and didn't act overly dramatic like other bloggers. He didn't utter a single unnecessary word. The dishes he made also looked quite appealing. And there was, while the meat in the pot is blanching, we can take the washed shiitake mushrooms and cut them into pieces. The blogger's movements were steady and unhurried, and his voice was warm and clear. Zhu Yu was snapped back to attention by the voice, refocusing on the live stream. The blogger didn't show his face, but the upper half of his body, constrained by the apron, outlined a streamlined and fit physique. The blogger had a typical inverted triangle-shaped broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and strong, muscular arms with clearly defined veins. So, in comparison to other bloggers, this one's body was among the best. Zhu Yu, being an art student, naturally gravitated toward appreciating beautiful things and people, just like many other art students. So, watching this live stream at the same time every Friday became a fixed part of Zhu Yes' routine, perhaps because it was already too late for viewers in China. The number of people in the live stream had decreased by more than half, and the barrage comments were sparse. "It's past 4 in the morning now, why is the teacher streaming at this time? He went abroad. He went abroad, to the UK. Check his homepage." Zhu Yes' sharp eyes quickly noticed these few comments in the live stream. He casually clicked on the blogger's homepage and saw that, indeed, the IP address had changed from Beijing to the UK. The personal description, which had previously been empty, now included, "I'm studying in the UK, the live stream schedule is now from 1 AM to 2 AM every Saturday, with variable times." No wonder the fixed live stream time on Fridays was delayed until now. So, when did he come to the UK? Zhu Yu didn't pay much attention to those details. He had always only cared about the food the blogger made. The blogger's portfolio consisted entirely of food-making tutorials. Zhu Yu quickly skimmed through it, making sure he hadn't missed any videos before returning to the live stream. The live stream continued, the wall clock ticked, and Zhu Yu, feeling hungry, tightened his belt a notch. The blogger placed a transparent lid on the pot and reminded, "Just let it simmer for another 15 minutes, and it'll be ready. If there are no more questions, I'll end the stream now. Everyone, go to bed early." The blogger's voice was clear and gentle, like spring water from a mountain stream, pleasant to listen to. Zhu Yu couldn't tell if it was his imagination, but he kept smelling a delicious scent in the room. A familiar, long-missed aroma. Why long-missed? Because it seemed to be the same smell as the braised chicken rice he had eaten in China that he lowered his thick eyelashes and focused his gaze back on the tablet. Tonight, the blogger was making braised chicken with rice. Jiu started to wonder if the internet in the UK was unusually advanced. Suddenly, Jiu felt a jolt in his brow. His back chilled, and an ominous feeling crept up his spine that he turned around to see that the cow-patterned cat, which had been snoring soundly at the foot of the bed, had woken up at some point that it was sneaking toward the door, moving with cat-like stealth. "Lu Bo, what are you up to again?" Jiu called out warily. Lu Bo froze, its front paws hanging in the air, obviously caught in the act of trying to do something bad. Jiu didn't believe it before, but now he was truly convinced that the cow-patterned cat was a bit neurotic. Fortunately, Jiu had already gotten used to Lu Bo's daily antics. Even if Lu Bo screamed its lungs out now, he wouldn't bother with it. Then meow. Meow. Lu Bo seemed determined to scream its head off. The dormitory's soundproofing wasn't very good, and it was already very late, so Jiu didn't expect Lu Bo would really choose this time to disturb the peace. That he hurriedly jumped out of bed, grabbed Lu Bo, and covered its mouth with his hand to silence it. "What's wrong with you now? I already said I'm going to work at the cafe tomorrow to earn money to buy you some cat food." Jiu lifted it by the back of its neck and made eye contact with it. Lu Bo struggled, making it difficult to hold on to. It was originally a scrawny stray cat, and even though Jiu himself was struggling, he couldn't resist softening and bringing it home. Now it had grown chubby and strong. Jiu, too tired from hunger to catch it properly, simply opened the bedroom door and let it out. It was better not to open the door, but once it was open, the delicious scent grew even stronger. Jiu finally confirmed that the scent he had been smelling while watching the live stream wasn't just from his hunger-induced delirium, it was real. Someone was cooking at this hour. After escaping from Jiu's grasp, Lu Bo ran toward the entrance hall door. It looked back at Jiu, as if asking him to open the door for it. Jiu really wanted to ask it if it had decided to wander off in the middle of the night because it felt sorry for him. He opened the door and followed Lu Bo outside, curious to see what it was up to. Lu Bo didn't run far. It stopped right in front of the opposite room, 514. Jiu could smell the same braised chicken rice aroma filling the entire hallway, and the source of the scent was coming from the 514 dormitory across the hall. No wonder Lu Bo had come out and was crouching at the door. Who wouldn't be confused by this smell? Jiu had always remembered that no one lived in the room across from him, and he didn't know when a new chef from New Oriental had moved in. Unable to accept the embarrassment and awkwardness of being rejected, Jiu held back his urge to knock on the door and beg for food. He held himself back. But Lu Bo by his feet didn't necessarily do the same. It first let out a tentative meow. And Jiu immediately looked at it warily. "Lu Bo, I warn you, you'd better keep quiet." It was too late. Lu Bo began frantically scratching at the door with its front paws, its cries echoing down the hallway. Jiu's vision went dark. He bent down, ready to pick up Lu Bo and escape from the scene, but he didn't realize just how close he was to the 514 dormitory door. Thud, Jiu was knocked back, stars dancing before his eyes. He stumbled back a few steps, finally losing his balance and falling to the ground on his knees. He pressed his hand to his forehead in pain, tears squeezed out from the corners of his eyes. When he finally regained his senses, he saw the door handle of the 514 dormitory turn. Chapter 2, Mooching for Food. The moment the door opened, Jiu instinctively picked up the cat in his arms and held it in front of his face, desperately exclaiming, "It wasn't me, it was it." Even his usually wild and unruly voice was startled into breaking. The air became still, and the entire hallway was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. It was understandable. With such a commotion outside his door, and then seeing someone holding a cat while kneeling at the doorstep, anyone would fall silent at such an odd scene. "Sorry." Finally, Jiu took the initiative to apologize for his outburst. There was still no response from across the door. Jiu then realized that he was in a foreign country, and apologizing in Chinese here was just like apologizing in English in Chin. It lacked sincerity. So, Jiu gently placed the cat down and hugged it again, preparing to repeat his apology in English. However, at this moment, a soft laugh drifted down from above, light and without malice, with a hint of tenderness and warmth. It brushed past Jiu's eardrums, making his heart flutter with an almost itchy feeling. "Hello." It was perfect Chinese. The voice was gentle, with clear enunciation. It felt like the gentle flow of spring water. "It's all right, the moment Zhu Yu heard the Chinese words, his eyes widened in surprise. He looked up at the person in front of him. The man was tall, with broad chest muscles, and his features were well defined, typical of an East Asian appearance. His handsome face carried a trace of kindness from someone older. His eyebrows, like ink drawings, curved slightly, and his deep gray eyes were mesmerizing. The corners of his lips naturally held a soft smile. It was clear that he wasn't angry about Zhu Yu's rudeness. This moment, both were sizing each other up. There was a fleeting moment of surprise in Bai Chen's eyes. Zhu Yu, on the other hand, was staring so intensely that it almost seemed like he was trying to see through the man. Bai Chen lightly coughed and slightly turned his head away. Sorry. Zhu Yu snapped out of his daze, feeling embarrassed. This was an accident. I can explain that. He held Lu Bo in his arms as he explained. It smelled something delicious outside, so it quietly ran out. I came to carry it back, but didn't notice I bumped into your door. Zhu Yu's voice grew softer and softer. His eyes, with their pale gray irises, had a hint of misty water, like clear glass. His long lashes made his eyes even more striking, and he looked so beautiful yet pitiful. The pinkish bump on his forehead, which matched the color of his hair, confirmed Zhu Yu's words. A gust of wind swept through the hallway, and Bai Chen noticed that both of Zhu Yu's arms and legs were exposed. He shook his head and replied in a gentle voice, "It's fine, just get up." Bai Chen bent down and extended his right hand to Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu said thank you, and reached out to take his hand. However, he paused when he saw two moles on Bai Chen's knuckles and wrists. He instinctively looked up and started examining the man again. The man was wearing a blue apron with cloud patterns. His physique strong, with smooth and powerful arm muscles. The apron covered his broad shoulders and narrow waist, highlighting his perfect inverted triangle figure. Then Zhu Yu remembered that the blogger he had been following had also come to the UK, and was making Huangmen chicken rice at this very hour. Could it be that it was just a coincidence? His sudden distraction made the person in front of him feel confused. Bai Chen softly called to Zhu Yu, "What's wrong?" Zhu Yu quickly placed his hand on Bai Chen's, and with his help, stood up from the floor. His head throbbed from hitting it, and his knees didn't feel much better either. As he got up, he staggered forward uncontrollably, but Bai Chen was quick to steady him. Zhu Yu hurriedly thanked him, and at that moment, the cat in his arms became quiet. "I am your neighbor. I live in 515, Zhu Yu introduced himself. Bai Chen nodded and gently replied with one word. "Okay, then." He looked at the cat in Zhu Yu's arms and asked. "Was it the cat that scratched my door earlier?" Was he calculating the damage? Zhu Yu sneakily glanced at the door behind Bai Chen, which had several scratch marks. His brow twitched, and for a moment, he almost wanted to sever ties with the little troublemaker in his arms. Well, but Lu Bo didn't mean to. Zhu Yu couldn't help but speak up for the cat. How much would it cost to compensate for the door? As the saying goes, a kind father often spoils his son means that when a parent or guardian is too soft, indulgent, or overly forgiving towards their child, the child may become spoiled, irresponsible. Continue reading. Kind father often spoils his son. Zhu Yu sighed in exasperation. Bai Chen laughed again, the corners of his eyes crinkling with a faint smile. "No need to compensate, it's very cute," Bai Chen added. Zhu Yu looked at Bai Chen with a skeptical expression, but saw that the man didn't seem to be saying it out of politeness. Bai Chen didn't notice and continued asking Zhu Yu, "Is it called Lu Bo?" "You just called it that." "Yes." Zhu Yu patted Lu Bo's rear and ordered, "Lu Bo, greet him." Then Bai Chen heard the cat in Zhu Yu's arms make a sound. Meow. It was a short but not dismissive meow. After a moment of surprise, Bai Chen chuckled twice, but didn't respond aloud. By the way, are you cooking?" Zhu Yu asked. Bai Chen nodded, not trying to hide anything, and then added, "Since your cat has found you, they'll go in first. The food in the pot might burn." He took his gaze off the top of Zhu Yu's head. "Wait." Suddenly, Zhu Yu picked up Lu Bo and covered the lower half of his face with the cat. His eyes peeked out from above Lu Bo's head. Their gazes met. 4 eyes, 6 eyes meeting. Zhu Yu awkwardly said, What's wrong?" Bai Chen patiently looked at the man and the cat, waiting for Zhu Yu to continue. "Forget it, fortune favors the bold. While the timid starve." Zhu Yu gathered his courage and said, "Could you give us father and son a meal? We haven't eaten in 3 days. Dry bread and vegetable salad probably couldn't be called a meal, right?" He lifted Lu Bo higher, pleading, "Please, "I'm really willing to do anything with Lu Bo." Lu Bo also raised his front paws, making a gesture like a beckoning cat, eyes moist. Just as Zhu Yu finished speaking, Lu Bo let out a sound, meow. Both pairs of eyes across from him were beautiful, both filled with a pleading look. Bai Chen stared intently, his brows furrowing slightly as he observed the man and the cat. What did his silence mean? Did he think it was impolite? Well, it was indeed impolite. Zhu Ye's heart was already breaking. He wished he hadn't asked that. He was about to apologize when Bai Chen nodded. However, his expression seemed troubled. Zhu Yu heard him say, "It's fine, but no one has ever eaten my cooking, it might not be good." What a joke. Even if Zhu Yu was given a bowl of 2 Westlake vinegar fish, Shi Hu Tsuyu is a famous dish from Hangzhou, China. It features a whole fish, usually grass carp, poached until tender and then covered with a sweet and sour. Continue reading. Westlake vinegar fish, head finish it. The difference between him and a glutton might just be that his name had fewer strokes than theirs. Zhu Yu immediately nodded rapidly, like a chick pecking at rice. It's fine that it smells so good, it must be delicious. And I'm not picky at all, I can make do with anything. Zhu Ye's eyes sparkled, and the mist on his pupils cleared, leaving them bright and full of life, like stars. Bai Chen slightly turned to the side and pushed the door open. "Come in." Zhu Yu, holding Lu Bo with both hands, carefully stepped into his neighbor's home. The room was cooler, and besides the rich aroma of the braised chicken rice filling the room, Zhu Yu thought he could also faintly smell the delicate fragrance of locust blossoms, which seemed to match the person's temperament. Bai Chen led Zhu Yu to the dining table in the living room and poured him a cup of hot tea before saying, "I'll go check on the food in the pot, please wait a moment." Zhu Yu nodded, his soft pink hair slightly disheveled. Once Bai Chen went into the kitchen, Zhu Yu quietly began to look around the living room. It was clear that his neighbor had just moved in, as many of the furnishings were still incomplete. The items in the room were neatly arranged, and the overall color scheme was cold-toned, with dark gray accents decorating the space. It felt cold and sparse, not like someone had truly settled in yet, but that was normal for a recent move. Knowing he had barged in, Zhu Yu sat up straight, not daring to relax like he would at home. He held the teacup with both hands and took a small sip of the hot tea. At home, he didn't drink tea, but now, in a foreign country, he finally understood the appeal of tea. He turned his head to glance at the kitchen. The live streaming stand by the kitchen window hadn't been put away. This confirmed that his new neighbor was indeed the food blogger he followed, by ze.so. What was his name? Does he also have the surname Bai? Zhu Yu quietly wondered. The person in the kitchen was busy, and Zhu Yu felt a bit restless. After thinking for a moment, he decided to initiate a conversation. By the way, about your. He didn't finish his sentence before the person in the kitchen interrupted him. Bai Chen turned to look at Zhu Yu. "My name is Bai Chen, the Chen in Xinjiang, a fragrant wood." Sure enough, his surname was Bai.No. No, the focus shouldn't be on that. Zhu Yu quickly mimicked his way of speaking to introduce himself. "My name is Zhu Yu, Zhu as in blessing, Yu as in unwavering." Bai Chen paused, visualizing the 2 characters in his mind before asking, "What were you about to ask?" Zhu Yu came to his senses and quickly replied, "Oh, Bai Chen, I wanted to ask what brand of tea this is." "It's really good." Bai Chen didn't answer right away. He turned off the heat, and the braised chicken in the pot was ready. He lifted the lid, and the gurgling sound came from the pot as the thick broth bubbled and split open, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. He sprinkled some chopped green onions, carried the pot out of the kitchen, and placed it on the cloth mat on the dining table. The chicken, served in a stone pot, was golden and fragrant, with caramelized, thick broth enveloping each piece of meat and potato, garnished with green onions. Just the sight of it was enough to make one's appetite grow. Lu Bo, sensing the smell, poked his head out from Zhu Ye's arms. Both the man and the cat fixed their gazes on the pot. Bai Chen arranged the dishes and, noticing that Zhu Yu had already finished his tea, said, "I made this tea myself." "Wow, you're so amazing." Zhu Yu finally shifted his gaze away from the bowl. He and Lu Bo both looked up at Bai Chen with admiration. Bai Chen felt a little overwhelmed and turned his head, explaining, "I just learned it online when I had some free time." After explaining, Bai Chen went back to the kitchen, brought out 2 bowls of rice, and also placed a bowl of shredded chicken breast at Zhu Ye's feet. Zhu Yu looked a bit confused, and Bai Chen explained, "This is the chicken breast I usually eat. It's boiled in plain water. Zhu Ye's eyes fluttered slightly, surprised that he fiddled with the hem of his clothes and, looking at Bai Chen, quietly said, "But your bowl will get dirty, it's fine. You mentioned earlier that you and the cat haven't eaten for 3 days, so even a kitten needs food," Bai Chen said, looking up at Zhu Yu with a gentle smile, his expression relaxed and kind. "Thank you," Zhu Yu said. Today, he had said thank you more times than he had in an entire month at home, bending down. Zhu Yu placed Lu Bo on the floor and added, "He can eat anything. You don't need to worry about him too much." Bai Chen stood up and sat down across from Zhu Yu at the dining table, placing the rice and chopsticks in front of Zhu Yu. "Let's eat. The food will get cold soon." Zhu Yu had been waiting for Bai Chen to say that he quickly picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a piece of chicken, and shoved it into his mouth. The chicken, tender and juicy from being simmered, melted in his mouth. It wasn't dry. The distinct flavor of the braised chicken immediately spread across his tongue, and his taste buds were completely satisfied. Zhu Ye's eyes began to well up. Bai Chen stared at him. It seemed like he was waiting for a response from Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu lifted his hand to fan his lips and then looked up, meeting Bai Chen's gaze. Bai Chen saw the tears in his eyes. "What's wrong? Is it not to your taste?" Bai Chen asked. Zhu Yu shook his head and explained. "It's hot." There was a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Bai Chen chuckled and advised him to eat more slowly. Zhu Yu buried his head in his food again. He ate with good manners, fast but not sloppy. It was clear that he was really hungry. In no time, he had devoured most of the rice, and the food in the stone pot visibly diminished. Bai Chen watched the emptying pot and Zhu Ye's serious expression as he ate, and for some reason, a strange sense of satisfaction rose in his heart. This feeling prompted Bai Chen to push the stone pot closer to Zhu Yu, making it easier for him to grab more. Zhu Yu noticed the gesture. For some reason, his emotions welled up. His bright eyes were first filled with transparent tears, then, his long eyelashes became wet, and his nose suddenly felt tight with the onset of emotion. Bai Chen looked up just in time to see a tear drop from Zhu Ye's long lashes, splashing on the table with a soft, transparent ripple. Bai Chen's heart skipped a beat. He put down his chopsticks and handed Zhu Yu a tissue. "What's wrong? Did you burn yourself again?" Chapter 3, Encounter. Zhu Yu quickly shook his head and sniffled as he explained, "No, I'm crying because it's so delicious. I really haven't had Chinese food in so long. After eating Western food for 3 months, suddenly having such delicious free Chinese food, anyone would shed tears, right?" Bai Chen secretly sighed in relief. "Actually, I was worried you wouldn't like it, because I've never cooked for anyone before." Zhu Yu, with his mouth full, couldn't speak, but Lu Bo, who was eating by his feet, started meowing. "Meow meow meow." Zhu Yu patted his chest to swallow the food that was blocking his throat and then explained, "Lu Bo means it's really delicious." That I was about to say, "You don't have to worry, because it's really delicious." Zhu Yu handed over his empty bowl with a slightly embarrassed expression. "So may I have another bowl of rice, please?" "Of course." Bai Chen didn't expect Zhu Yu to finish his bowl of rice so quickly. The sense of satisfaction he felt was magnified, and he quietly suppressed this feeling that seemed a bit unusual. He took the bowl and went back to the kitchen to fill another bowl of rice for Zhu Yu. In less than 20 minutes, the food on the table and the rice in the kitchen were almost gone. Bai Chen had already put down his bowl and chopsticks. He noticed that Zhu Ye's pink hair looked surprisingly bright under the light. In the dim-toned room, it became the brightest and most vibrant color. Zhu Yu seemed to have just recovered from his hunger. He slowed down and looked into Bai Chen's eyes as he asked, "I've never seen you before. When did you move in?" Bai Chen answered honestly. "The day before yesterday morning." Zhu Yu gave a realizing look. No wonder he didn't remember him, because he had been busy in the art studio the past 2 days, and he always came back around 6 or 7 in the evening. He wouldn't leave the dormitory unless necessary, so it was perfectly normal that he hadn't noticed a new neighbor moving in across the hall. Zhu Yu stuffed the last piece of chicken into his mouth, swallowed it with warm water, and then said to Bai Chen, "Thank you for the hospitality. This is the first time I've had Chinese food this month. If it weren't for you, Lu Bo and I would have really starved." Bai Chen actually wanted to say that it was also his first time seeing someone and a cat this hungry, but Bai Chen only said, "No need to thank me." Then he stood up to clear the bowls from the table. Zhu Yu hurriedly stood up as well. "Are you going to wash the dishes?" "He'll do it." He had already eaten someone else's food, so he should at least help with something. Bai Chen refused. "No need, I would have to wash the dishes anyway, even if I ate alone, but I should help you with something, right?" Zhu Yu ran in front of Bai Chen, blocking his way with open arms. "After all, I ate the food you made." It must be said, Bai Chen's physique was truly outstanding compared to his peers. Zhu Yu stood in front of him, and the broad muscles of the other person's chest perfectly blocked his line of sight. Those muscles were really so big and perfect. Zhu Yu blinked, thinking about his own thin arms and legs, and for the first time, he felt a twinge of insecurity. Bai Chen didn't notice Zhu Ye's small gesture. Hearing Zhu Ye's tone so firm, he lowered his gaze and thought for a moment before saying, "Then help me dry the dishes." "Okay." Only then did Zhu Yu lower his arms and follow Bai Chen into the kitchen, although Zhu Yu had never washed dishes before. He had seen the housekeeper do it at home. Since this was his first time doing it, he was very careful and didn't mess things up. The kitchen fell silent, only the sound of running water and the clinking of porcelain bowls could be heard. Zhu Yu found the silence a bit eerie. When he was a child, his health wasn't great, and he didn't grow much. Even after various supplements in his youth, he only barely caught up to his peers' height. Now, standing next to Bai Chen, he was almost a whole head shorter. He quietly glanced at Bai Chen's knuckles, which had turned slightly red from the cold water, then broke the silence between them by speaking up. "Bai Chen, what are you studying?" "Architectural design," Bai Chen replied. Zhu Yu seemed to have found a topic to talk about between them and continued, "I'm studying art, so in a way, we do have some connection. There was only one Chinese person on the 5th floor, and now there's another one. We're neighbors. What a coincidence, and then you just moved in, and we met. So I guess we're friends now, right?" Zhu Yu kept his head down while drying the dishes, mumbling a lot of things. Bai Chen tilted his head and looked at Zhu Ye's pink hair, nodding in agreement. "Yeah, we're friends now." Zhu Yu pursed his lips and looked up at Bai Chen, but their eyes met for a moment before Bai Chen quickly looked away. Zhu Yu didn't think much of it and curiously asked, "Bai Chen, did you agree to let me eat at your place because I'm also Chinese?" When he was hungry, his mind had gone blank, and he hadn't thought of so many things. Now that he was full, he was wondering why Bai Chen had agreed to let him come over for a meal. Bai Chen's hand paused while washing the dishes, and he turned his head to look at Zhu Yu. His eyes were a bit deep, with irises that seemed like spreading ink, light gray, carrying an inexplicable mysteriousness. Zhu Yu tilted his head slightly. His expression full of confusion. Bai Chen hesitated for a moment before suddenly asking, "Did you have blonde hair the day before yesterday?" Zhu Yu widened his eyes at his words and quickly asked, "How did you know?" "I only just changed my hair color yesterday." It was obvious that Zhu Ye's hair color was freshly changed, as the roots were still pink. Bai Chen explained, "I saw you the day before yesterday when I went to register. You had blonde hair back then." Zhu Yu recalled what he had done that day. He had spent almost the entire day in the art studio, only going to the playground for a short badminton game with a classmate during the lunch break. If he had seen Bai Chen, given Zhu Ye's personality, he wouldn't have failed to remember such a handsome guy, so he asked for details. "The day before yesterday. When exactly was that?" Bai Chen thought for a moment before answering. "It was probably around noon. You and your friend were playing badminton. And I saw you when I passed by. Your hair color was really nice, so I remembered you." After a pause, he added, "That's why I agreed to let you come to my house today." Bai Chen was telling the truth, had agreed to let Zhu Yu come over because he had a slight impression of him. Really? But Zhu Ye's attention had clearly shifted. He only heard Bai Chen praise his previous hair color, so as soon as Bai Chen finished speaking, he turned to face him, raised his hand in a V gesture, and smiled at Bai Chen. "So, what do you think of my current hair color?" Zhu Ye's skin was fair and delicate, and his features were exquisite. Because of his face, many people would overlook his ear studs and tongue piercing. Their attention was always on Zhu Ye's face, which was the kind of face that could make it to the top tier in the entertainment industry just based on looks. Bai Chen retracted his gaze and seriously said, "It looks good too." In reality, it was Zhu Ye's face that looked good. So no matter how bright or extravagant the hair color was, it wouldn't affect his attractiveness. Zhu Yu immediately got excited and said, "I originally thought this hair color didn't look good, and I was planning to dye it blue next month. Since you think it looks good, I'll keep it for a while longer." Zhu Ye's soft pink hair was gently tousled by the evening breeze coming through the window gap. While Zhu Yu was speaking, Bai Chen had silently wiped the remaining dishes and put them away. Anyway, I really appreciate your hospitality tonight. If you need anything, you can come find me at 515. I'll definitely help you. Zhu Yu picked up Lu Bo, who had been circling around their feet, and promised Bai Chen. Bai Chen turned off the faucet and nodded. Okay, thank you, Zhu Yu. Hey. I should be thanking you. Zhu Yu waved his hand, looking around and realizing there was nothing more he could do to help. He then said goodbye to Bai Chen. If there's nothing you need me to do, then I'll head back now. Okay. Bai Chen took the apron Zhu Yu had taken off. Bai Chen walked him to the door. After Zhu Yu stepped out, he turned around, waved at Bai Chen, and said, "Good night, Bai Chen, thank you." He patted Lu Bo's rear end in his arms and commanded. Lu Bo, full from the meal, was now dozing in Zhu Ye's arms. After hearing Zhu Ye's words, it raised its head and meowed at Bai Chen. Meow.it was the first time Bai Chen saw a cat's face show such an ingratiating expression. He smiled and responded, "All right." Looking closely at Bai Chen's face, Zhu Yu noticed that when he smiled, there was a tiny dimple on his right cheek. There was an inexplicable contrast. Zhu Yu, content as he cuddled the cat, opened the door and returned to the dorm. Just as he was about to close the door, he suddenly remembered something. He quickly turned around and stepped outside, intending to call out to Bai Chen. However, the door to dorm 514 was already firmly shut. Zhu Yu stood silently in front of the door. He had forgotten to ask Bai Chen for his contact information. They had at least gotten to know each other, so how could he forget something so important? But it was fine, Zhu Yu reassured himself. After all, they were neighbors now. They would definitely have more chances to meet in the future, and then he could ask for Bai Chen's contact information. Thinking this, Zhu Yu felt much happier. Once back at his room, Zhu Yu finally looked at the message from Zhu Ting. It basically said that August was a friend he had met years ago when he came to the UK on a business trip, and they had kept in touch all these years. Zhu Ting had told him about Zhu Ye's current situation and expressed understanding, saying that he would be willing to help him. He asked Zhu Yu to go to the cafe for an interview at 9 o'clock the next day. After washing up, Zhu Yu lay back on his bed. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he somehow thought of Bai Chen again. He opened his eyes, turned over, and pulled the dozing Lu Bo into his arms, murmuring to himself, "He's so nice, he's also really good looking." He didn't expect the face behind the ID by Zay to be so handsome, with such a gentle personality. Zhu Yu buried his face in Lu Bo's belly and quietly chuckled. It wasn't until Lu Bo gave him a swat on the face that he finally calmed down. The smell of braised chicken still lingered in the room. Zhu Yu hadn't been able to bring himself to open the window before going to bed to let the smell out. As a result, he dreamt of eating braised chicken all night. It wasn't until the alarm clock on his bedside table rang that it broke his pleasant dream. A pale hand emerged from the blanket, groping for the alarm clock on the nightstand and turning off the irritating sound. 10 minutes later, the alarm went off again. And this time the blanket on the bed was finally lifted. The person on the bed, with pink hair in disarray, still had that little tuft of hair on top standing up straight. Zhu Yu rubbed his sleepy eyes and stared at the ceiling, quietly comforting himself in his mind for a long time. Finally, he dragged Lu Bo, who had been pressing on his chest, to the other side and reluctantly climbed out of the bed. Then, after washing up, tying his hair, eating bread, and changing clothes, he took his time as usual. By the time he left, more than half an hour had passed. When locking the door, he subconsciously turned and glanced at dorm 514. The door was still shut. He wasn't sure if Bai Chen had already gone out or was still asleep. As Zhu Yu locked the door and looked at his wristwatch, the sleepiness in his head vanished in an instant. It was 8:42. The cafe wasn't far from the school, but the international student dormitory was more than 10 minutes away from the school. And the interview was at 9 o'clock sharp. Without even properly putting on his backpack, Zhu Yu started running toward the school. Chapter 4, Request. It was 12 minutes later that Zhu Yu arrived at the cafe, just in time. By then, the cafe had started to fill with customers. He pushed the door open and walked inside, feeling a little guilty. Before coming to the UK, Zhu Yu had known that the British were very punctual. He silently congratulated himself for not being late. "Hello. Zhu Yu greeted the receptionist in English. "I'm here for an interview." His spoken English was very good, with no noticeable accent. The receptionist, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed British woman, looked at Zhu Yu and smiled, asking, "May I have your name?" Zhu Yu told her his name. "All right, please follow me." She led him to the staff break room in the back. As they walked, Zhu Yu glanced around. The woman opened a door, and Zhu Yu saw many uniforms hanging inside. Along with corresponding employee lockers, she looked at Zhu Yu and said, "My name is Chloe. Please change into a suitable uniform, and I'll explain your job to you afterward." Zhu Yu, curious, asked, "Don't I need to have an interview?" "The boss said you can start working as soon as you arrive. I'll give you the contract in a moment," Chloe explained with a smile. Zhu Yu nodded, realizing that Zhu Ting must have taken care of everything. That he picked out a suitable uniform, a white shirt and a brown apron with the cafe's name printed on the chest. Zhu Yu was tall and had the build of a natural model. After changing, Chloe gave him a key to one of the employee lockers, so he could lock up his clothes and belongings. She then briefed him on some of the details of the job. Zhu Yu's job was to deliver drinks and desserts to customers' tables. Since he was working part-time, the cafe decided to pay him by the hour, settling the payment at the end of each day. When Zhu Yu heard this, his eyes lit up. The job wasn't difficult, even though he had never worked this kind of job before. Zhu Yu adapted quickly. Fortunately, the cafe wasn't too busy during the workday, and possibly because it was his first part-time job, Zhu Yu didn't feel tired. In the corner by the window, there was a table with 3 Chinese people, 2 women and 1 man. Zhu Yu overheard them talking, and it seemed they were students from the architecture department at the school. Their school's architecture department had the most Chinese students, so it was normal to see Chinese students from the architecture department hanging out together. Zhu Yu overheard them discussing someone. "It seems like Professor Vera's student took a leave of absence and is back now," said the short-haired girl. The curly-haired girl asked, "Is it the one she's particularly proud of?" "Yes, him. I saw him yesterday, and he's even better looking in person than in photos," the short-haired girl said excitedly, her eyes shining. "His boat is great too," the buzz-cut guy asked curiously. "Why did he take a leave of absence? Something about family matters? Or maybe he was sick?" "I'm not sure," the short-haired girl speculated. "Have you interacted with him? What's he like?" The curly-haired girl was curious. "He's super gentle. We worked on a project with him before he took his leave, and he's really thoughtful. He handled a lot of the project's details. How should I put it? He gives off this vibe where, even though he's the same age as us, he's just way more mature and composed. He's the type that feels like someone you'd keep chasing until you caught up. Don't even talk about chasing him. Just the other day, a blonde curly-haired guy tried to hit on you, and who was the one who ran off immediately?" "Oh, don't bring that up." Zhu Yu was wiping the table nearby, listening to their conversation without missing a word, when he heard they were discussing someone from the architecture department. He felt it was a bit of a coincidence, because Bai Chen was also from the architecture department, but he didn't think much of it. Zhu Yu had class in the afternoon, so his work ended by noon. His boss, August, arrived at the cafe just before Zhu Yu was about to leave for school. August was a tall man in his early 30s, with a thick beard and deep-set eyes, the irises a dark brown. His personality was outgoing and easygoing. It was clear that he and Zhu Ting had a good relationship. He mentioned some of the things Zhu Ting had done here and joked with Zhu Yu, saying he looked just as pretty as a girl and nothing like his brother. He also asked about Zhu Ting's current situation. Zhu Yu had no idea, thinking to himself that at least everyone was doing better than him right now, but he acted very obediently in front of August. He answered whatever he was asked. Watching Zhu Yu leave, August looked puzzled. Feeling that Zhu Yu's personality seemed very different from what Zhu Ting had described, he sent a message to Zhu Ting, saying that Zhu Yu's work had been arranged well. He was a very obedient kid, listened well, and worked hard. He added that Zhu Yu wasn't as headstrong as Zhu Ting had mentioned. After a while, Zhu Ting replied with a message. The afternoon class was a major subject. Zhu Yu walked around the cafeteria and ended up only eating a piece of boiled carrot before rushing off to class. After class, Zhu Yu was so hungry that he could hardly move his feet. He lazily packed up his drawing board and prepared to leave. His professor, Myra, called out to him from the podium, "Wait a moment." Myra was a well-known art teacher at the college. As the only Chinese student in the class, Jiu had always received her extra attention. Jiu stopped packing and walked over to Professor Myra. The beautiful woman was in her 50s, with short, curly hair, elegant manners, and a natural, approachable demeanor. She was close to all her students. She would occasionally call Jiu after class, mostly to check in on him and ask if he was adjusting well to life abroad. Jiu thought this time would be the same. Professor, Jiu approached Myra. Is there something you need? Myra nodded and smiled at him. I have something I'd like to ask you for help with. Jiu was a bit surprised, as this was the first time Professor Myra had asked him for help with something. What is it? My husband has a student who has great design talent, Myra said. Her husband was a professor in the neighboring architecture department. Jiu had seen them walking together on campus before, and Myra had introduced him to her husband. So, now that Myra mentioned her husband, Jiu didn't feel strange about it. What's wrong with him? Jiu sensed that there was more to this. Professor Myra's expression became serious. For some reason. He's lost his talent. Lost his talent? Jiu wondered if lost was meant literally. Myra nodded. His designs are becoming more and more standardized, more rigid, and lacking boldness. His works can't even be called designs anymore. My husband and I only see stiffness and constraint, Myra said critically. And it's not just Ush himself can't see the problem. Jiu furrowed his brow for a moment, then asked, so, didn't you and Professor Vera have any ideas? Myra shook her head with a troubled expression, then spoke. There is a solution, but it might require you to help. Myra's voice was kind and warm, her smile habitual, with slight crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. Her blue eyes had a slightly cloudy look. Jiu had received a lot of care from Professor Myra after coming abroad, so if it was just helping with something, he wouldn't refuse. Please, Professor, he said. Professor Myra then said, I've told you before. Art and architecture have similarities. Art can provide inspiration and creativity for architectural design, helping to break conventions and create more innovative, bold, and personalized architectural works. Your paintings always have bold and novel ideas, with exaggerated and beautiful colors. This is a rare talent. Also, you're an optimistic and influential student. I hope you can interact more with that student and help identify his issues. Moreover, he is also Chinese, and I think you'll have more common ground with him than we would, and you'll be able to talk to him more easily. Professor Myra added as an explanation. Jiu understood. The professor wanted him to help take care of this problematic student. After a moment of thought, Jiu nodded and asked, okay, should I meet with him now? It wasn't just because it was Professor Myra's request that he didn't refuse. First, he didn't think it would be much trouble. Second, last night, Bai Chen had mentioned that he was from the architecture design department, and now Jiu was quite curious about the people in that field. Hearing Jiu agree to her request, Professor Myra immediately smiled in relief and genuinely praised him. You're a kind-hearted child. However, my husband is on a business trip today. Can I contact you tomorrow to meet with us? Professor Myra gently asked for Jiu's opinion. Jiu replied that it was no problem. After saying goodbye to Professor Myra, Jiu still went to the cafeteria as usual. It was the same cold, unappetizing Western food that he had only eaten a piece of bread for breakfast, and since he hadn't had time to eat during his part-time job at the cafe, he had nibbled on half a boiled carrot and had been hungry ever since. That it was no surprise. What could there possibly be to eat in this school cafeteria? He closed his eyes in despair for a moment, then turned and left the cafeteria. As soon as he stepped out of the cafeteria, his phone vibrated slightly, and a text message popped up on the screen. Jiu took out his phone and glanced at the message, then his gaze froze on the screen. His bank account balance had suddenly increased by 40 pounds. At this moment, August sent a message. Your part-time pay has been transferred. Did you receive it? Jiu had only worked for 2 hours at the cafe this morning, yet August had sent him 40 pounds, converting that nearly 200 per hour. Jiu closed his eyes happily. Had the good days finally come? Lu Bo, did you see this? Tonight, you can have your cat food. Tears of excitement welled up in Jiu's eyes. After politely replying to his boss message, Jiu slung his backpack over his shoulder and ran to the supermarket downstairs in his apartment building. First, he picked up a bag of cat food and some cans for Lu Bo. Usually, Jiu would buy some instant food for himself, and he had planned to do so this time as well. However, he wasn't sure if it was the influence of the authentic braised chicken he had eaten last night, but now, the thought of eating canned food and instant meals made him a little nauseous. after a moment, a bold idea came to mind that he quickened his pace and headed to the fresh produce section of the supermarket. Classes at school weren't late, but in the UK, the nights fall quickly. It was only 6:30 now, but it felt like 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening in China during winter. A cold breeze blew, and pigeons circled around the fountain in front of the apartment building. Zhu Yu, carrying his backpack and holding the items he bought at the supermarket with one hand, walked into the elevator. Zhu Yu, good evening. Upon hearing the voice, Zhu Yu immediately knew who it was. It was a mixed-race student, half Korean, from his floor. He had grown up in Korea, and his Chinese pronunciation wasn't perfect, but he always insisted on speaking to Zhu Yu in his broken Chinese. He regarded Zhu Yu as his practice partner for Chinese. Jin Zhu, good evening. Zhu Yu walked over to him. Han Jianzhu was delicate-looking with beautiful, sparkling eyes, naturally curly hair, and a nice personality. He was also Korean, and in Zhu Ye's mind, Han Jianzhu resembled the protagonist of a classic debt-ridden comic. Han Jianzhu looked down at the things in Zhu Ye's hand, curious. Are you going to cook again? Yeah, I'll try again. Zhu Yu had bought some vegetables and planned to follow Bai Chen's cooking tutorial video to make dinner for himself, although the previous attempts had all ended in failure, but Zhu Yu had one good quality: confidence. He was very willing to try, and failure didn't discourage him at all. In fact, it made him more determined. Of course, this quality, which Zhu Yu called resilience, was considered stubbornness by Zhu Ting and others. All right, just remember to cook the potatoes thoroughly, or you'll get a stomachache. Han Jianzhu kindly reminded him. Zhu Yu was momentarily silenced, and as the elevator reached the 5th floor, he walked out and corrected himself. It's stir-fry them thoroughly. Ah, right. I'm so stupid. Han Jianzhu patted his head, quickly catching up with Zhu Yu. After bidding farewell to Han Jianzhu, Zhu Yu walked back to the dorm alone. When he opened the door, he glanced back at dorm 514. It was quiet, but the light spilling out from inside indicated that Bai Chen was home. Once inside, Zhu Yu first took care of Lu Ba's dinner, then began preparing his own. He put on an apron, rolled up his sleeves, half-tied his hair, pinned back the lighter strands at his forehead with a hair clip, and then pulled out his tablet to open Bai Chen's tutorial on making braised pork. It really looked like it might work. Half an hour later, as Bai Chen was working on his project, he suddenly smelled a strong, burnt odor, and then heard a knock on his door. Chapter 5. Support. Bai Chen was a bit confused because he had just moved into this apartment and didn't know the neighbors around him. Oh no, that he had met someone named Zhu Yu last night. It seemed that he had a feeling of who might be at the door. Bai Chen quickly got up and opened the door. What he saw was a messy Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu was almost a whole head shorter than Bai Chen. After the door opened, he tilted his head back to look up at Bai Chen. Bai Chen also lowered his head to look at Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu looked like he had suffered some great injustice, with tearful eyes and messy pink hair. A sunflower-shaped hairpin hung at the end of his hair, dangling in the middle of his nose. He looked utterly miserable. Zhu Yu? Bai Chen's brows furrowed, and after calling out to him in a hushed voice, he asked, what happened? Zhu Yu raised his hand and wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. He looked at Bai Chen with a hoarse voice and said, Bai Chen, can you help me? What's wrong? Bai Chen stepped aside to let Zhu Yu into the room. Zhu Yu shook his head to indicate he didn't want to go in and explained, I bought potatoes and meat to make braised pork, but I failed again. Bai Chen quickly caught the word again in Zhu Ye's sentence. However, he didn't press him about it, and he understood the unspoken meaning behind Zhu Ye's words. I understand. Zhu Yu hurriedly stepped aside to make way for Bai Chen, gesturing for him to enter. Bai Chen smiled, closed the door behind him, and followed Zhu Yu into his apartment. Even though Zhu Yu had opened the windows for ventilation, the whole place still smelled like burnt ingredients, which was unpleasant. As Bai Chen walked into the kitchen, he even found the smell greasy and overwhelming that he clenched his fist and coughed lightly under his nose. Then, a mask was handed to him. Bai Chen looked over and saw Zhu Yu, already wearing a mask. Zhu Ye's concerned gaze was so sincere, as if there were some biochemical virus in the kitchen. Bai Chen couldn't help but laugh again and then said, I don't need it. He stepped forward and lifted the lid of the pot. A cloud of black smoke rose from it, and the sizzling sound filled the air. The strong smell of burnt fatty meat made Bai Chen cough several times. After seeing the condition inside the pot, Bai Chen fell silent for a rare moment. Zhu, standing behind him, covered his face and weakly explained, I really wasn't doing a biochemical experiment, that he was just a poor kid who wanted to eat braised pork. Fortunately, the apartment rules allowed international students to briefly disable the smoke detector while cooking, otherwise, Zhu wouldn't just miss out on dinner, had also have to pay for the fireman's emergency response. Bai Chen was amused by Zhu's words. He smiled, coughed a couple of times, and then gently said, it's fine, he'll take care of it. That he took the apron hanging on the wall, tied it around his waist, and the apron accentuated his well-built figure. That he picked up the spatula and began scraping the burnt remnants from the pan. Bai Chen could vaguely make out what these used to bake hunks of potatoes and pork belly, but now they were just a charred mess, stuck to the bottom of the pan so badly that he almost couldn't scrape them off. That is there anything I can do? Zhu leaned forward to ask. Bai Chen thought for a moment and said, go to my place and bring the peanut oil from the windowsill. I see you're using olive oil, but olive oil isn't typically used for stir-frying. Oh, okay. I'll go right now. Zhu quickly agreed and dashed off to Bai Chen's apartment. That he found the peanut oil on the spice rack, as Bai Chen had said that he hadn't planned to stay long in Bai Chen's place. After all, the owner wasn't home, but he couldn't help but glance around. The apartment still had the same dark tones and minimalist style, everything neatly arranged. Zhu had the odd feeling that Bai Chen could leave at any moment. His peripheral vision caught sight of a blueprint on the coffee table. That it looked like some kind of landscape design plan. Zhu couldn't understand it, but the design seemed a little strange to him. However, he didn't think too much about it and left after turning off the lights. When he returned to the kitchen, the strong burnt smell had subsided, and Bai Chen was now cutting the potatoes into strips. Zhu placed the oil beside him and curiously asked, Bai Chen, what are you planning to make? Bai Chen replied calmly, I'm making potato pancakes. The meat you bought is almost gone, it's not enough to make braised pork anymore. Zhu felt a lump in his chest, and he clutched it in distress, saying, sigh, I spent so much money on this meat. And I haven't even had a bite yet. That I should have just bought instant food, Zhu said, his voice full of frustration. Bai Chen could hear the disappointment in his voice and comforted him, don't be sad. I saw you also bought some eggplant. I'll make minced meat eggplant with the remaining meat. Hey. Actually, I was planning to make minced meat eggplant too, but the first dish failed. Zhu's eyes lit up, not expecting that Bai Chen was thinking the same thing. Bai Chen, you're so kind. Zhu felt an impulse to attach himself to Bai Chen's waist like a charm. Bai Chen said, we're neighbors, just helping out. Zhu murmured beside him, I got a part-time job that pays by the hour, and once I get paid, I wanted to cook for myself as a reward. That I followed the steps, but no matter what, it didn't work out. I messed it up again. Usually, Zhu was like a cheerful, sunny one. Samoyed is a breed of large, fluffy white dog known for its friendly and cheerful personality. They have a characteristic Samoyed smile because of their upturned mouths, which makes continue reading Samoyed, but now, his tail and ears drooped as he turned into a dejected little dog. That I really don't have a talent for cooking. The little dog sighed deeply, and a thick cloud seemed to hover above his head, but when Zhu saw Bai Chen take the freshly made potato pancakes out of the pan, the dark clouds above his head instantly dissipated. His eyes lit up, and he stared intently at the 2 potato pancakes on the plate. Bai Chen placed the pancakes on the table behind him. No one is perfect. Not being able to cook isn't something to be upset about. Don't be too sad, Bai Chen said, his voice calm and full of experience. Even though he didn't look much older than Zhu, Zhu pressed his lips together and took small steps toward the table. Then he spoke up, but I think you're perfect. After saying this, he quietly reached out and broke off a small piece of the potato pancake. The freshly fried potato pancakes were golden and crispy on both sides, with a layer of oil glistening on the surface. The shredded potatoes were evenly cut, topped with pepper and chili powder, and sprinkled with chopped green onions. The pancakes looked very appetizing. The whole dish emitted a tempting aroma. That he popped the small piece of potato pancake into his mouth, and the crispy flavor quickly spread throughout his mouth. The green onions didn't affect the taste, instead, they helped mask the starchy flavor. It was just a little too hot right out of the pan, causing Zhu to tear up. He quickly stuck out his tongue and waved his hand near his lips to cool them, just as he heard Bai Chen respond, how could that be? I have a lot of things I'm not good at too. Then Bai Chen sighed softly, Zhu looked at the broad back of Bai Chen, who was cooking. Feeling confused about why Bai Chen would say that, Bai Chen Zhu called out softly. Bai Chen turned around and looked at him, his eyes gentle as he asked, "What's wrong, aren't you upset?" Zhu's pure eyes stared intently at Bai Chen's face. Bai Chen looked puzzled. "Why would you think that?" "I'm not upset at all." He seemed to have returned to his usual self, radiating a gentle and calm aura, and his previous word seemed like a mere misunderstanding on Zhu's part. "That I heard you sigh." In Zhu's understanding, people don't sigh without a reason. It usually means they've experienced or thought of something upsetting. Sighing doesn't necessarily mean being upset. Bai Chen patiently and seriously explained. "All right, but you're right, no one is perfect," Zhu said, breaking off another piece of the potato pancake and popping it into his mouth. "It's not my fault I can't cook." Chew, chew. Swallow. Zhu broke off another piece, then another piece, and stuffed it into his mouth. He swore that it would be the last piece. A few minutes later, Bai Chen took the last 2 potato pancakes out of the pan, but when he turned around, all he saw was an empty plate on the table and Zhu sitting neatly at the table. Zhu sat at the dining table with his back straight, looking obedient, like a student listening carefully in class. Their eyes met, and Bai Chen was confused. Just now Bai Chen furrowed his brows slightly and asked, "I should have made 2 potato pancakes, right?" Zhu awkwardly nodded. About 15 minutes later, Bai Chen finished the last dish, and Zhu took 2 colorful ceramic bowls out of the cupboard. "Bai Chen, you should eat some too." Zhu placed one of the bowls in front of Bai Chen. Bai Chen shook his head and refused. "I already had dinner before you came to find me." "Not even a little." Zhu still felt a bit regretful because Bai Chen's cooking was really delicious. "No, you eat first," Bai Chen said. Just as he finished speaking, he felt something soft brush against his foot. He turned his head to look at his feet and saw Lu Bo circling around them. Bai Chen bent down to pet it, and Lu Bo rubbed his palm before kicking off with its hind legs and jumping onto his lap. Zhu looked at Lu Bo and scolded, "Lu Bo, are you clean? Why are you jumping onto others?" Bai Chen scratched Lu Bo's chin with his finger, and the plump cat purred comfortably in Bai Chen's arms. "Meow." Bai Chen stroked Lu Bo's head, his lips curling up as he said to Zhu, "It's fine, I'll hold it. You eat, or it will get cold." Seeing that Lu Bo was calmly staying in Bai Chen's arms without causing any trouble, Zhu finally relaxed and began to eat. Bai Chen hadn't even put Lu Bo down yet. He had noticed earlier that Zhu's home was very beautiful. There were many colorful things scattered around the house, colorful flowers, bright paintings, many completed Lego sets, large puzzles, and all sorts of quirky little trinkets. It was clear that Zhu's world was colorful. Bai Chen looked back at Zhu. By this time, Zhu had already finished one of the potato pancakes. He ate elegantly, not messy or wolfing it down, but it was clear that he was enjoying it very much. Bai Chen never really thought his cooking was particularly delicious, and yet, the other person hadn't even said a word of praise. But there was a strange sense of satisfaction that rippled through Bai Chen's heart. He instinctively turned his gaze away. By the way, Bai Chen, how old are you?" Zhu, who had been focused on eating, suddenly looked up and asked. Bai Chen turned back to look at him and replied, 25.3 years older than me." "I thought you were much older," Zhu said. Taking a bite of the potato pancake, Bai Chen smiled, the dimples on his cheeks making him seem even gentler. "So, are you saying I look old?" He was joking with Zhu. Zhu panicked and stopped eating his pancake. He quickly put down what he was holding, waved his hands, and shook his head, flustered as he explained, "No, no. I just think you give off a sense of security. You're impressive, more reliable than my brother." "I thought you looked younger." Bai Chen was curious. "You have an older brother?" "Yeah, he's a total old-fashioned guy. He's really strict with me actually. It's not just him. My family is all pretty strict. I just made one small mistake." Zhu showed the small gap between his thumb and index finger, trying to show how tiny his mistake was. Then he broke down and added, "They sent me to this godforsaken place, gave me such little pocket money every month, and I end up waking up hungry every day." The more Zhu spoke, the angrier he got. And he couldn't help but shove a big bite of potato pancake into his mouth, his cheeks puffing up. Bai Chen smiled, pressing his lips together, and poured him a glass of water. "They're that harsh?" "Yes, yes, yes. They're so harsh. Zhu Yu nodded vigorously but still didn't forget to shove food into his mouth. 10 minutes later, Bai Chen, thank you. I didn't expect to disturb you again tonight. Zhu Yu swallowed the last bite of food, then put down his bowl and said to Bai Chen. On the table in front of him, only a few empty bowls remained. Bai Chen shook his head. It's fine, after all, you're the first friend I've made since I came here. Zhu Yu was really happy to hear Bai Chen say that. He picked up his phone from the table. Since we're friends now, should we add each other on WeChat? He didn't even notice that, because he was so happy. The tone of his voice had risen. Bai Chen, after hearing that, casually touched his pocket. But realized he had left his phone on the coffee table. I didn't bring my phone. I'll go get it now. No need, that's too troublesome. Anyway, we're neighbors. We can add each other tomorrow when we see each other. Zhu Yu stopped him. Bai Chen didn't insist. He nodded. Alright, then I'll head back now. It's getting late. Bai Chen picked up Lu Bo from his lap and put him down on the floor. Okay. Zhu Yu responded, then turned his head to look at Lu Bo by Bai Chen's feet, who seemed to be reluctant to leave, his expression puzzled. Lu Bo is usually quite scared of strangers, but how come he's so clingy with you? Chapter 6, The gift. I guess it's because you fed it last night, and now it remembers you, Zhu Yu said, walking over to pick up Lu Bo, who was tangled around Bai Chen's feet. Bai Chen casually scratched Lu Bo's chin and asked curiously, so you kept it because you fed it? Yep. Zhu Yu nodded emphatically. When I first came to the UK, my bank card hadn't been frozen yet. So I splurged a little and bought it some cat food. After that, it started waiting for me downstairs every day, and over time, I just brought it home. It seemed like someone who appeared to dislike Lu Bo so much, but still managed to make him so fat. Zhu Yu, alone in this unfamiliar place, said he adopted and took care of it, but in truth, it was Lu Bo who kept him company during those long, lonely nights. It's too smart. Bai Chen said with a smile. He then checked his watch and said, Zhu Yu, I have to head home now. Unknowingly, it was already past 9 in the evening. He explained, I have an appointment tomorrow and need to wake up early. Oh, right, then go ahead and get some rest. I've kept you for quite a while, Zhu Yu said, his tone a bit guilty, knowing that most of Bai Chen's evening had been spent with him. Bai Chen looked at him. It's fine. If we're good friends, then it's not a disturbance. He turned to leave. But Zhu Yu suddenly seemed to remember something and hurriedly grabbed his sleeve. Wait, Bai Chen, I have a little gift I want to give you. Zhu Yu pushed Lu Bo into Bai Chen's arms. Wait here, I'll be right back. Zhu Yu ran back to the kitchen, stood on his tiptoes, and grabbed a storage box from the top of the cabinet. Inside, he took out a colorful porcelain cup, which seemed to be the same style as the bowl he had used for dinner. He placed the porcelain cup into a transparent gift box, then quickly ran to the door, all in less than a minute. Bai Chen, this is for you. Zhu Yu handed the gift box to Bai Chen, then, seeing the confused look on Bai Chen's face, he explained, I painted this myself. If you look closely at the design on it, I also designed it myself. I painted it alongside the design on the bowl I used for dinner earlier. No wonder Bai Chen thought the design on it looked familiar. He had noticed the pattern on the bowl when Zhu Yu was eating, and originally thought it was just the style. He hadn't realized it was something Zhu Yu had painted himself, but it seemed perfectly natural that it was Zhu Yu's work. Zhu Yu seemed to be a lively and creative person, and perhaps all those beautiful things in his house were things he had made himself. Thank you, Bai Chen said. Zhu Yu took Lu Bo back into his arms. No need to thank me. This is a gift for you making me dinner and for becoming my friend. The corridor lights were very bright, and Zhu Yu, looking up at Bai Chen as he spoke, had eyes that shimmered like stars under the light. All right, I'll accept it, Bai Chen said, reaching out to take the gift box. Zhu Yu nodded. Good night, get to bed early. Zhu Yu waved at Bai Chen and then tapped Lu Bo's backside. Lu Bo, say goodbye. Lu Bo immediately responded, meowing in a flattering manner. Meow. Bai Chen smiled again. Both of them returned to their respective homes. After arriving home, Bai Chen took the cup that Zhu Yu had given him and placed it in the living room display cabinet. The cabinet only contained a few dark-colored cups and some tools he needed for his profession. Zhu Ye's cup was placed in the center, its vibrant colors making it the most eye-catching item in the display. It seemed to glow, casting a colorful hue over the surrounding dark-colored objects, creating a somewhat mismatched effect. Bai Chen stared at the porcelain cup for a while before eventually putting it away in the very back of the drawer. The weather in the UK in September was much colder than back home, and it rarely cleared up. After one night, the window was covered with a layer of mist, and the wind blew the leaves, bringing a chill to the air. Jiu got up and pulled the curtains open. The bright light from outside pierced his eyes, making it hard for him to keep them open. He cracked the window open slightly, and the cool air rushed in, instantly waking him up. It had rained last night, but not heavily, and now the rain droplets from the night before hung on the leaves outside. Yesterday, Professor Myra had sent him an email saying they would meet at the school at 9:30 a.m. today. Jiu had taken 2 hours off from August, after the lesson he learned yesterday. Jiu wasn't as sluggish today and left at 8:30 a.m. He turned back to look at dorm 514 and suddenly remembered that he still hadn't added Bai Chen as a contact. Hopefully tonight, he would be able to exchange contact information. After a brief prayer, Jiu put on his white knitted hat and left. Due to the sharp drop in temperature, his brother Zhu Ting had sent him a message this morning, reminding him to dress warmly. So today, Zhu Yu wore a thicker white hoodie. He was carrying his backpack, hands tucked into the pockets of his hoodie. The cool breeze blew through, making the tip of his nose turn red, while the hair that wasn't covered by his hat was tousled by the wind. The stray strands of hair on his forehead nearly blocked his vision. Fallen leaves gently landed on his shoulder before being blown away by the wind. The direction he was walking in was not toward the school. Zhu took a detour from the small park beneath the apartment building and went toward a nearby abandoned, unfinished building. He looked around, confirming there was no one in the area before pulling a few cat treats out of his pocket. Meow meow. Zhu lowered his voice, mimicking the sound of a cat meowing. He stepped over a dried-up drain, crouching as he searched and gently called, "Are you still here?" Meow. A tentative meow came from the corner. Jiu followed the sound and saw a tabby cat hiding in the corner. Not far away, there was a bowl with unfinished cat food. Zhu raised an eyebrow, as if both angry and amused. "I was wondering why you haven't come to block me these days. Turns out someone else has been feeding you." He tore open the cat treats in his hand, crouching down in front of the tabby. "Don't remember me?" The tabby cat, with big round eyes, stared at Zhu for a few seconds. The next moment, it dashed out from the corner and ran to Zhu Ye's feet, its head gently rubbed against his ankle, making soft, affectionate meows. Zhu squeezed out some cat treats and fed it. "Eat, eat, they'll be leaving soon." He patted its head and mumbled, "I thought something happened to you and that's why you didn't come looking for me." Looking at the food left in your bowl, "You've met a benefactor, huh? You still don't know to cling to their leg and go home with them. Just cling to their leg, meow a couple of times, and they'll definitely soften up," Zhu said, giving it the same advice Lu Bo had once given him, but the kitten didn't understand. Zhu took out his phone and snapped a photo of himself with the tabby cat, posting it on his social media as a record. After the tabby finished the treats, Zhu stepped on the dry leaves as he left the abandoned building. The sound of crunching leaves underfoot mingled with the howling cold wind, which made the area around his eyes redden. East Asian faces were not uncommon at this international school, but faces as refined as Zhu Ye's were rare. He could be considered handsome, the kind of handsome where even with pink-dyed hair, earrings, and glowing white skin, he didn't look feminine at all. There was always someone whose gaze would follow him. Zhu arrived at the school around 9 o'clock. Professor Myra had asked him to wait for her at the cafe inside the school. She and her husband, Vera, were on their way. Zhu found a seat by the window. His recent social media post already had a lot of likes and comments. He picked through a few replies, ignoring any comments asking about his recent activities. "Welcome, hello. We have a reservation." Zhu, who had been engrossed in his phone, heard a familiar voice and his ears twitched. He quickly put his phone away and looked up in the direction of the voice. "Professor Myra, I'm here." Zhu waved to the two people at the door. Only Professor Myra and her husband, Vera, walked in. Zhu didn't see the student Professor Myra had mentioned. The couple walked over to Zhu. Sorry we're late." Professor Myra hugged Zhu. "This is my husband Vera. You've met him before," Myra said as she introduced the man beside her. Zhu's memory wasn't bad, and he of course remembered Vera. He smiled and greeted him, then they shook hands. Professor Vera had a circle of graying facial hair. With age, his eyelids had become heavy, and his deep-set eyes held blue irises. He wore a well-tailored suit and jacket, looking very sharp. Professor, the student you mentioned didn't come with you? Zhu Yu, not seeing the third person, finally asked. Myra explained. He's parking outside. Vera injured his foot a while ago, and it was him who drove us here this morning. Zhu Yu nodded, expressing concern for Vera's health. He then waved over a waiter and ordered a coffee for each of the three of them. Zhu Yu sat across from the couple. Vera looked at him gratefully and said, Myra told me you've agreed to help him. You're such a kind-hearted child, Professor, you're too kind. Professor Myra has always been very good to me, and now I'm just doing what I can to thank you both. Just as he finished speaking, the waiter at the door spoke again. Welcome, hello, I have a reservation. A polite young voice responded to the waiter. The three of them turned to look in the direction of the voice, and Zhu Yu's gaze fell on the face of the person who had entered. Professor Vera waved at him. Bai Chen, we're here. Zhu Yu had been staring at Bai Chen's face in a daze, but he was snapped back to reality when Professor Vera, sitting across from him, suddenly spoke that he looked at Bai Chen, who was approaching, with confusion, and then glanced at the two people sitting across from him, both of whom were gazing at Bai Chen with affectionate expressions. Zhu Yu's mind momentarily stopped for 2 seconds. So the student you were talking about is Bai Chen? His voice unconsciously rose in excitement. When Myra heard Zhu Yu's words, she was also surprised and looked at him. Do you know Bai Chen? Yes, we're neighbors. By the time Zhu Yu answered, Bai Chen had already reached their table. Zhu Yu shifted slightly toward the window to make room for Bai Chen. That's great. I didn't expect you two to know each other. Looks like we don't need to worry about you not getting along, Myra said, clasping her hands together and letting out a relieved sigh. No wonder Zhu Yu had always thought she looked worried before. Bai Chen sat down next to Zhu Yu. The last 2 times Zhu Yu had seen Bai Chen, he was wearing white casual home clothes. But today he was dressed in autumn formal attire, with a beige long coat. The coat was slimming and elongating, hiding Bai Chen's weltoned muscles beneath, while making his already tall frame look even taller. But Zhu Yu swore, he wasn't intentionally staring, he just happened to catch sight of Bai Chen's shirt button straining across his chest. Zhu Yu quickly turned his head away, flustered. Teacher. Bai Chen greeted the two of them as he sat down, then he turned to look at Zhu Yu, a faint smile on his lips. Zhu Yu, what a coincidence. Chapter 7, Senior Brother. Bai Chen's brows curved slightly, and he smiled in a way that was somewhat meaningful. Zhu Yu's eyes locked onto Bai Chen's, his tone filled with surprise. Bai Chen, how could it be you? Bai Chen explained, I didn't know the person the professor wanted to introduce me to was you. He was still smiling, and the dimples on his cheeks created ripples like still water disturbed by a breeze. Since both professors were present, they communicated in English. This was Zhu Yu's first time hearing Bai Chen speak English. His voice seemed even more magnetic than usual, like it had been soaked in clear spring water. Mesmerizing. Zhu Yu's ears unconsciously twitched. That if you two already know each other, I don't need to introduce you much, Professor Myra said, her brows curving with satisfaction, the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes crinkling. She seemed much more relaxed. Bai Chen looked at them both and said earnestly, thank you, professors, you've both been worrying about your students' issues. He added, it's all right, Professor Vera said as he took a sip of his coffee. We just hope you can identify and solve the real problems that are troubling you. I think you came abroad to solve this problem, didn't you? Bai Chen didn't speak. Professor Myra picked up the conversation. Actually, Bai Chen, your problem is quite obvious. You need to be bold enough to try breaking out of the confined, formulaic designs that limit you and take that courageous step forward. She paused briefly, then looked at Zhu Yu. Maybe you, who is one of my favorite students, can help you. Zhu Yu blinked, looking at Bai Chen in confusion because he had no idea how he could help Bai Chen. Bai Chen lowered his eyelids, his long lashes casting a shadow beneath his eyes. Zhu Yu thought he seemed like someone who had many secrets. The student understands, and I won't disappoint you, Bai Chen replied. Bai Chen, you shouldn't say that. Professor Vera, who had been silent for a while, suddenly became serious. He corrected him, the effort you make isn't for Myra and me, but for yourself. Bai Chen paused, then raised his gaze to respond, okay, since you two know each other, you must understand each other well, right? It seems I don't need to worry at all, Myra said. Leaning against her partner's shoulder, looking at them with a satisfied expression, Zhu weakly spoke up, actually, we don't know each other that well. We've only known each other for 2 days, only 2 days. From how you two interact, I thought you'd known each other for a long time, the nearly 50-year-old woman said, her tone and expression almost as if she were enjoying some big gossip. Her smile carried a hint of meaning. Then she continued, anyway, the fact that you've met is already a great start that I think your relationship will continue to improve from here on out. By the way, Bai Chen should be your senior brother, since he took a 2-year break from school before Professor Vera was about to continue Myra's words, but his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at his phone, apologized with a gesture to the group, and then answered the call. A few minutes later, he hung up the phone and whispered something in Myra's ear. Both of them stood up. Bai Chen, we are very sorry. But something urgent has come up, and we have to leave, they said. Zhu immediately understood the implication behind their words. It's fine. I know Bai Chen, we're fine, you don't have to worry about us. He naturally placed Bai Chen in the role of his senior brother. Bai Chen didn't notice Zhu's use of the term senior brother, and continued with his reply, right, you don't need to worry. So, the two professors left the cafe together. Zhu watched them get into a taxi through the window, then turned back to look at Bai Chen. Senior brother, hello. Zhu smiled and greeted him, showing a pair of white, porcelain-like tiger teeth. His eyes sparkled, and the energy he radiated was enough to melt anyone. Bai Chen was taken aback, then he realized what Zhu had just called him. He asked absent-mindedly, what, just now, Professor Vera said you should be my senior brother. Zhu turned sideways, resting his elbow on the table, supporting his face with one hand, and tilted his head to smile at Bai Chen. You don't have to call me senior brother, just call me by my name, Bai Chen said. Zhu pursed his lips and shook his head. No. Calling by name feels so distant. Senior brother. Senior. It's much more closer than calling by name, right, and we'll be spending a lot of time together from now on. Zhu straightened up and leaned a bit closer to Bai Chen. It didn't seem like he was negotiating with Bai Chen. After all, Zhu knew that whatever he wanted to do or say, no one could interfere. Bai Chen stared at Zhu, his gaze deep, calm, and mysterious. After a pause, he parted his lips, his tone seeming like compromise, yet also tolerant. All right, Zhu had thought he would reject him. He had prepared himself for Bai Chen's refusal. What's wrong? Bai Chen asked gently when he saw Zhu looking at him in confusion. It's nothing. Zhu shook his head, then changed the subject. Senior brother, according to the professors, you took a 2-year break from school. May I ask why? I got a bit sick, and also his voice trailed off, then he cleared his throat and added, but I'm fine now. Sick? Was it serious? Zhu asked, concerned. Bai Chen replied, I'm fine now. It wasn't serious. Obviously, he didn't want to continue with this topic. Zhu, understanding, didn't press further. He shifted the conversation to himself. The professors said I should help you, but I'm an art student. I'm not sure how much I can help. I forgot to ask them how I'm supposed to help you. Zhu's voice showed a moment of frustration, but then he quickly placed his hands on his hips, smiled at Bai Chen, and cheerfully added, but don't worry, I'll do my best to help you. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask me. The brief moment of frustration quickly vanished. Zhu was no longer the person with golden hair from the other day. There was no golden sunlight shining on him either, yet. Bai Chen suddenly felt like there was a radiance coming from him, too bright, too intense. After a 2-second silence, Bai Chen smiled and replied, all right, but I don't know how to help you. The professors left in a hurry, and when I get the chance next time, I'll ask them. Zhu then started to worry about not being able to help Bai Chen. You don't need to worry too much, Bai Chen gently reassured him. Because perhaps my abilities are just like this, unable to reach that so-called next level. Bai Chen's lips parted and closed as he spoke in a calm tone, as gentle as water. He looked at Zhu and added, because the professor has always cared deeply about my situation, I don't want to reject his kindness. So, if you find you can't help me, please don't feel guilty. This isn't your fault. Bai Chen emphasized each word, using self-deprecating language to comfort Zhu. How could someone think so little of themselves? Zhu couldn't understand it at all, but we haven't even tried yet. Why are you doubting yourself? Zhu Ye's clear eyes were full of confusion, and his beautiful brows were furrowed tightly. Bai Chen patiently explained, because, as I told you last night, no one is perfect. You have to accept the parts of yourself that aren't perfect. That it was quite formal, but when Bai Chen said it, it didn't feel out of place. Zhu immediately shook his head, his pink fluffy hair following suit, and he directly voiced his disagreement with Bai Chen's words. Senior brother, I don't like it when you say things like that. He even said it in an angry tone. Bai Chen had never met someone like this so blunt, saying whatever was on their mind without holding back. That he was used to interpreting and guessing the intentions behind others' words and actions, while Zhu Yu would express his thoughts before Bai Chen even had the chance to analyze them. In the silence of the next 2 seconds, Bai Chen felt like he should say something, but Zhu Yu suddenly grabbed his hand and continued, I think you should be like me, senior brother. Let me tell you, when I first arrived in the UK, I tried cooking for myself. Back then, I didn't know that the smoke from cooking could trigger the smoke alarm, so my first time cooking ended with me having to pay a fine for the fire department responding. Later, I still made a mess whenever I cooked, just like last night. Although I was upset last night and told you I didn't have a talent for cooking, I was just saying it. I never really thought that I couldn't do it, Zhu Yu said seriously, sharing his own experience with Bai Chen. So, you should never think that you can't do it. Whether it was influenced by his family environment or not, Zhu Yu had always been taught to be confident and never give up, just as he firmly believed he could live well on his own in the UK. Even though things were a bit rough at the moment, Zhu Yu usually didn't speak in grand terms because when he did, it tended to make people laugh, but this time, he sounded like an elder, sharing these grand principles. He couldn't help but feel a bit proud of himself after saying it. Before Bai Chen could say anything, Zhu Yu, almost belatedly, realized that he didn't know when he had grabbed Bai Chen's hand. Bai Chen's hands were large, with distinct knuckles and calloused fingertips. There was a mole on one of his fingers, placed so perfectly that it immediately caught the eye. Compared to Zhu Ye's delicate, pampered hands, Bai Chen's hands looked wide and strong. Zhu Yu quickly released Bai Chen's hand. Bai Chen's gaze was calmly focused on Zhu Ye's serious face, and the clear smile in his eyes gradually gathered in his pupils. It seemed as though he understood the small sense of pride in Zhu Ye's eyes, and he cooperatively replied, all right. I understand, thank you for sharing so much with me, Bai Chen said gently, always smiling, the corners of his lips always slightly upturned, as if he never got angry. Zhu Yu immediately placed his hands on his hips, proudly tilting his head, no need to thank me. After all, you've helped me so much too. After all, if it weren't for you, Lu Bo and I would have starved the night before last. Zhu Yu then pretended to cover his face, making sobbing noises. He was so full of energy, and his exaggerated acting didn't seem forced at all. Instead, it just made him appear even more adorable. Bai Chen let out a light laugh. At that moment, Zhu Yu lowered his hand and looked at the time on his watch. In the next second, he suddenly looked up, his round eyes focused on Bai Chen. His tone was slightly anxious. What's wrong? Bai Chen immediately asked with a serious expression. Zhu Yu quickly stood up. I only asked the boss for a 2-hour break, it's almost time. Bai Chen stood up as well. Stepping aside to make way for Zhu Yu walked past him, leaving behind a subtle fragrance that resembled camellias. As Bai Chen caught the scent, he instinctively took a half step back to give Zhu Yu more space. Zhu Yu stood by the table and finished the remaining half cup of coffee in one go. Then, he slung his bag over his shoulder. Goodbye, senior, we'll chat later. He grabbed a napkin and wiped the coffee stain off his lips. I've already paid for the coffee, remember to finish it, don't waste it. Zhu Yu was still quite mindful of money. A regular cup of coffee here cost over 60 yuan, which he converted into RMB, and yesterday's earnings didn't even cover today's expenses. The 2 professors had left in a hurry, leaving behind most of their coffee unfinished, but since Bai Chen hadn't left yet, he reminded him not to waste the coffee before walking out. All right. I got it. Bai Chen responded with a smile. Zhu Yu then rushed out of the cafe with his bag. After watching Zhu Yu leave the cafe, Bai Chen returned to his seat. The fragrance Zhu Yu left behind still lingered in the air, not yet dissipated. Mixed with the bitterness of the coffee, Bai Chen took a sip. The coffee seemed to have gotten sweeter. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, the transparent glass window next to him was knocked. Chapter 8. Drunk Bai Chen turned his head in the direction of the sound. Then, he saw a pink-haired head pop out. Ji was holding up his phone and gesturing at him, the screen displaying a QR code. Bai Chen looked closely and realized it was a QR code to add him as a friend. Bai Chen understood that. He opened his phone, added Zhu Yu as a friend on WeChat, and once the friend request was accepted, Zhu Yu raised his hand and gave him an OK gesture before grabbing his bag and running off. The morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the trees, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The scattered shadows landed on Zhu Yu, and the scene looked like a vibrant world-famous painting. Bai Chen didn't look away until that slender, lively figure completely disappeared from his sight. Only then did he lower his lashes and finish the rest of his coffee. Ding dong. His phone vibrated, and a WeChat message popped up on the screen. Bai Chen picked up his phone. It was a message from Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu, Senior, see you tonight. Bai Chen replied with one word, okay then. Zhu Yu didn't reply. Bai Chen stared at the chat for a moment, and almost on a whim, he clicked on Zhu Yu's profile picture. It was a sunflower swaying in the wind, with all the petals bent backward by the breeze. Below it was a caption, live as if heading towards the sun. This was originally a humorous meme. But Zhu Yu had used it as his profile picture. Bai Chen couldn't help but laugh at Zhu Yu's profile picture. He smiled silently and then clicked into Zhu Yu's moments, although his moments were set to show only the past 6 months, but Zhu Yu posted frequently, sometimes even 3 or 4 times a day. Bai Chen quickly scrolled through. He found that Zhu Yu was someone who loved documenting his life. His moments were filled with pictures of stray cats and dogs, as well as many selfies, some beautiful, some quirky. And from 3 months ago, Zhu Yu's most frequent post was him starving. Almost every week, there would be a post about him feeling like he was starving to death. Scrolling further back, 6 months ago, Zhu Yu had posted a series of selfies. One was of him with off-white hair, and the other was of the blonde hair that Bai Chen had seen before. He complained that his favorite hair color was the one from before, but really, Zhu Yu looked good no matter what hair color he had. Zhu Yu's moments were lively and interesting. Bai Chen didn't realize that as he scrolled from top to bottom, the smile at the corner of his lips grew wider. The cafe is always busy on weekends. The coffee here is very popular among Chinese students, and Zhu Yu enjoys the process of delivering coffee to their tables because it gives him a chance to slack off and listen to their casual chatter. The topics of casual conversation vary by social circle. Zhu Yu enjoys listening to them discuss where to find good Chinese food, especially if they mention the prices. Then, during his break, he would quietly calculate when he might be able to go there for a meal, after factoring in the money for Lu Boss cat food. Yu, coffee for table 7. When Ms. Chloe called him from the front desk, Zhu Yu was sitting in the break area, massaging his sore calves. Hearing the call, he stood up and responded. Okay. That he picked up the coffee and went to table 7. Hello, hey, raise your coffee. Zhu Yu didn't have a habit of staring at the customers, so after placing the coffee, he was about to leave. Unexpectedly, the customer at table 7 suddenly grabbed his wrist. Zhu Yu. The customer had a Chinese accent. Zhu Yu thought the voice sounded familiar and turned to look at the customer at table 7. Fu Wenyu? Zhu Yu's voice noticeably rose with excitement as he called out the person's name. Didn't expect it, huh? I came to find you. The young man in brand name clothes with a buzz cut suddenly patted Zhu Yu on the waist and remarked, you really have lost weight, and this little pink hair, it suits your face. Fu Wenyu continued, eyeing Zhu Yu's hair color. Zhu Yu didn't want to make a scene at his workplace, so he slapped Fu Wenyu's head with his hand, lowering his voice to scold, are you crazy? What are you doing in the UK? Zhu Yu didn't expect to run into his domestic friend in the UK. My mom came here for business, and since I knew you were in London, I decided to come over and see you. I had to ask around to find out you were working part-time here, Fu Wenyu explained. Fu Wenyu covered the spot where Zhu Yu had slapped him and then pulled out a chair, motioning for Zhu Yu to sit and chat with him. If you hadn't blocked me, I would have found you sooner, Fu Wenyu added at the end. Zhu Yu glanced around and, seeing no new customers, sat down next to Fu Wenyu. You came to see me. What did you bring me? Zhu Yu automatically ignored the second part of Fu Wenyu's statement. Fu Wenyu replied, your mom is the one managing people like us anyway, I didn't bring you anything to eat. Fu Wenyu knew what Zhu Yu wanted, so he immediately added that to cut off any further thoughts. Zhu Yu extended his hand and, with a playful tone, said, then lend me some money. Fu Wenyu put his phone in his pocket. Shaking his head, that's not happening, Zhu Yu, do you even understand? I'm really scared of your mom. Just thinking about the way Yu Lianhuan had warned them made Fu Wenyu feel a chill down his back. Me, Lao Yu, Brother Zhou, and Xiao Yangshi warned each one of us individually, explicitly forbidding us from providing any financial or material support to you, Fu Wenyu said, counting on his fingers. So what exactly did you do wrong? What made your mom send you to this crappy place? I didn't do anything wrong, Zhu Yu emphasized with a frown, clearly displeased. But just because he was sent here, everyone thought it was his fault, and no one was willing to stand by him. But what was the point of making friends? Wasn't it supposed to be for moments like this, when someone could blindly stand by him? Zhu Yu rolled his eyes and pushed himself up from the table, preparing to leave. All right, you didn't do anything wrong. Seeing that Zhu Yu was about to get angry, Fu Wenyu hurriedly stopped him. Don't go, even though I can't help you with anything, but you can still make things worse for me, Zhu Yu interrupted, his hands on his hips, looking completely speechless. Fu Wenyu immediately said, what are you talking about? I'm taking a flight back to the country in the early morning, and tonight I can treat you to dinner, really? Zhu Yu finally heard something he wanted to hear and sat back down in his chair. Fu Wenyu replied, of course, bro, I still care about you. I want Chinese food. Zhu Yu didn't pay much attention to the comment about him taking advantage of the situation. Fu Wenyu nodded grandly, whatever you want. I also want to drink alcohol. Zhu Yu's eyes lit up. All right. I'll book a restaurant right now. Fu Wenyu took out his phone. I haven't finished work yet, wait for me. Zhu Yu lifted his wrist to check the time. 2 hours, maybe. Fu Wenyu frowned, take time off then, for these 2 hours I'm taking off, you're paying me. Zhu Yu said. Fu Wenyu shrugged, conceding, fine, whatever, you just keep working. He sighed with resignation, but it was more about how Zhu Yu had changed. After all, Zhu Yu was raised in the Zhu family, pampered since childhood. He was the little master who grew up surrounded by wealth. How could he have ever suffered like this? The kid had lost so much weight, but what was the result? He would rather work part-time at a place like this than admit his mistakes to his family. Fu Wenyu watched Zhu Yu's busy figure. Sometimes, he was really curious about him. How could someone be so competitive and stubborn? 7:30 p.m. in London. At a Chinese restaurant. Zhu Yu, are you really drunk? In a luxurious, traditional Chinese private dining room, the table was filled with various Chinese dishes, and most of them had already been eaten. There were only 2 people at the table, and one of them, a handsome young man with pink hair, was completely drunk and squatting beside his chair. Crying loudly while holding an empty wine bottle, tears fell like pearls off a broken string, one after another. Fu Wenyu had a good tolerance for alcohol, and at least he was much more sober than Zhu Yu. He went over and squatted beside him. Stop crying, you've eaten, you've drunk, let me take you back to your dorm, Fu Wenyu said as he supported Zhu Yu's arm to help him stand up. Zhu Yu punched his chest lightly. The punch wasn't strong, and Fu Wenyu coughed while covering his chest, then heard Zhu Yu complain, I hate you guys, you hate a lot of people, Fu Wenyu said as usual, supporting Zhu Yu as they walked out of the private room. Anyone who made Zhu Yu unhappy or didn't stand by him, he hated them. Zhu Yu hugged the empty wine bottle tightly, refusing to let go, sobbing and crying. No one understands Methan. When I ask you what happened, you won't tell me. How are we supposed to understand you? Fu Wenyu stuffed him into the car and fastened his seatbelt before asking the driver to take them to Zhu Yu's apartment. Zhu Yu was angry. Aren't you supposed to unconditionally stand by me? That's not possible. I'm still reasonable, Fu Wenyu replied. I need to figure out who made the mistake. Then, Fu Wenyu received a solid punch to his nose. He covered his nose, wanting to scold Zhu Yu, but when he turned around, he saw that Zhu Yu had curled up into a ball in the corner, crying. He couldn't bring himself to scold him. After all, Zhu Yu was the one who was suffering the most among their group. Thinking this, Fu Wenyu took out his phone and opened the camera. Zhu Yu, look at the camera. Zhu Yu looked up when he heard the voice. He didn't really understand what Fu Wenyu wanted him to do, but he just raised his head because Fu Wenyu called him. When he saw himself in Fu Wenyu's phone, he instinctively straightened up, raised his hand, and flashed a V sign to the camera. You really are. Fu Wenyu took 2 quick shots and then looked down at the photos. Always caring about your image, even though the lighting in the car was dim, in the photos, Zhu Yu's teary eyes were still the most captivating, and the ear studs on his ears glimmered with a cold light. Zhu Yu wrapped his clothes tightly around himself again and fell asleep on the back seat. Did I say? Zhu Yu, why don't you remove me from your blacklist? Fu Wenyu had been pushed into a corner by Zhu Yu, and seeing Zhu Ye's feet about to press onto him, he hurriedly pressed down on Zhu Ye's restless feet. Zhu Yu slowly lifted his eyelids, his mind slowly processing for 2 seconds before he fumbled in his pocket, took out his phone, unlocked it, and tossed it to him. Do it yourself, Zhu Yu said. Fu Wenyu took the phone and scrolled through WeChat. Removing himself from Zhu Ye's blacklist, can I remove them too? Fu Wenyu asked while watching Zhu Ye's expression. Zhu Ye's expression remained unchanged, and he seemed to be in a fairly good mood. Whatever, Zhu Yu replied, holding the wine bottle. For some reason, his tone sounded a little awkward. The people Fu Wenyu mentioned were actually Zhu Ye's friends back in China, all of whom had upset him over various matters and ended up being blacklisted. We've been so tolerant of you, Zhu Yu. You need to work on your temper. You can't just pick on us, the ones who are close to you, Fu Wenyu said. Zhu Yu closed his eyes and ignored him. He knew he had this bad habit, but he just couldn't change it. The closer the relationship, the harder it was for him to hide his temper. After Fu Wenyu finished, he paused on the chat screen and saw that one of the latest contacts in Zhu Ye's chat list was someone labeled Senior Bai Chen. Hey, who's this Senior Bai Chen? Fu Wenyu asked, handing the phone to Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu held the phone, recalling Bai Chen's face and figure. He slowly curled his lips and said, he's a male bodhisattva. As soon as he finished speaking, the car stopped steadily in front of the apartment building. Fu Wenyu helped him sit up and casually said, okay, bodhisattva. So, which dorm do you live in? Zhu Yu hung his head and pondered Fu Wenyu's words. Bodhisattva, which dorm? He staggered out of the car, leaning on the door, and said to Fu Wenyu, Bodhisattva is Zhu Ye's voice was muffled. 514. Fu Wenyu helped him, but didn't quite hear the first part clearly. Room 514. Alright, I'll take you home first, I need to catch a flight later. Chapter 9, Nosebleed. Zhu Yu usually doesn't act drunk after drinking, and throughout the process of Fu Wenyu taking him into the apartment and up to the elevator, he remained very quiet. However, at the start, he insisted on holding onto the wine bottle in his arms, refusing to let go no matter what. Fu Wenyu and he struggled downstairs for a while before Fu Wenyu managed to snatch the bottle from him and throw it into the trash can. Then, from the elevator to room 514, Zhu Ye's tears flowed down like they were free. Where's the key? Fu Wenyu asked after finally getting him to stand steady, his sweat dripping. Zhu Yu swayed as he dug into his pocket and pulled out a bunch of keys, with a sunflower-shaped pendant hanging from them. This one, Zhu Yu muttered, lowering his head and sorting through the keys. Finally, he held a half-new key in his hand, then groggily tried to poke it into the keyhole. The sound of the key hitting the door was loud, but it never aligned with the lock. Fu Wenyu glanced at his phone and saw his mom was already urging him to head to the airport, but Zhu Yu still wasn't ready. He put away his phone and snatched the key from Zhu Ye's hand, acting like an anxious mother. Let me do it. At this rate. Are you planning to poke at it all night? He aligned the key with the keyhole, just as the door handle turned right under Fu Wenyu's nose. Fu Wenyu? He thought he must have been seeing things and focused to take a closer look. With a clang, the door opened. A cool, unfamiliar fragrance wafted out, and a man in black long-sleeved pajamas appeared before them. The man had handsome features and a tall frame. His loose pajamas couldn't hide his broad chest muscles and muscular arms. Fu Wenyu, shocked by his build, pulled Zhu Yu back half a step. Damn, Fu Wenyu wasn't startled by the man's sudden appearance. He was shocked by the man's physique. Since Fu Wenyu also worked out, he knew just how difficult it was to achieve a body like the man in front of him. For a moment, he felt a pang of insecurity, much like when Zhu Yu first saw Bai Chen, but Fu Wenyu also felt a sense of admiration. Regaining his composure, Fu Wenyu quickly looked up at the dorm number 514. That was right. Wasn't it? Excuse me, who are you? Bai Chen glanced at Fu Wenyu before his eyes landed on the drunken Zhu Yu. Are you a friend of Zhu Yu, Senior? Zhu Yu called out to him. Hey. You know each other? Fu Wenyu thought Zhu Yu had made a mistake with the dorm number. But hearing the man call Zhu Yu by his name and Zhu Yu call him Senior, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Earlier at dinner, Zhu Yu had referred to this Senior as a bodhisattva, so the man in front of them couldn't be a bad guy. He assumed that this Senior was Zhu Ye's roommate. Zhu Yu is drunk, you're his roommate, right? Before Bai Chen could respond, Fu Wenyu quickly shoved the swaying Zhu Yu into Bai Chen's arms. Can you help him back to his room? I need to catch a flight back to the country. Fu Wenyu raised his hand to check the time, realizing that if he didn't head to the airport now, he would be late. Thanks, man. Fu Wenyu spoke without pausing to breathe. Leaving no time for Bai Chen to respond before the drunk Zhu Yu was shoved into his arms, Bai Chen supported Zhu Yu and was about to stop Fu Wenyu to explain that he wasn't Zhu Ye's roommate, but Fu Wenyu had already entered the elevator. Senior. Zhu Yu pulled away from Bai Chen's arms, stood at attention, and cheerfully greeted him. Good evening. Zhu Yu swayed and steadied his legs. He looked up at the person in front of him, but through his tear-filled vision, the person's face was completely blurry. Squinting his eyes, he could barely make out a handsome facial outline. Good evening, Zhu Yu. Bai Chen, concerned that Zhu Yu might fall, quickly reached out to grab his arm. Zhu Yu, looking thin, indeed had a very slender arm with hardly any muscle. What are you doing at my place? In Zhu Ye's mind, Fu Wenyu had just dropped him off in front of his dorm room, but now Bai Chen had suddenly appeared in his dorm room. This was very strange. It seemed he was truly drunk. Once confirming this fact, Bai Chen sighed lightly. He steadied Zhu Yu, calling him gently. Zhu Yu, do you have the key? Yes. Zhu yes was as strong and firm as when he answered during military training that he felt around his pocket and pulled out a bunch of colorful keys. Bai Chen helped Zhu Yu to the door of room 515. The apartment's keys were all the same style, so Bai Chen quickly found the dorm room key. Zhu Yu, you're drunk. Bai Chen wasn't angry, just steadying the swaying person with a firm tone. Zhu Yu sniffed and stubbornly shook his head. In not seeing that Zhu Yu was about to get upset, Bai Chen quickly changed his tune. Right, you're not drunk, let's go inside first. Bai Chen opened the door with one hand and guided Zhu Yu into the room. Meow. As soon as the door opened, Lu Bo ran out from the bedroom. It circled around them, making it impossible for them to move. So Bai Chen bent down, scooped Lu Bo up with one arm, and carried him in his arms while using his other hand to steady Zhu Yu as they made their way to the bedroom. Zhu Yu didn't smell much like alcohol, instead, there was the fragrance of camellia flowers. He was probably the type of person who would get drunk just by a little contact with alcohol, because the room layout in the international student apartments is standardized. Bai Chen quickly found the bedroom light switch without any difficulty. When the switch clicked, the bedroom lights turned on brightly. The bedroom light was much brighter than the living room light, almost blinding. The sudden brightness was a bit hard for both of them to adjust to. Bai Chen slightly turned his head to ease the shock, but Zhu Yu immediately raised his hand to cover his eyes. Ah, senior, my eyes. He dramatically mimicked the tone of one. Ziwei is a reference to a character from the classic Chinese TV drama Princess Pearl. In the show, Ziwei is a gentle and intelligent girl who, at one point, temporarily continued reading Ziwei when she went blind. I can't see anything. Bai Chen listened to his words, his lips curling up into a silent smile. He helped Zhu Yu sit down on the bed, placed Lu Bo on the floor, and then spoke in a very gentle voice. If you can't see, just sleep for a bit, you'll be fine when you wake up. His tone was reassuring. After saying that, Bai Chen turned to switch on the desk lamp beside him, then turned off the room's overhead lights. Zhu Yu skillfully kicked off his shoes. Not controlling his strength, he accidentally sent one shoe flying to the door, making quite a loud noise. Only then did he cautiously open his eyes. The room's main lights were off. The only source of light was the desk lamp on the bedside table. Casting a soft yellowish glow, Bai Chen adjusted the light's intensity. Zhu Yu watched as the warm light on Bai Chen's body slowly dimmed. Because Bai Chen was bent over, the buttons of his pajama shirt lifted slightly, perfectly exposing the gap between the second and third buttons. Zhu Yu couldn't help but look at what was underneath the shirt. It was a well-defined chest, firm and strong, offering a solid sense of security. The lines were smooth, and there was a small red mole on the left side of the chest. Zhu Yu wasn't nearsighted, and from this distance, he could even see the tiny hairs on Bai Chen's skin. To be honest, Zhu Yu had never observed this part of a person so closely before, and the first time he did, he found himself looking at Bai Chen's extraordinary, perfectly sculpted body. What big pectorals! Zhu Yu's eyes widened in amazement. That instant, Zhu Yu felt something warm flowing out of his nose. The discomfort made him raise his hand to wipe it away. And the bright red liquid smeared across the back of his hand. He instantly sobered up. Bai Chen had just adjusted the lighting and turned around, only to meet Zhu Ye's stunned gaze. Zhu Yu, holding his nose, felt blood seeping out between his fingers. Zhu Yu, what happened to you? Bai Chen, unaware of the reason behind Zhu Ye's nosebleed, asked with concern. As for the reason, of course, Zhu Yu didn't dare to say a word. He could only shake his head innocently with his large eyes wide open. Bai Chen grabbed a tissue to press against his nose and helped him to the bathroom. He turned on the faucet, but his hand froze in front of a row of colorful towels on the wall. He didn't know which towel Zhu Yu used to wipe his face. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Chen grabbed 2 tissues from the roll. Zhu Yu, take your hands away for a moment, he said softly. Let me see which nostril is bleeding. Zhu Yu had both hands over his mouth and nose. With blood leaking out between his fingers, he looked at Bai Chen's face blankly, as if he hadn't quite understood Bai Chen's words, his expression like that of a helpless child. Bai Chen then gently took hold of Zhu Ye's hands and pulled them away. It was the right nostril that was bleeding. Bai Chen pressed the tissue to his bleeding nostril and then dampened the tissue to wipe the blood off Zhu Ye's face. Just wash your hands, and you'll be fine, Bai Chen said gently. Zhu Yu obediently moved his hands under the faucet and started washing them slowly. Bai Chen watched his drowsy profile. He silently felt relieved that Zhu Yu, though drunk, didn't seem to have a habit of making a scene when intoxicated. All done, Zhu Yu said, turning to Bai Chen with his hands outstretched. Bai Chen couldn't help but smile. He took Zhu Ye's hands, grabbed 2 more wet tissues, and dried the water off his hands. With a tone almost of helplessness, he said, "Why does it feel like even your tongue got drunk?" Zhu Yu lifted his lashes at the sound of Bai Chen's voice and carefully studied the person in front of him. When Bai Chen had been cleaning his nosebleed, some water droplets had splashed onto Bai Chen's body. Zhu Yu saw the transparent water droplets slide down from behind his ear, trailing down his neck, to his collarbone, and then disappearing into the neck of his pajamas. The steam in the bathroom made the light dim and ambiguous, and the water droplets left faint traces of moisture on Bai Chen's skin. Suddenly, Zhu Yu recalled the mole he had just seen. Zhu Ye's eyes suddenly widened. Then, warm liquid began to slowly drip from his left nostril. Just as Bai Chen finished drying Zhu Ye's hands and was about to look up and speak to him, a warm drop of red liquid suddenly fell onto his hand. The blood splashed on his hand in a small, blooming pattern. Bai Chen froze. Looking up at Zhu Yu quickly covered his nose with his hand before Bai Chen could look at him. Bai Chen. 10 minutes later, Zhu Yu had tissues stuffed in both nostrils, and Bai Chen gently helped him onto the bed. He had already fallen asleep, his messy bangs still damp with water, sticking to his fair face. In the soft, yellow light, Zhu Yu slept soundly, his thin lips slightly parted, gently snoring, his breathing gradually becoming steady. His long, fan-like lashes fluttered slightly. It was unclear what kind of dream he was having, but in his sleep, he murmured, "Please I touch." Bai Chen leaned closer to listen, but couldn't make out what he was saying. He didn't understand. He pulled the blanket up to cover half of Zhu Ye's face. The fine, pink hair slipped through his fingers, giving him a tickling sensation. Bai Chen lowered his gaze to his fingers. Then looked at the person on the bed. He felt that Zhu Yu seemed to have no guard up around the people close to him. What if he were a bad person, taking advantage of him? Bai Chen thought. Soon, Bai Chen sighed lightly. He carefully stepped away from the bed, wiped off the blood that Zhu Yu had accidentally spilled on the floor, and after filling Lu Bo's bowl with cat food and water, he left. The night breeze was desolate, slipping through the window gap, rustling the leaves of the money tree by the window, making a soft sound. That night, Zhu Yu didn't dream, but he didn't sleep peacefully either. In his sleep, he kept feeling like he had done something unforgettable before going to bed. Chapter 10, It's over. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The room was eerily quiet. All that could be heard was the sound of the clock's hands moving on the wall. Cough, cough. Zhu Yu struggled to lift his heavy eyelids. "Lu Bo, you're going to crush me." A hoarse voice rang out in the room. Immediately, a slender arm painfully emerged from under the covers, lifting the fat cat that was sleeping on his chest and tossing it to the end of the bed. Zhu Yu pressed his hand to his chest, exhaling the breath that had been trapped in his lungs by Lu Bo's weight. He then stared blankly at the ceiling, trying to recall last night. That he got drunk, and then what? Then, Fu, when you brought him back, was that how it went? Zhu Yu wasn't sure himself. He rolled over, sat up, and yawned, feeling his nose a little dry and his throat uncomfortable. Zhu wasn't really into drinking, had just wanted to taste the drink. But Fu Wenyu had spent money on a bottle of high-proof liquor, and Zhu barely had any before he was out of it. Drinking really messes things up. Zhu slapped his forehead in realization that he then habitually reached for his phone on the nightstand, but this time, it was Miss Singh had no idea where head tossed it, so Zhu threw off the covers, got out of bed, and slowly walked toward the living room in his slippers. Lu Bo jumped off the bed with a kick and followed Zhu out of the room. Maybe it was because he had drunk last night, or maybe it was because Lu Bo had compressed his brain's blood supply, but as soon as Zhu stepped out of the bedroom, he completely forgot he had come out to find his phone. That he stared blankly at the living room for a moment. What was he supposed to do again? He couldn't remember. Zhu simply turned around and walked straight to the bathroom. That he rinsed his mouth with cold water, which helped clear his head a little, then stuck his toothbrush in his mouth and began brushing his teeth slowly. He stared at his reflection in the mirror, feeling confused, as if he had lost some significant memory. Lu Bo was rubbing against his feet. Zhu looked down at him, realizing that the cat was probably hungry. "I'll give you some cat food after I finish brushing my teeth," he said to Lu Bo in a muffled voice. Just as he finished speaking, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of the trash can next to Lu Bo. Inside were a few blood-stained tissues. In an instant, memories surged like a tide, racing to flood Zhu's mind. Clink. The blue electric toothbrush, covered in toothpaste foam, fell into the sink with a splash of bubbles. It all came back. Zhu remembered everything. "It's over, Zhu, you're really done for this time." He raised both hands to grab his hair, the pink color of his hair contrasting against his pale hands, his face full of despair. Drunk, occupying someone else's bed, nosebleeds, and then he wasn't sure if it was a dream or real, asking Bai Chen to touch him this time. It's really over. The revolutionary friendship he had just built with the other person was now at its end. His image had collapsed so quickly. "Help, help, help, who will come to save him?" Ding dong, ding dong. The WeChat notification sound came from the living room, startling Zhu so much that his whole body shuddered. Fearing it was a message from Bai Chen, that he quickly rinsed the foam out of his mouth, wiped his face with a towel, and left the bathroom. "Siri, where are you?" Zhu called. Siri responded from the sofa. Zhu grabbed his phone, intending to check if Bai Chen had sent him a message, but the pop-up WeChat notifications were only from his friends. With Fu Wenyu's help last night, everyone had been removed from Zhu's blacklist, so this morning, his phone had received many condolence messages. Zhu didn't find Bai Chen's message, but he did find one from Fu Wenyu. "Fu Wenyu, I'm about to board the plane. Fu Wenyu, after you wake up from the alcohol, remember to thank your roommate properly. I left you at the door last night, and everything after that was taken care of by him. Fu Wenyu, by the way, your roommate has a great physique. Fu Wenyu, can you ask him how he trains? Like his diet habits, what kind of protein powder he uses, and which brand?" "Fu Wenyu, I'm boarding the plane now, goodbye, don't think about me." Fu Wenyu, crying with tears. JPG So none of this was a dream. Zhu dropped his phone, his gaze blank, his expression stiff. Grabbing his hair, he collapsed to the floor in despair. "It's over." Half an hour later, Zhu stood behind the door, taking 2 heavy breaths. He was wearing a thick brown woolen sweater, a white knitted hat, and a mask. He wrapped himself up tightly, leaving only his eyes visible, which gave off a very suspicious look. If his look weren't so suspicious, he might look like those celebrities going out. Zhu raised his hand, taking a deep breath to calm his chest, encouraging himself. "It's okay, Zhu. He hadn't run into anything like this during all the other times he went out, so it wouldn't happen this time, right?" After reassuring himself like this, Zhu visibly felt more at ease. He quietly opened the door just a crack and peeked outside. Seeing that the door to the opposite dorm room was tightly shut, his anxious heart finally relaxed. He quickly stepped out, turning to lock the door behind him. Bang! The next second, he heard the sound of a door opening behind him. Zhu, who was crouching to lock the door, "I'm done for." He desperately closed his eyes. "Zhu, you're awake? How do you feel?" Bai Chen's gentle voice came from behind, and Zhu trembled in shock. "Ah, right. I'm awake. I feel pretty good." Zhu pulled out the key, turned around to face Bai Chen, his tone awkward, his gaze dodging. He really couldn't bring himself to look Bai Chen in the eyes. "Thank you for last night." "No need to thank me, Bai Chen was likely heading to class as well, carrying a black shoulder bag and wearing a thick white hoodie. Why are you wearing a mask? Did you catch a cold? Bai Chen noticed something different about Zhu Yu today and began to ask about his health. Zhu Yu shook his head and nervously explained, "No, it's just the wind outside is cold." Bai Chen nodded. "Are you going to class? Do you want to go together?" He invited Zhu Yu again. Zhu Yu immediately grabbed the strap of his backpack. He actually didn't have the courage to walk with Bai Chen anymore, but at the same time, he had no reason to refuse. Okay, Zhu Yu responded awkwardly, his voice filled with guilt. So the two of them walked side by side toward the elevator. Zhu Yu kept his gaze fixed on his toes. Feeling extremely anxious inside, the real problem was whether the things he said last night were a dream or real. The main issue was that Bai Chen wasn't saying anything, and Zhu Yu didn't dare to bring it up. "Watch where you're going, Zhu Yu," a soft voice came from his side, and a warm hand suddenly pressed against his forehead, preventing him from bumping into the wall in front of him. "Thanks, I wasn't paying attention." Zhu Yu stepped back a little. He still felt guilty and didn't dare look at Bai Chen's face. Bai Chen frowned and asked with concern, "What's wrong with you? You seem a little off today." Zhu Yu looked at him. "I just want to ask about last night." Zhu Yu wasn't the kind of person to shy away from things, and he couldn't keep his thoughts bottled up. Even if Bai Chen didn't bring it up, he would ask eventually. "I didn't say or do anything weird, right?" Bai Chen paused after hearing Zhu Yu's question, deep in thought. "You have to believe me. Everything I did last night was because I was drunk. I'm not really like that." Zhu Yu quickly raised his hand and held up 3 fingers. "I swear." His eyes were sincere and determined, as if he were swearing an oath. Bai Chen looked at him, his eyes curving into a smile, his dimples forming a soft curve on his cheeks. "I understand, huh? So I didn't do anything last night, right?" Zhu Yu hurried after Bai Chen's long strides, almost running to keep up. Bai Chen, noticing, slowed his pace. No, he first gave Zhu Yu a dose of reassurance, and seeing him exhale in relief, Bai Chen changed the topic. But what? Zhu Yu quickly asked, his eyes showing his urgency. Bai Chen smiled, then advised, "But you should drink less in the future, you get nosebleeds when you drink." Bai Chen said seriously, his expression sincere. Zhu Yu realized that Bai Chen definitely didn't know the reason behind his nosebleed last night, the moment he heard Bai Chen finish speaking. Zhu Yu's fair face instantly turned bright red, the flush spread to his cheeks, and his ears became one with his hair, making the 2 earrings on his earlobes appear even darker. "Oh, I understand now. You never noticed before?" "No, this is the first time." "Maybe it's just the change in environment." Zhu Yu lied without a change in expression. Bai Chen looked at him with a half-understanding expression. "I seem him." Zhu Yu nodded vigorously. The two of them walked side by side, and since both were good-looking, they attracted a lot of attention as they passed by. By the way, senior, should we find a time to meet with Professor Myra? Zhu Yu suddenly asked. Bai Chen asked, "Why?" "Because the professor hasn't told me yet how I can help you." "Alright, I'll email the professor later." The wind in London today was a bit strong, and the sky was filled with swirling fallen leaves. The people passing by also looked a bit sluggish. Zhu Yu yawned. As he never had a day when he wasn't hungry or tired. "Senior, I want to ask, why do you lose your creative inspiration? Is there something affecting you?" Zhu Yu was still very curious, because in Zhu Yu's eyes, Bai Chen was a very capable and perfect person, yet he had this troubling issue. Bai Chen wasn't wearing a hat, and the wind had messed up his hair, but his expression remained calm as ever. Zhu Yu suddenly noticed a mole behind Bai Chen's right ear. He stared at it for a few seconds before quickly looking away. Bai Chen seemed to be thinking, and after a moment, he said, "No, I don't think anything has affected me." Bai Chen added. Zhu Yu pressed his lips together, frowned, thought for a moment, and then spoke. "That's strange. Never mind, let's see what the professor and the others say," Zhu Yu thought to himself. He didn't want to use his brain any more than necessary, but even though he said that, he was still thinking about how to help Bai Chen. "Zhu Yu, you don't have to worry too much about my matters." Before Bai Chen could finish his sentence, Zhu Yu immediately interrupted him. "I told you, I don't like it when you say things like that." Zhu Yu angrily grabbed Bai Chen's wrist, making him stop and look him in the eye. "You've helped me so many times, and now it's finally my turn to help you, yet you always say things like this." Zhu Yu was so angry that both his hands instinctively went to his hips. That I am going to lose it. From this angle, Bai Chen thought Zhu Yu looked like an angry Samiet, a pink Samiet at that he chuckled again, the smile lines at the corners of his lips faint. He hurriedly reassured him, saying, don't be angry, don't be angry. Bai Chen repeated that if you want me not to be angry, then you need to promise me. Promise what? Promise you won't say things like that again. I promise I won't say things like that again. Bai Chen mimicked the way Zhu Yu had sworn earlier. Raising his hand and holding up 3 fingers, that's how it should be. Zhu Yu turned and walked ahead. By the way, my part-time job at the cafe is having an event tomorrow. You can come find me in the afternoon. I'll treat you to cake. Bai Chen took long strides to catch up, remembering that Zhu Yu had also mentioned his part-time job at the cafe yesterday, but since Zhu Yu had left in a hurry, Bai Chen hadn't asked any further. Do you earn your living expenses with your part-time job? Zhu Yu shook his head. No, I told you before, right? I made a mistake and was sent here, Zhu Yu explained. Also, my living expenses are controlled. My expenses are a little on the high side, Zhu Yu said, pinching a small distance between his thumb and pinky. The most important thing is. Zhu Yu raised his voice, emphasizing, white people's food is really awful. That's why I often go to Chinese restaurants, but Chinese food is expensive, and I still have Lu Bo to take care of. Chapter 11. Sketching. Bai Chen can cook for himself, and since he arrived in the UK, he's never eaten out, so he didn't know that the food here wasn't very good. This made him remember that one of his fans with a UK IP often commented on his works, saying that British food wasn't good. Many of the top comments were from that fan, who was lively and engaging, much like Zhu Yu's personality. The two of them walked side by side, with Zhu Yu talking the whole time. Once Zhu Yu started talking, he couldn't stop. Bai Chen just listened, finding it interesting to hear him talk non-stop. His lips curved into a smile the entire time without realizing it, until they finally parted ways when they reached the school. In the afternoon, Zhu Yu's class was going to the suburban park for a sketching session. The Western students in the class liked this course because their sketching method wasn't the typical outdoor training style, it was just a simple excursion to gather scenery and colors. For them, it was like going on a field trip, but Zhu Yu didn't really like it, because it took an hour by bus to get back from the suburbs. Every time he was on the way home, he was so hungry he felt like throwing up. There weren't any convenience stores or restaurants in the suburbs, and even white people's food was hard to come by. What a pity, Zhu Yu thought. Why do the British like to eat tasteless food so much? For this group assignment, well, keep the same groups as last class. Remember to find your group members. The female class monitor handed Zhu Yu a list of groups. It was strange. Zhu Yu was the only Chinese person in this class, but in other classes of the same major, there were many Chinese students. So, besides the professors, even the classmates took extra care of Zhu Yu. Okay, thank you. Zhu Yu smiled at her. Zhu Yu was too good-looking, with the typical appearance of a young aristocrat. The blonde, blue-eyed class monitor was so caught off guard by Zhu Yu's cheerful smile that she immediately blushed, her fair skin turning a shade of red. No need to thank me, the class monitor said as she walked away with the list. Zhu Yu took the list and followed the rest of the group onto the school bus. There were not only students from his class on the bus. Every time there was a sketching session, multiple classes and even students from other departments joined, so Zhu Yu didn't recognize everyone on the bus. Zhu Yu found a window seat and sat down. Just as he settled in and hadn't fastened his seatbelt yet, someone sitting next to him bumped into him quite hard. Zhu Yu was already annoyed about having to travel so far for sketching, and being bumped like this made him even more unwilling to show a pleasant expression. He frowned and looked at the person next to him, only to see the person bowing to him repeatedly. I am sorry, I'm sorry, are you alright? The person was speaking Chinese. I didn't do it on purpose. Zhu Yu's expression softened a little. When abroad, he always tried to be more tolerant with his fellow countrymen. Are you Chinese? Zhu Yu replied in Chinese. The person, still holding a sketch pad and apologizing with bows, froze when he heard Zhu Yu's voice. He looked up at Zhu Yu with curiosity. At the sight of his facial features, Zhu Yu confirmed it. He was indeed Chinese. I am Chinese. Are you mixed race? The boy asked, sounding a bit confused. Zhu Yu looked at him and asked, do I look like I'm mixed race? Sorry, you look too good, you really look like a mixed race person. the boy immediately apologized. After hearing this, Zhu Yu completely forgave him. Can I sit here? He was referring to sitting next to Zhu Yu. He cleared his throat twice and moved a little towards the window. Ahem, sure, the boy smiled and thanked Zhu Yu before sitting down beside him. My name is Chen Ding, what's your name? The boy had black hair, slightly messy, and a very youthful vibe. He had single eyelids, a clean and fresh look, and appeared neat and tidy. From the fact that he introduced himself first, it seemed that he was quite an outgoing person. My name is Zhu Yu. After introducing himself, Zhu Yu asked, I haven't seen you before. Are you in our department? No, I'm in the accounting department next door. Chen Ding grinned at Zhu Yu, revealing a row of neat white teeth. How did you from the accounting department end up sketching with us? Zhu Yu asked curiously. Chen Ding explained, I'm very interested in your major, and I happen to have no classes this afternoon, so I came along to audit the class. Zhu Yu nodded, but he was still puzzled. Then why didn't you study art? Since Zhu Ye's family supported whatever he chose to study unconditionally, he often made impulsive decisions. For you Lianhuan and the others, as long as Zhu Yu didn't cause trouble, they were fine with whatever he did. For example, when Zhu Yu wanted to quit high school and study painting, no one in his family opposed him. So, he thought that since Chen Ding liked it, he should have chosen this major, because doing art is too expensive. Chen Ding immediately shrugged and explained. Zhu Yu furrowed his brow. He felt a bit uncomfortable with what Chen Ding said, as if he was purposely waiting for Zhu Yu to ask him, so he could naturally respond with this answer. But, since Zhu Yu was abroad and always tended to trust his fellow countrymen, he didn't think much about it. All right, Zhu Yu said. When he came to the UK, his family had taken care of almost everything, and he seemed to never have looked into these costs. The window of the bus opened a crack, the car drove smoothly on the road, and the cool breeze blew in, brushing against Zhu Ye's light hair. His long eyelashes fluttered along with it. He had grown up in a large family like the Zhu family, and money had given him a noble air. Even though his life wasn't as lavish as before, his aura still remained. He and Chen Ding chatted casually. By the way, do you know where there's authentic and cheap Chinese food near our school? Halfway through the conversation, Chen Ding mentioned that he had come here to study last year. Zhu Yu immediately asked about his most pressing concern. Chen Ding thought for a moment and said, the nearby ones are all quite expensive. You could cook for yourself. Zhu Yu sighed. I don't know how to cook. Chen Ding looked at him and said, well, actually, I don't know where to find good Chinese food either. Chinese food here is generally expensive, and my pocket money isn't enough for eating out. So I cook for myself, he added. Zhu Yu replied, being able to cook for yourself is already impressive. I can never learn how to cook, otherwise I'd cook for myself every day. Well, if you were really short on money, you'd probably force yourself to learn. Chen Ding said. Zhu Yu frowned slightly. He didn't really like what Chen Ding said. How would Chen Ding know if he had tried? Before he could express his discomfort, Chen Ding continued, because I'm studying abroad part-time, I have to earn my own tuition, accommodation, and living expenses, so I had to learn how to cook. How much is the tuition? Zhu Yu didn't really have a clear concept of tuition and accommodation fees. Chen Ding looked at him in surprise, saying, 220,000 a year. You didn't know? Zhu Ye's ears perked up at this, and there was a look of shock in his eyes. He mentally calculated, how much braised chicken could he have with 220,000? He shook his head. Since my family took care of my admission, I don't really know. Is tuition really this expensive? In the past, Zhu Yu probably wouldn't have had much of a concept of money, but things were different now, and he could now understand how difficult it was to earn 220,000. Your family must be pretty well off then, huh? Chen Ding's tone had a bit of a probing feel. Zhu Yu didn't respond to this. He patted Chen Ding on the shoulder and complimented him, so you're really impressive. You earn all your money yourself. Zhu Yu was close to being overwhelmed by just the cost of living, and here was someone who had to work part-time to pay for tuition and accommodation fees. He had to admit, he really admired him. Chen Ding's voice became pitiful and humble, because my mom is sick, my dad abandoned us, and my grandfather is very old. His tone was so sorrowful and humble that anyone listening would inevitably feel pity for him. Sick mom, useless dad, old grandfather, poor family, broken self. He probably wanted Zhu Yu to feel sorry for him, but Zhu Yu was shocked. Then why did you come here to study? Wouldn't it be cheaper to go to university in China? Isn't it hard? Zhu Yu asked that he didn't mean anything else, he just didn't understand. And his tone wasn't malicious. But this misunderstanding and lack of malice made the other person feel embarrassed. Chen Ding's eyes, hidden behind his single eyelids, flashed with an odd light. He coughed twice, avoiding Zhu Yu's puzzled gaze, but Zhu Yu kept staring at him, seemingly waiting for his answer. Fortunately, the bus suddenly braked sharply, breaking the tension. Both of them were forced to lurch forward, and Zhu Yu quickly grabbed the handrail beside him to avoid hitting his head on the seat in front of him. The whole car was filled with screams, and Zhu Yu really wanted to curse that he wanted to say, "Can you even drive? If you can't drive, just get out and carry the car instead." But some enthusiastic British people in the car had already grabbed the mic. "You get ready to get off, our group is meeting first," shouted a British guy sitting in the front row, looking back at Zhu Yu. That was Ben, the group leader from last time. Since they were using the same group list, he was still the leader this time. "Okay, I'm getting off now," Zhu Yu responded, slinging his backpack on, and Chen Ding also got up to make way for him. "Goodbye, Chen Ding." Zhu Yu carried his backpack on one shoulder, holding his sketchpad in one hand, and got off the bus with the others. Chen Ding watched Zhu Yu's backpack closely. It had a prominent logo. The market price of this backpack was over 20,000, and Zhu Yu was using it to carry his drawing tools. Chen Ding quickly grabbed his backpack and caught up with Zhu Yu. "Zhu Yu, wait for me." Chen Ding jogged to Zhu Yu's side. Zhu Yu turned to look at him and asked, "What's up, can we add each other on WeChat?" Chen Ding pulled out his phone and explained, "I really like this major, and you're the first Chinese art major I've met. I want to get to know you. If I encounter something I don't understand, I'd like to ask you for advice," Chen Ding added. His face turning a little red as he scratched his head in embarrassment. Seeing that Zhu Yu was hesitating, Chen Ding quickly added, "Because you seem really capable, and I feel like asking you is no different than asking the professors. Plus, we're both Chinese, so it'll be much more convenient to communicate." This explanation convinced Zhu Yu, and he nodded. "Okay, you can scan my QR code." Zhu Yu pulled out his WeChat QR code. After adding each other on WeChat, Zhu Yu flipped through his moments in front of Chen Ding. He saw that Chen Ding posted many pictures of tea plantations, with the pinned post showing tea prices and such. Zhu Yu didn't know much about tea, so he skimmed through it and then curiously asked, "Does your family sell tea?" "Yes, my grandfather sells tea at home to supplement the family income," Chen Ding replied. Zhu Yu put his phone back in his pocket and asked, "So, do you know how to make tea?" "This I don't know," Chen Ding replied. Not understanding why Zhu Yu asked that, Zhu Yu immediately put his hands on his waist, looking proud as he said, "My senior knows how, he makes the best tea." Zhu Yu's expression was proud, as if he was talking about his own skills. A drop of unknown sweat slid down Chen Ding's face. He laughed awkwardly and said, Your senior seems pretty impressive." "Yes, and he's really good at cooking. The food he makes is also really delicious," Zhu Yu said proudly. Because he was talking to Chen Ding, Zhu Yu had fallen behind the group by quite a bit. Ben, who was at the front of the group, shouted at him, "You! Hurry up, I'm coming." This time, it was really time to say goodbye. Zhu Yu waved to Chen Ding and then, with long strides, caught up with the group. Chen Ding watched his back and took out his phone to send a voice message. "I've definitely hooked a big one. Do you know how much the backpack he's carrying costs?" Chapter 12. Dinner. The location for this sketching trip was different from the usual. The professor led the class deeper into the park. Pigeons flew over from the bell tower, the leaves rustled in the wind, and the sound of insects chirping came from the bushes. The noise from people around was too much, and Zhu Yu yawned several times, with tears welling up in the corners of his eyes that he felt like he might fall asleep while walking. Fortunately, the group stopped just before Zhu Yu actually fell asleep. The teacher leading them told them to disperse and sketch individually. In an instant, Zhu Yu was surrounded by the sounds of cheering and chattering. Zhu Yu followed his group to a quiet spot. From their vantage point, there was a particularly grand building beneath them, magnificent and awe-inspiring. Zhu Yu looked at it curiously for a few more moments, then found a spot with a great view and sat down. He took several pictures with his phone, but suddenly, a head popped into the frame. The person made a peace sign and showed a row of neatly arranged white teeth. It was his group leader, Ben.yu. I knew you'd be interested in this building, Ben said, sitting down next to Zhuyu with his sketchpad. Zhuyu was curious, what's the story behind this building? It's said to have been designed by a famous Chinese architect, and it's a really nice tourist spot, Ben said, handing his phone to Zhuyu. On the phone was a close-up image of the palace. This large building was a grand palace similar to Westminster Abbey. It combined both Eastern and Western architectural styles. Rose thorns climbed up the thick, ornate columns, with giant dragon murals carved into the columns. The red roses were both a decoration and a feature. The exterior walls and the palace's walls were made of red bricks, laid unevenly with bumps and dips. The palace had a Western architectural style, but there were low walls similar to those of the Forbidden City surrounding it. In front of the palace was a suspension bridge, but it was an ancient Chinese-style wooden plank bridge with chains. The overall layout adhered to Eastern symmetry aesthetics, with a classical atmosphere and Chinese mysticism, occupying a vast geographical location. In front of the palace, there was a huge pond, with a stone sculpture in the center. The name of the tourist spot was written at the bottom of the photo, Siging Palace. Zhuyu murmured softly, yes, it's really beautiful. Unfortunately, that architect only left this one building here before leaving, Ben said, his tone growing a little sad. He then looked at Zhuyu and said, I thought you'd like it, because I heard from a friend that during your Chinese festivals, many international students go there to visit. You're new here, so you probably don't know, right? Ben asked. Zhuyu nodded, yes. The suburbs are a bit far from the school. I've only visited the attractions around the school. Ben stood up and said, then take your time to enjoy it. I wish you can score high today. Zhuyu smiled at him. You too. Ben left with his sketchpad, and Zhuyu leaned his elbow on the sketchpad, resting his chin in one hand, intently observing the buildings at the foot of the mountain. He was an art student, and what amazed him about this palace was the color combination. He was drawn to this grand palace as soon as he saw it, and Zhuyu felt that everyone who saw this building would be stunned by it. Suddenly, Zhuyu thought of Bai Chen. He felt that Bai Chen would probably like it too. So, he picked up his phone and took a panoramic photo from a distance, but didn't immediately send it to Bai Chen. He put his phone back in his pocket, adjusted his sketchpad, and rummaged through his bag for his art tools. When Zhuyu was in China, his family hired a professional teacher to guide him in painting. Plus, he was personally interested in art, so finishing a quick sketch in 2 hours wasn't a big deal for him. He decided to paint Siging Palace and send it to Bai Chen. It was now early to mid-August, and the sky in London darkened quickly. For safety reasons, the teacher wouldn't let the students stay too long in the suburbs. Just as Zhuyu finished putting his painting tools away, the group leaders began calling roll and gathering their group members to prepare to leave. Zhuyu packed up his painting and tools and joined the group. Once on the bus, Zhuyu pulled out his phone and found Bai Chen on WeChat. Bai Chen's profile picture was very simply black image. Zhuyu tapped on his profile picture and studied it for a while, hoping to find some clue, but it was just an ordinary black image. Zhuyu looked at his reflection in the phone screen, fixed his hair that was blown askew by the wind, and then sent the photo he had just taken to Bai Chen. Zhuyu, Senior, what do you think of this building? While waiting for Bai Chen's reply, Zhuyu casually clicked into Bai Chen's moments. There weren't many posts, just a few from the past 7 or 8 years, and all of them were landscape photos with no captions. Such a boring person, Zhuyu thought. Actually, not boring. After all, Zhuyu felt very comfortable when interacting with Bai Chen. The phone vibrated slightly, and the message box popped up. Bai Chen had replied, Bai Chen, are you at a high place? Zhuyu was indeed at a high place. Not far from the edge was a cliff with no protective measures, but there was a teacher specifically guarding the edge of the cliff to ensure their safety. The photo Zhuyu took was somewhat misleading. From the photo, it looked like Zhuyu was right at the edge of the cliff. Zhuyu typed, yeah, we came out for sketching today. Omega. Bai Chen's reply came almost instantly. Be careful, Zhuyu. Got it, Zhuyu. I'm already on my way home. Don't worry, Zhuyu. You should check out the photo I sent you. What do you think? Bai Chen, it's impressive, very well designed. This was Bai Chen's feedback. He definitely wanted to say more than just this, because he had zoomed in and out of the photo many times, studying it closely. Zhuyu explained, right? I think so too, Zhuyu. my classmate told me this was designed by a very famous Chinese architect, Zhu Yu. One day, senior, you'll design such impressive buildings too, right? Bai Chen instinctively wanted to deny it, but since it was Zhu Yu, if he said anything self-deprecating or insecure in front of him, had turned back into an angry Samia. So Bai Chen deleted the words he typed and responded, I will. Zhu Yu was really happy when he saw those 3 words. He sent Bai Chen a voice message, saying, Senior, I have to rant to you, guess how far the place I went sketching to is from the school. Bai Chen had just finished class and was queuing for food at the cafeteria. After chatting with Zhu Yu in the morning, he decided to take the chance to eat at the cafeteria. Coincidentally, the professor for the second class in the afternoon had to leave early, so Bai Chen had time to go to the cafeteria. The food combinations at the cafeteria were quite strange, and Bai Chen found himself unusually choked by the chocolate mixed noodles in front of him that he grabbed his tray and went to another window, typing one-handed to reply to Zhu Yu, 10 kilometers, 10 kilometers. How far is that? Zhu Yu silently calculated in his mind and then typed, it takes an hour by bus. I'm already getting hungry. That was indeed quite far. Bai Chen changed to another window and asked the lady to add a serving of vegetable salad to his tray. Bai Chen, do you always eat at the school cafeteria? Zhu Yu, pretty much. As you can see, I can never learn how to cook, and I can't always eat fast food. So I do go to the cafeteria sometimes, Zhu Yu, but it really tastes awful, for some reason. Just from the text that Zhu Yu sent, Bai Chen could almost imagine the expression on Zhu Yu's face that he sat down at the table with his tray and took a photo of his dinner to send to Zhu Yu. A steamed potato, a serving of boiled broccoli, a vegetable salad, and some unknown yellow paste. Zhu Yu opened the photo, and the light from the phone hit his face. His vision blurred for a moment, and he recognized that this was the cafeteria food from the school. Zhu Yu, are you eating at the cafeteria? Bai Chen, Zhu Yu, aren't you supposed to know how to cook? Why are you eating such awful food? Bai Chen, I suddenly wanted to try the food here. Zhu Yu, it doesn't taste good, does it? Bai Chen took a bite of the vegetable salad. His usually calm and gentle face froze for a moment, and after a pause, he replied, it's not too bad, Zhu Yu. But it's not good either. Bai Chen sent a smiling emoji, then he typed, so, what are you going to eat tonight? Right, what to eat. Zhu Yu hadn't expected that the thing he would think about the most after coming to study in the UK was this. The cafeteria was probably the same as usual. He had made a mess cooking a few days ago, and Zhu Yu didn't want to cook again. After hesitating for a moment, he replied, he'll just buy some instant food from the supermarket downstairs. Zhu Yu, senior, I'm so pathetic. Zhu Yu, I'm going to pass out from hunger. Zhu Yu, fainting. Jpg Bai Chen looked at these messages, and his smile deepened. He then replied, so what do you want to eat now? As soon as Zhu Yu saw that sentence, he straightened his back. What do you mean by that, Zhu Yu? Are you feeling sorry for me, senior? Are you planning to help this poor soul? Zhu Yu, Zhu Yu, of course, if senior is willing to spare me a little bit of food, he'll do anything for you. Zhu Yu. Puppy winks. Jpg Bai Chen put down his chopsticks without hesitation. As you said, the cafeteria food isn't great. I plan to cook at home, he said. Zhu Yu's eyes lit up, and he quickly typed, Zhu Yu, will there be some for me? Zhu Yu, definitely, right? Zhu Yu, starry-eyed. Jpg Bai Chen stared at the message that came through, smiling as he slowly typed, there was always some for you, Zhu Yu, senior brother. You're the best. The 4 exclamation marks in one sentence were enough to show how excited and thrilled Zhu Yu was at that moment. Bai Chen gathered his tray and, walking out of the cafeteria, replied, but I don't have many ingredients at home right now. Will you eat if I cook tomato and egg noodles? Zhu Yu quickly responded, I'll eat. I'm not picky, I'm very easy to feed. Bai Chen, who was walking down the stairs, found it inconvenient to type, so he held the phone close to his mouth and sent a voice message to Zhu Yu, okay. Send me a message when you get back to school. On the bus, after hearing the voice message, Zhu Yu placed his hand over his chest and closed his eyes, feeling overwhelmed with happiness. Chapter 13, Conflict. It wasn't too late when Zhu Yu arrived at school. After sending a message to Bai Chen, he headed back to his apartment. He asked Bai Chen if there was anything he needed him to bring home, offering to help buy things. but Bai Chen said no and just reminded him to be safe on his way back. However, Zhu still made a quick stop at the supermarket. He actually wanted to buy something for Bai Chen, but his bank balance was as empty as his face. In the end, he just bought some cat food for Lu Bo and went back. That I am doing well here. The water in the pot hadn't boiled yet, and the whole room was eerily quiet, because the room was so empty. Bai Chen's voice echoed a little. From the phone speaker, a woman's gentle voice came through. Really? Your uncle and I are always worried about you, and you never want to tell us if something's bothering you. Don't worry too much. I can take care of myself. Bai Chen's voice was calm, gentle but not hurried, and there was no emotion in it, deep and steady. That we know you can take care of yourself. The woman's voice sounded helpless, but if you face any difficulties, you must tell your uncle and me, okay? Xiao Chen, that I know. Bai Chen lowered his eyelashes, his eyes darkening. He stared at the water in the pot, which was about to boil, as he responded, Xiao Chen, have you made any friends abroad? The woman asked with concern. Bai Chen turned his head and glanced at the living room door, perhaps looking through it at someone. He then looked away and said, I met one. He's also Chinese, another Chinese person. What's his personality like? Do you get along with him? Do they get along well? It should be yes, he thought. He felt no pressure when spending time with Zhu Yu. And he really enjoyed watching Zhu Yu eat the meals he made. This feeling was strange, so he definitely couldn't say it out loud that he has a great personality. We get along well, Bai Chen said. The woman replied, as long as you get along, that's good. I just worry about you being alone abroad, feeling lonely. Bai Chen heard her slight sobs and hurriedly said, Auntie, please don't worry. Everything's fine here, and I'll be home in a few months. It's just that I miss you, the woman said, recalling how, 2 years ago, when you went abroad to study, you were diagnosed with depression, which really scared us. She shuddered at the memory and quickly patted her chest to calm herself. Bai Chen's voice grew more serious. I'm sorry for making you worry. His words were full of apology. There's no need for all that sorry talk, we're family. Don't say that again, the woman said, her tone much firmer. Bai Chen instinctively apologized, sorry, Eno. He realized what he had just said and quickly corrected himself. After a few seconds of silence, they both started laughing. Bai Chen's laughter was low and soothing, while the laughter from the other side was gentle and loving. The scene looked incredibly warm. Auntie, when will you be home? It was 3 o'clock in the morning in China, and the reason the woman hadn't slept yet was because she was on her way back from a trip that in 2 hours, she replied, but I won't talk to you much longer. I'm planning to rest for a bit, she added. You should rest early too, okay? Got it, please be safe, Bai Chen responded, and just as the water in the pot started boiling, he heard a knock on the door. It must be Zhu Yu arriving home. After the phone call ended, Bai Chen put his phone away, turned off the stove, and opened the door to the living room. Senior Lu Ba's head was poking out, and the person holding him greeted Bai Chen cheerfully. Good evening, meow. Lu Bo also made a sound. Likely returning the greeting to Bai Chen. Zhu Yu must have gone home to change clothes because he wasn't wearing the same outfit he had on when they parted in the morning. That he was now in an orange one-piece dungaree, wearing a white shirt underneath, with a white shoulder bag at his waist, a sunflower brooch pinned to his chest, and his hair half-tied. Lu Bo was also dressed in orange clothes and had a pink bib on. Both pairs of bright, round eyes were focused on Bai Chen. This scene was cute. Bai Chen inhaled lightly. Here. Bai Chen stepped aside to make room for Zhu Yu, smiling warmly. Come on in. His voice was gentle. Thanks, senior brother. Zhu Yu cheerfully stepped into the room. Bai Chen turned on all the lights in the living room. You can sit on the sofa for a while. I'll go cook the noodles now. Do you need any help? I can wash the vegetables. Zhu Yu placed Lu Bo on the floor and volunteered. Bai Chen shook his head. No need. I've already prepared everything. There's tea on the table, you can drink it while you wait for me. All right. Zhu Yu obediently took off his shoulder bag and sat on the sofa. Bai Chen returned to the kitchen and turned the stove back on. The water, which was already boiling, quickly began to boil again. Zhu Yu looked around the living room. It was the same layout as when he first visited Bai Chen's house, minimalistic style, with dark tones throughout the room, and the only bright color was Zhu Yu sitting on the sofa. Ding dong. His phone vibrated, and he picked it up to see a message from Chen Ding, whom he had added earlier that day. Chen Ding, are you there? Do you have time now? I have a question I'd like to ask you. Do you happen to be free too? Go ahead. Chen Ding's question was about some key points in the art major, which wasn't difficult for Zhu Yu. He explained it clearly in a few sentences. Chen Ding, oh, I see. I understand now. Thank you. Zhu Yu poured himself a cup of tea, and the fragrance of the tea immediately filled the air. He slowly typed, no need to thank me, it wasn't really anything troublesome. Chen Ding, how can I not thank you? I can't let you help me for nothing, right? Chen Ding, how about this, do you like tea? I brought some tea leaves from home and haven't finished them, they'll send you some. Zhu Yu was sipping tea at that moment, though he didn't really know how to taste tea, that he would just gulp it all down in one go, not even letting it linger in his mouth before swallowing. So, he decided not to accept it. No need, I'm not really into tea. Keep it for yourself. After replying, Zhu Yu muted his phone and set it on the table, then looked at the tea cup beside him. The cup itself was a pure lead gray color, and the tea inside was still steaming, with a tea leaf floating on the surface. That he suddenly noticed the design of the cup. Then glanced around the room. After confirming that he didn't find what he was looking for, Zhu Yu got up and walked toward the kitchen. In the kitchen, the smell of hot oil filled the air, along with the sourness of the tomatoes and the fragrance of scrambled eggs. Zhu Yu almost forgot why he had entered the kitchen, distracted by the delicious aroma. Senior brother, Zhu Yu leaned close to Bai Chen. When Bai Chen was at home, he usually wore casual clothes, loose-fitting top and pants, but the apron cinched his waist, highlighting his perfect-shaped physique, with long legs that seemed almost unreal. His tall frame made the already small kitchen feel even more cramped. Zhu Yu stood beside him, a whole head shorter, and his body type was quite different. Bai Chen turned his head and noticed Zhu Yu had a hesitant look on his face, so he asked, "What's wrong? Do you have something to say?" Zhu Yu hesitated for a moment before nodding. Do you not like the teacup I gave you before? Zhu Yu asked cautiously, watching Bai Chen's profile. "That I like it very much." Bai Chen, though not understanding why Zhu Yu suddenly asked, nodded in response. "That in fact, Zhu Yu wasn't much younger than Bai Chen, but Bai Chen always felt that Zhu Yu had a childlike innocence in his nature. Zhu Yu's voice was soft, "But I don't think I've seen you use it." His tone sounded a bit gloomy, not happy. "You haven't used it?" Zhu Yu asked, chasing the subject. "Did you put it away?" He seemed upset, even a bit resentful, as Bai Chen could tell from Zhu Yu's tone and expression. "That I am sorry." Bai Chen put down the knife he was holding and explained, "We already bought some teacups at home, so I just put the one you gave me away." Zhu Yu mumbled softly, "You don't need to apologize to me, but..." He raised his voice, sounding dissatisfied, "Even if you don't use it, you should still display it. It's so beautiful, and it's one of a kind in the world." After speaking, Zhu Yu realized he had said something wrong. His eyes were shimmering with a transparent glint, and the cool breeze from the window ruffled his hair. It made him look so helpless. Why did he snap at the person next to him again? Why couldn't he control his temper? Bai Chen was so gentle, so kind to him. How could he get angry at Bai Chen like that? Zhu Yu pinched the edge of his pants, lowered his head, and apologized. "Senior, I'm sorry, but Bai Chen, beating him to it, said, "It's my fault, the gift you gave me, I should have taken it out. Putting it away might make you feel like I didn't value the gift you gave me." He analyzed the reason for Zhu Yu's sudden unhappiness logically, then asked in a soft voice, "Right?" His deep, soothing voice was low and mellow, with a rising tone at the end as if he were soothing a child. The truth was, Zhu Yu was no longer a child, but the gentler and more reasonable the other person's voice became, the more guilty Zhu Yu felt. That he shook his head and nodded again. "Brother, I didn't mean to blame you. That I know." Bai Chen lightly nodded, his eyes soft like water. "I've put the cup in the drawer of the storage rack over there. You can take it out, and you can place it wherever you like." Bai Chen pointed to where he kept the cup. Zhu Yu followed his hand and looked over. "Anywhere?" His eyes sparkled with surprise as he asked. "Yes, anywhere." Bai Chen nodded again. "You're right. It's so beautiful, and it's unique in the world. I should display it." Zhu Yu immediately smiled, his mood lifted again, and he happily exclaimed, "Then he'll go get it now." "All right." Bai Chen nodded. Actually, if Zhu Yu hadn't said anything tonight, Bai Chen would have taken it out in a couple of days and found a place for it, because every time he passed by that spot, he would think about the beautiful cup hidden in the drawer. Like something that glows being locked away in a dark box where no light can reach. Occasionally, when he would go into the drawer to grab something, he would see it. Little by little, Bai Chen started to feel that it would be better to display it, but before he could get around to doing that, Jiu had already found it. Jiu hummed a light tune as he took the porcelain cup that Bai Chen had kept in the drawer. The cup was in perfect condition. From the marks on it, it was clear that Bai Chen had never used it. Jiu carefully moved the deer antler ornament that was in the center of the storage rack to the side and placed the cup right in the middle. It looked out of place. And Jiu took half a step back and carefully examined it. Also, this thing wasn't even worth much. Placing it in the middle lowered the entire shelf's aesthetic, so Jiu decided to pick up the porcelain cup again, planning to move the deer antler ornament back to the center, but just as he did, the porcelain cup in his hand was suddenly taken away by a hand that reached out from the side, and a warm presence followed closely behind him. The fragrance of locust blossoms wafted through the air, and the tall figure behind him shielded all the light around Jiu. It felt as though Bai Chen had embraced him, with Bai Chen's scent surrounding him. The towering figure made Jiu feel like he was entirely in shadow. Bai Chen's voice sounded next to his ear. "Let's leave it here," very fitting. The magnetic voice entered Jiu's ears, causing his heart to resonate, his heartstrings vibrating with a light tremor. Chapter 14, Xiao Yuan. So, this brightly colored porcelain cup was placed in the position that Bai Chen thought was the most suitable. Jiu pressed his hand to his chest, his pupils slowly dilating with the increasing beat of his heart. "Oh my, why is it beating so fast, little heart, don't break on me." Bai Chen stepped back, and the sense of pressure, along with the fragrance of locust blossoms, faded away. "What's wrong? Did I scare you?" Seeing Jiu clutching his chest, his cheeks flushed, and his ears nearly the same color as his hair, Bai Chen's low, magnetic voice once again gently pierced Jiu's ear. Just a little bit. Jiu's voice was a bit shaky, as he didn't even know why he was reacting like this. Just after speaking, he smelled the aroma of scrambled eggs with tomatoes drifting from the dining table, mixed with the fragrance of chopped green onions. Jiu looked over. There, on the table, were 2 bowls of tomato egg noodles that Bai Chen had placed. The red tomatoes had been sautéed into a rich broth, and then the half-cooked, bright yellow eggs were added. After stirring, warm salted water was poured in, boiled, and the noodles, previously cooked and soaked in cold water, were added. The broth was reduced on low heat, and then seasoning, chopped green onions, and the steaming noodles were added. A bowl of noodles, perfect in color, aroma, and taste. Jiu's dark pupils reflected the noodles on the table, and he asked Bai Chen a redundant question. "Is it already done?" "Yes, it's done. You can eat now." Bai Chen nodded, stepping aside to give Jiu space. Jiu looked up at Bai Chen, his eyes full of shock and admiration, his tone full of worship. "Senior brother, you're so fast." It seems like there might be some ambiguity. Jiu realized what he had just said, quickly waved his hand to clarify. "Brother, I didn't mean it like that." Bai Chen hadn't thought much of it, but Jiu's attempt to clarify made him think elsewhere. Ahem. Bai Chen raised his hand to his lips, clearing his throat twice, looking somewhat awkward. "I understand. See, when you explain, you end up thinking more about it." Jiu silently mocked himself, probably affected by his own words. Jiu's gaze unconsciously drifted towards Bai Chen, and as he looked up, he met Bai Chen's confused eyes. His already pink cheeks instantly turned bright red. "It's a bit hot." Jiu raised his hand to fan his face, an action that seemed to make things more obvious. "Well, let's eat, or the noodles will get soggy." Bai Chen's voice trembled slightly. After speaking, he loosened his apron, which had been tied a little too tightly. Upon hearing the words eat, Jiu immediately pushed all his worries aside. "Who cares, now that it's come to this, let's eat first, okay?" Jiu quickly ran to the dining table and naturally sat down across from Bai Chen. Bai Chen followed and sat down as well. "Can I start eating now?" Jiu asked, picking up his chopsticks, still checking with the host. "Go ahead." Bai Chen nodded, pouring a glass of cold water for Jiu and placing it on his right side. Jiu didn't hold back at all as he began to pick up the noodles and bring them to his mouth. The soft noodles soaked up the broth, And the fragrance of the scallion oil immediately spread in his mouth. Soon after, the sourness of the tomatoes followed, and the taste of the eggs wasn't as strong. The noodles had a great texture, and the flavors blended together perfectly, completely satisfying his taste buds. That it was just a bit hot. The noodles, already cooked, had essentially been stir-fried again in Zhuyu's mouth. As expected, the heat made Zhuyu tear up. With teary eyes, he grabbed the cold water next to him and started drinking it quickly. Baichen smiled silently, unable to help but advise, eat slowly, there's more in the kitchen. Zhuyu covered his face, feeling so embarrassed. What's wrong? Seeing that Zhuyu didn't take his hand away or speak, Baichen asked with concern. Zhuyu replied in despair, I just need a moment. It's a bit embarrassing. The tuft of hair on his head, which had been standing tall, also drooped down. Baichen's lips still curled up. It's okay. It's not embarrassing. That he refilled Zhuyu's water. Okay. Zhuyu had learned his lesson. He picked up a bundle of noodles, blew on them to cool them down, and then fed them to himself. Zhuyu ate silently, without making a sound. The steam rising from the bowl surrounded him, and he was enveloped in a white mist. Thin sweat appeared on his forehead and neck, and his lips, slightly reddened from the hot noodles, looked moist. Senior, you're really good at cooking, Zhuyu said after swallowing the food in his mouth. Since I met you, I feel like every day is a lucky day. How so? Baichen asked, curious. Zhuyu finished swallowing his noodles before answering, I found a part-time job, made some new friends, and the report I wrote last month got a high score overall, a lot of good things. At this point, his bowl was almost empty. Baichen fixed his gaze, quietly watching Zhuyu eat. His eating habits were no different from those of an ordinary person. And if one had to point something out, it was that he ate a bit faster. But even so, his manner of eating was far from sloppy. It was actually quite pleasing to the eye. The steady beating of Baichen's heart began to quicken. He could clearly feel that his heartbeat was different from usual, and that inexplicable sense of satisfaction surged up again. That he parted his thin lips, hesitated for a moment, then asked, is it delicious? Zhuyu was still bringing noodles to his mouth, but his left hand had already raised. He gave Baichen a thumbs up and nodded in agreement. Super delicious. Senior, I want to follow you forever and ever. Zhuyu looked up, his eyes sparkling. A light sheen of sweat clung to his bangs at the corners of his forehead, and there were traces of soup at the corners of his lips. That so beautiful, and so dazzling. His eyes were bright and shining. His sincere and earnest gaze unexpectedly met Baichen's, and for a moment, Zhuyu froze. He realized that Baichen seemed to be looking at him with a kind of expectant gaze, but before Zhuyu could get a clearer look, Baichen quickly shifted his eyes away. Zhuyu thought it was just his imagination and didn't think too much about it, continuing to focus on his meal. Seeing that Zhuyu's bowl was nearly empty, Baichen lifted his lashes and looked at him, asking, do you want more? There's still some left in the kitchen. Yes. Zhuyu quickly drank the remaining soup from his bowl and handed it over with both hands. Baichen went into the kitchen and scooped the remaining noodles from the pot into Zhuyu's bowl. When he turned around to look at Zhuyu, he found that Zhuyu was no longer at the table. Zhuyu, it's ready, he called out, walking to the table. Zhuyu's voice came from the sofa, it'll be right there. Baichen saw Zhuyu rummaging through the bag he had brought. After a few seconds, Zhuyu took out a rolled-up sheet of drawing paper. This. Zhuyu pulled up the strap of his overalls, ran over to the table, and unrolled the drawing for Baichen to see. I want to give this to you. This was a sketch he had done earlier today while out painting. Because it was a quick sketch, the details weren't handled very well, but it certainly captured the features of the Siging Palace. The drawing was also in color. It didn't quite match the color scheme of Baichen's home. Did you draw this yourself? Baichen asked, his voice slightly husky. Zhuyu nodded, rolled the drawing back up, and handed it to Baichen, saying, because you've helped me so many times, and you've let me eat with you so many times, I think sending that cup isn't enough, but right now I don't have any money, so I can't buy you something more valuable or presentable. Zhuyu wanted to say that he couldn't give Baichen a more meaningful or impressive gift right now. But Baichen interrupted him just in time. It's enough, the gifts you gave me are all great. I really like them, Baichen said, placing the drawing he was holding aside, his voice as gentle as always. Really? Do you not think that I haven't put much thought into our friendship? Zhuyu leaned his arms on the table, looking up at Baichen with an innocent expression. almost like an elementary school student waiting for the teacher's words. Bai Chen's gaze lingered on Zhu Ye's face, his expression soft, with a faint smile at the corners of his lips, and the dimples on his cheeks resembling ripples in water. "What's going on today? You seem to have something more to say." Zhu Yu was taken aback, blinking and hesitating. "Is it that obvious?" "Yeah, very obvious." Bai Chen nodded seriously. "Okay." Zhu Yu pulled his hands under the table, nervously fiddling with his fingers. "Actually, I have a small request. You've seen my cooking skills, and to be honest, I've really been trying, but I always fail." Zhu Yu sighed deeply. Then mustered up some courage. "I was wondering, would it be okay if I take responsibility for buying the groceries for both of us, and when you're cooking, you could just make a portion for me too? It doesn't have to be often. Just occasionally." Zhu Yu quickly added this part, "Please." Senior Zhu Yu drew out the last word, raising his hands, making a congratulations gesture with his fists, and shaking them on the table, showing a pleading expression. "Starry-eyed JPG that I want, just take advantage. I can wash dishes, Lu Bo can act cute, and I can." Zhu Yu desperately searched his mind for things he and Lu Bo could do for Bai Chen that are so cute. Bai Chen felt that calling a guy cute was usually inappropriate, but if it was Zhu Yu, it couldn't be more fitting. Looking at the furrowed brows of Zhu Yu, who was tangled up in his own nervousness, Bai Chen couldn't help but laugh. Bai Chen smiled so widely that his eyes curved into crescent shapes. Zhu Yu didn't know why Bai Chen was laughing. But seeing him so happy, Zhu Yu couldn't help but laugh along. The two at the dining table laughed so deeply that they almost forgot where they were. After a long while, Bai Chen finally managed to calm his laughter. "Okay," Bai Chen nodded, agreeing to Zhu Ye's small request. Then he asked, "So the thing that's been bothering you all night is this, huh? How did you know I was troubled all night?" Zhu Yu asked in surprise, curiosity flashing in his eyes. "Secret." Bai Chen replied with just one word, that in fact, there was no secret to it. Zhu Ye's eyes couldn't hide his inner thoughts. When Bai Chen first saw him in the evening, he could tell that Zhu Yu had something on his mind that is so secretive. Zhu Yu huffed lightly before picking up his chopsticks. Like he did at home, he habitually wanted to poke at the noodles in his bowl, but seeing how delicious they looked, he couldn't bring himself to ruin them. "But, senior brother, you just agreed, didn't you?" Zhu Yu looked up at Bai Chen again. "I did, actually. You don't have to do anything, because when you gave me a gift before, we were already friends. To me, if someone is a friend." Bai Chen's usually gloomy eyes seemed to brighten slightly. "That's enough." He emphasized those last two words, and Zhu Ye's ears twitched slightly. Hearing this made him really happy. "So it's settled then. If I want to eat your cooking, he'll message you, then buy groceries and bring them to your place. Sound good?" Zhu Yu asked. Bai Chen nodded. "No problem." Zhu Ye's eyes lit up. "Do you know how to cook everything?" Bai Chen hesitated for a moment before replying uncertainly. "I think so, actually. I'll eat whatever you make. I'm not picky at all, really easy to take care of." Zhu Yu was confident in his stomach. He could eat anything except plain white people food. "All right then, are easy to feed, not picky." Bai Chen trailed off. Come to think of it, he didn't actually know how to properly address Zhu Yu. He seemed like a little kid. But calling him that didn't feel quite right. Noticing Bai Chen's hesitation, Zhu Yu quickly supplied, "Xiao Yu, that's what my friends call me." Bai Chen repeated the name in his mind before saying, "All right then, are easy to feed, not picky." "Xiao Yu, hurry up and eat your noodles. They're getting soggy." My noodles." Only now noticing, the person sitting across from Bai Chen let out a dramatic cry. After dinner, Zhu Yu enthusiastically volunteered to help Bai Chen wash the dishes. As usual, he took on the task of drying. The two of them chatted idly as they worked. "Oh, right, Zhu Yu." Bai Chen suddenly remembered something. "What is it?" Zhu Yu yawned as he asked. After eating his fill, Zhu Yu felt sleepy. He seriously suspected he had a sensitivity to carbon dioxide. Bai Chen said, "I have a food tutorial account online that I might record tutorial videos from time to time and upload them, and I also live stream on Friday nights. Would you mind?" Bai Chen asked while observing Zhu Ye's reaction. Zhu Yu froze midwipe seriously. He just told him that outright, without any hesitation. He was tempted to just say, "I already know your secret identity," but can I ask for your ID? Zhu Yu pretended to be shocked. His acting is clumsy but effective, Bai Chen had no intention of hiding it. Since Zhu Yu would find out sooner or later, he might as well tell him himself that he wiped the water off his hands on his apron, took out his phone, scrolled a bit, and then showed his account to Zhu Yu, Bai, Zhe. Zhu Yu read the name out slowly, then lifted his gaze to look at Bai Chen. All right. I'll follow you as soon as I get home, Bai Chen coughed lightly. Had to admit, hearing someone close to him say his online identity out loud felt a little embarrassing. After washing the dishes, Zhu Yu framed the painting he had gifted Bai Chen and hung it in a prominent spot right by the entrance. So it would be the first thing anyone saw when they walked in. Zhu Yu said it was so that Bai Chen would remember him whenever he saw it. Bai Chen replied that he would remember Zhu Yu even without the painting, but in the end, he still allowed Zhu Yu to hang it on the wall near the door. Then, the two of them sat cross-legged in front of the coffee table, letting their food digest. Lu Bo had eaten before heading out, so he wasn't being too noisy. However, he kept trying to get into Bai Chen's arms, and Zhu Yu couldn't pull him away no matter how hard he tried. It's fine, I'll hold him. Bai Chen scratched under Lu Bo's chin. Seriously, Lu Bo. When Han Jianzhu wanted to hold you before, you refused, but now you insist on squeezing into his arms. Zhu Yu huffed. He reached over to pinch Lu Bo's cheek fur, enunciating each word clearly. Tre. Tor. Tu. Friends. Bai Chen let out a helpless laugh. What do you mean, traitor to friends? Zhu Yu answered matter-of-factly. Because you're handsome. I mean, I'm not bad-looking either, but maybe it's because you can cook that he likes sticking to you more. Zhu Yu rested one arm on the coffee table, tilting his head to lay against it. His eyes seemed to sparkle, like stars shining bright. As he spoke, he continued to playfully tease Lu Bo in Bai Chen's arms. Bai Chen's gaze lingered on Zhu Yu's exposed right ear, where a dark black ear stud glinted coldly under the light. After a long pause, he slowly retracted his gaze and pulled out the design plans from under the coffee table. He asked Zhu Yu, you don't mind, do you? Zhu Yu shook his head, then propped himself up and leaned in closer to Bai Chen. The two of them were now very close, their scents camellia and locust blossoms blending together. Bai Chen was briefly dazed, but Zhu Yu seemed completely unaware. Looking at the architectural design draft in Bai Chen's hands, Zhu Yu furrowed his elegant brows and said, this design, I saw it last time when I came to your place to borrow oil. Bai Chen nodded. Yes, my professor asked me to design the landscaping around his villa. Zhu Yu suddenly understood and slowly nodded. Then, looking at Bai Chen, he asked, do you have any ideas yet? Bai Chen's voice was calm. I don't know, are you not satisfied with the current design? Zhu Yu asked, puzzled. Do you think it's good enough? Bai Chen countered. Zhu Yu blinked and pushed himself slightly closer to Bai Chen, reducing the space between them. You want me to say it? Yeah. Zhu Yu raised his hand, gesturing a small gap between his thumb and index finger. I feel like something's a little off. I can't pinpoint exactly what, but it looks a bit out of place. Resting his face in his hands, he stared directly at Bai Chen. But I'm not in your field of study, so just take it as some random feedback. Chapter 15, Thump. Thump. Bai Chen's expression was serious as he shook his head. Your opinion matters too. I know this design draft isn't good enough. My time. He mumbled something after that, but it was so unclear that Zhu Yu couldn't make out what he said. Professor Vera is retiring soon. I want to finish this design and give it to him before he leaves. Zhu Yu had many questions in his heart, but he tactfully chose not to ask. He felt that every time Bai Chen talked about himself, there was a sadness hidden in his eyes, as if he carried many secrets Zhu Yu couldn't understand, nor was he good at trying to. He wanted Bai Chen to speak about them on his own, but that probably wasn't going to happen. Bai Chen began revising the design draft. Zhu Yu obediently lay on the table, staring at him with wide, round eyes. It was a near-perfect face from the brows and eyes to the bridge of his nose, and the shape of his lips smooth, well-defined. His thick eyelashes trembled lightly. Like butterfly wings, Bai Chen was undoubtedly gentle, yet there was also a cold, distant air about him. Zhu Yu felt that this coldness came from years of solitude. In the days they had known each other, they had talked a lot about many things, about the past. But only Zhu Yu did. Bai Chen never spoke of his own past. He never mentioned his friends either. Baichen furrowed his brows deeply, his full attention on the design draft pinned beneath his hand. Both of them were silent. Even though Zhu Ye's reaction time was usually slow, he still understood the weight of his words that if even an outsider like him, someone with no background in architecture, could see there was something wrong, then this design draft must be seriously flawed. Senior brother, what exactly is holding you back? Zhu Ye's gaze lingered on Baichen's strong hands, the veins faintly visible beneath his skin. As time passed, he raised a hand to cover his mouth and let out a yawn that he reached for a blank sheet of paper on the table, grabbed a sharpened pencil from Baichen's pen holder, and lowered his head to start drawing. The room remained quiet. Even Lu Bo, who was nestled in Baichen's lap, surprisingly stayed still. About 15 minutes later Zhu Yu pushed the finished sketch toward Baichen. Baichen's hand paused, and he followed the movement to look at the drawing. Senior brother, don't frown so much. Zhu Yu said with a slow smile. On the paper was a pencil sketch of Baichen, capturing him just as he had looked while drawing earlier. His posture, his features, everything was identical. The only difference, Baichen's gaze landed on the spot between his brows in the drawing. In the sketch, his expression was relaxed. His brows were no longer furrowed. He looked softer. He heard Zhu Yu say, frowning will drive away good luck. A faint buzzing sound. A slight ringing in his ears. Thump. Thump, 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 thump. A single leaf drifted onto the still water, sending ripples outward in circles. A few days later, Baichen arranged a meeting with Professors Myra and Vera, and Zhu Yu tagged along. Zhu Yu asked what he could do to help Baichen or how he could be of assistance. However, after reviewing Baichen's revised but still imperfect design draft, the two professors did not give any clear guidance. They only told them to continue working together. Over time, Baichen would come to understand what needed to be done. Now, not only Zhu Yu but even Baichen was left utterly confused. Some Westerners believe that a person's environment could shape them. If someone as naturally infectious as Zhu Yu was by Baichen's side, then perhaps Baichen would gradually change as well. Unfortunately, neither of them knew that. After seeing the professors off, the two of them walked shoulder to shoulder back to their apartment. It was mid-autumn festival back home. But in London, it was a rainy day. A light drizzle had been falling all afternoon and only stopped as evening approached. The streets were damp, the air carried the scent of decaying leaves and wet earth. Not exactly pleasant, but not unpleasant either. Zhu Yu was dressed warmly. He had been weak as a child and had grown into someone highly sensitive to the cold. Now, while Baichen was only wearing a trench coat, Zhu Yu was already bundled up in a wool coat. His cheeks were flushed red from the cold wind, and every time he spoke to Baichen, he would yawn. His eyes welled up with reflexive tears, making him look adorably sleepy. Didn't sleep well last night? Baichen handed him a piece of mint gum. Zhu Yu took it, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. The cool minty sensation spread from his mouth down to his lungs, clearing his drowsy mind. After a moment, he finally answered. I had tea last night. I was still one. Counting sheep is a common expression referring to a mental trick people use to try to fall asleep, imagining sheep jumping over a fence one by one to lull themselves into drowsiness. Counting sheep at 4 in the morning. Tea at my place? Baichen asked. Zhu Yu had eaten dinner at his place last night, but as far as he remembered, he hadn't drunk much of the tea Baichen had made. Zhu Yu shook his head, looking drained. No, you didn't let me drink too much last night. Remember, it's a new Chinese friend I made. His family sells tea. Zhu Yu yawned, squeezing out a tear from the corner of his eye. Baichen noticed that the tongue stud on the tip of Zhu Ye's tongue had changed. It was a deeper color than the previous one, gleaming with a blue, fish scale-like sheen. The shape was that of a bone. A little dog holding a bone in its mouth. As soon as this thought crossed Baichen's mind, his pupils suddenly contracted. The color of his irises deepening. Even his breathing became slightly uneven. He quickly looked away. Zhu Yu didn't notice a thing. He continued explaining leisurely, I helped him out with something before, and he insisted on giving me some tea as thanks. I figured it was a kind gesture, so I accepted it. Last night, just as I was about to sleep, he asked me to try his tea and give him some feedback. I ended up drinking a big cup, and in the end, I didn't sleep the whole night. Zhu Yu spread his hands helplessly. His skin was already pale, so his dark circles were even more pronounced from the lack of sleep. Even his hair color looked duller. Bai Chen stared at the pink crown of Zhu Ye's head for a moment before pulling himself back to the conversation. His family sells tea, but they don't know that drinking too much at night can cause insomnia. Why did he still urge you to drink it? Zhu hadn't even thought about it. No idea that he shook his head. And his soft pink hair swayed with the motion, like a Samoyed shaking off water droplets. Maybe he just really wanted my opinion. After thinking for a moment, Zhu let out a small wail. I was planning to go home and sleep, but now I feel kind of hungry. Bai Chen looked at him and said, it's Mid-Autumn Festival back home today that I bought flour to make mooncakes that I also got corn and pork ribs. Go back and rest for a bit. Come over later for dinner. London didn't celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival, but the Chinese people in London made sure to celebrate it themselves. Zhu had seemingly been waiting for Bai Chen's last sentence. The moment Bai Chen finished speaking, he immediately nodded and responded, food, food. But you should have discussed it with me last night. Didn't we agree that I'd buy the groceries? Judging by his tone, there was a hint of complaint in his voice. Bai Chen explained. It was a last-minute decision, next time for sure. Zhu was amused by this. He wanted to say that for someone who always looked so serious, senior brother Bai actually had a playful side. But then again, he figured Bai Chen might have genuinely meant what he said that in any case. Zhu didn't say anything more and simply nodded. Alright, then, senior, last time our shop had an event, but you said you were busy and couldn't come. You should have time next Tuesday, right? Come find me then. I want to treat you to cake, and I also want to introduce you to Sister Chloe and the others. You're my best friend. The last time Zhu invited Bai Chen had to write a sudden project report and couldn't make it. Zhu was heartbroken about it for a long time, because he had saved the prettiest little cake just for Bai Chen, but then Bai Chen sent him a message saying he couldn't come. Furious, Zhu ate the cake all by himself, but once he finished it, he wasn't mad anymore, maybe because the cake put him in a good mood. Or maybe because Zhu felt that he simply couldn't stay mad at Bai Chen. Bai Chen recalled his schedule for that day. He had no classes in the afternoon, but every Tuesday afternoon, he had to meet someone. He wasn't sure how long that would take. Since he couldn't give a definite answer, he said, I'll try to finish my business before you get off work. Alright. Zhu yawned again. When they got home, Zhu originally wanted to help Bai Chen with something, but since it was Friday, Bai Chen had to live stream. Zhu definitely couldn't show up on camera. As he opened the door, Zhu said, from now on, I won't come over on Fridays. I'll wait until your stream is over before coming. Why? Bai Chen didn't quite understand. Zhu turned around and looked up at him, explaining, because you're streaming. If your fans accidentally find out someone else is in your house and misunderstand, you'll lose followers. Misunderstand what? Bai Chen genuinely didn't get it. His eyes were full of confusion. Zhu gestured with his hands. Misunderstand that I'm your lover or someone close to you? After saying that, his ears and face turned a little red, but the hallway lighting wasn't very bright, and Bai Chen's tall frame blocked most of the light from reaching Zhu, so he didn't notice. Bai Chen understood now. So that's what Zhu was concerned about. Thank you for thinking about that for me. Bai Chen's voice was calm and low. But I never set up a single persona. I'm just a food content creator. That's true. From the very first time Zhu watched Bai Chen's live streams, Bai Chen had never talked about his personal life. He barely spoke at all, barely interacted with the cha. The only replied when someone asked a cooking-related question, then are you still coming over? Bai Chen's tone was strangely tentative, almost cautious. Zhu put his hands on his hips, looking justified and confident. Of course, they'll come over after I give Lu Bo a bath. Zhu said as he opened the door. Just as the words left his mouth, the dusty gray Lu Bo let out a loud meow and bolted outside. Zhu hadn't even reacted before Lu Bo crashed into him, spinning him around on the spot. Bai Chen quickly reached out and steadied Zhu by the arm. Lu Bo. Zhu was furious, nearly bristling with anger, and the little tuft of hair on his head wobbled along with him. He lowered his head to look for the cat, but the meowing came from above. Zhu looked up and found himself staring right into the eyes of Lu Bo, who was now nestled in Bai Chen's arms. Get down here. You haven't had a bath in ages. He was genuinely worried that once Lu Bo jumped off Bai Chen, his white hoodie would be covered in paw prints. Jiu reached out to grab Lu Bo by the scruff of his neck, but the cat clung tightly to Bai Chen's clothes. Refusing to let go, Bai Chen smiled helplessly. It's fine. Go grab the pet shampoo. You can wash him at my place if you want. How could I? That'll dirty your bathroom. Zhu Yu shook his head and continued trying to pry Lu Bo off Bai Chen. Bai Chen reassured him gently, it's really fine. I can just clean up afterward, meow. Lu Bo let out a soft cry as if echoing Bai Chen's sentiment. Seeing that Lu Bo had no intention of letting go, Zhu Yu finally sighed in defeat. All right then. Zhu Yu let out a resigned sigh. Bai Chen chuckled, his eyes curving slightly. I'll take him inside first. Zhu Yu was still upset. He threw a few playful air punches at Lu Bo. Lu Bo, you're driving me crazy. I'm gonna send you off to live as a stray. Still grumbling, he went back to his place and gathered the pet shampoo, a pet dryer, and even one of Lu Bo's little pajamas. By the time he arrived at Bai Chen's place, Lu Bo had already gotten down from Bai Chen's arms. The cat was now sitting on the sofa, happily playing with a cat treat stick that Bai Chen was holding. Huh? Senior, you even bought cat treats? Zhu Yu placed his things on the table. Bai Chen explained, there are a lot of stray cats downstairs. I feed them from time to time. Zhu Yu suddenly recalled the stray cat he used to feed. The last time he went looking for it, someone had already fed it before him. A thought crossed his mind, but he didn't say it out loud. That he bent down and scooped Lu Bo up from the floor. When are you starting your live stream? Bai Chen glanced at his watch. In about 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Lu Bo has thick fur and a tough hide. There's no way I can finish in 10 minutes. Zhu Yu thought for a moment before adding, you go start your stream. Our bathroom is pretty soundproof. Just close the door, and it'll be fine. Lu Bo is really quiet during baths, so he won't disturb you. Bai Chen hesitated. Are you sure you can handle it alone? He was someone who kept his promises. And since he had committed to a weekly live stream, he wouldn't delay or cancel it without a good reason. Zhu Yu looked at him. Of course, this isn't my first time giving Lu Bo a bath. He made an okay gesture with his hand. All right. Bai Chen felt a little more at ease. After adjusting the water temperature for Zhu Yu, he said, tonight's live stream is about making mooncakes, so it won't take too long. Once you're done bathing Lu Bo, you can come out. It's fine. Zhu Yu hummed in response and urged him, hurry up. Your fans are getting impatient. That he was partly speaking for himself, since he always made sure to be on time for Bai Chen's Friday live streams. Bai Chen nodded. Standing by the door, he glanced back at Zhu Yu, who was undressing Lu Bo, then pressed his lips together slightly before quietly closing the door. Zhu Yu quickly stripped Lu Bo of his clothes in one go, gave his chubby but a light pat, and muttered under his breath. I don't even have the energy to scold you. Chapter 16, Unexpected. Testing the water temperature, Zhu Yu began scrubbing Lu Bo. Lu Bo was chubby and had a lot of fur, so giving him a bath was like scrubbing laundry, a massive undertaking. Within minutes, Zhu Yu was panting from exhaustion, water splashed all over him, and with the bathroom door closed, the steam from the hot water quickly made his skin flush pink. Even the fine hairs on his body were dampened by the mist, making him look completely soaked. Why can't you bathe yourself? Zhu Yu dragged over a small stool and plopped down onto it. Lu Bo let out a soft meow. Outside, Bai Chen's voice could be faintly heard. His live stream had started. To be honest, Zhu Yu really wanted to watch it. He decided to finish up quickly so he could sneak into the live stream later. Fortunately, Lu Bo was well behaved during his bath, and even when Zhu Yu used the blow dryer on him, nothing unexpected happened. The blow dryer was quiet. And the bathroom remained peaceful. Just as Lu Bo's fur was about halfway dry, Zhu Yu's phone rang from his pocket. That he turned off the blow dryer and glanced at the screen. It was a WeChat call from Zhu Ting that he wasn't planning to answer, but just then, a drop of water dripped from his wet hair and landed directly on the answer button. The next second, Zhu Ting's perpetually icy face appeared on the screen. Zhu Yu. Zhu Ting called his name. Since he had already picked up, there was no point in hanging up now. What do you want? Zhu Yu muttered, his eyelashes drooping slightly. He held the phone in one hand while using the other to smooth out Lu Bo's messy fur. Zhu Ting studied him carefully through the screen. Judging by the background, he was in a bathroom. His damp bangs clung to his forehead, but overall, he seemed to be in good spirits. What are you doing? Zhu Ting asked, giving the cat a bath. Zhu replied, how have you been? Zhu Ting nodded slightly before continuing his questioning. Since Bai Chen's live stream was happening just outside, Zhu deliberately lowered his voice. Thanks to you, the job suits me perfectly. At least I won't starve to death for now. Even though his voice was quiet, Zhu Ting still picked up on his sarcastic tone. You're not at your dorm. Zhu Ting didn't seem particularly bothered by his attitude. He was used to his younger brother's temper, but as brothers who had come from the same womb, Zhu Ting could more or less guess what was going on just by looking at Zhu Ye's expression and demeanor. I am in my dorm, Zhu insisted stubbornly. Worried that Zhu Ting might notice more details, he simply flipped his phone over onto his lap, screen down. Zhu Ting saw through his lie but didn't expose him. How's the weather in London? It's alright. How's school? Also alright. Zhu only answered what was asked, nothing more. By the way. Zhu suddenly picked up his phone and turned the camera toward himself. What is it? Zhu Ting asked. Zhu, say hello to Long Outyan. He saw Zhu Ting hesitate for a moment. Then, through the phone speaker, Zhu Ting's detached voice came through, dog, dog. He repeated it with a completely expressionless face. For some reason, the way he said it felt oddly eerie. Zhu instantly got mad. His face darkened. Are you crazy? He has a name. His name is Long Outyan. Zhu Ting's expression remained rigid. I can't bring myself to say that. He had no idea what kind of novel or drama Zhu had been watching, or if he was just naturally terrible at naming things, but the pets in their family all had bizarre names. The parrot was called Chui Chui, the turtle was Fu Goe, which weren't too bad, but this golden retriever being named Long Outyan was just too much for Zhu Ting to accept. Hearing Zhu Ting's refusal, Zhu was about to explode again until the next second. When a very cute golden retriever appeared on screen, the dog's tail wagged like a spinning top, its big, watery eyes shining with excitement. Its tongue hung out as it panted, sending out warm breaths. The moment it saw Zhu on the phone, it immediately started barking, overwhelmed with excitement. Long Outyan. I'm not home. Has anyone been bullying you? Zhu Ye's voice turned high-pitched with affection. Long Outyan had thick and beautiful golden fur that gleamed brilliantly. At the sound of Zhu Ye's voice, he couldn't help but spin in circles, barking happily at the camera, his eyes filled with joy. Meow. Suddenly, Lu Bo, who had been quietly sitting by Zhu Ye's feet, let out a low meow. Zhu, then, from the phone, Long Aotian's barking came through again. Woof. Woof. Woof, meow, meow, meow. Lu Bo responded. Were they seriously communicating across species through the phone now? Lu Bo, keep your voice down. Zhu turned his phone volume to the lowest setting, lowering his voice to warn Lu Bo, but Long Outyan was still barking through the phone, and Lu Bo at his feet kept meowing back. The commotion was getting out of control. Judging by the situation, the conversation had failed, and now they were just arguing. Zhu hurriedly scooped up Lu Bo's shoe. Don't let them hear you. Then, he quickly ended the call. Zhu Ting stared at his now black phone screen, falling into deep thought. Zhu was hiding in the bathroom. Zhu was speaking in a deliberately hushed voice. Zhu had said there were people outside Zhu. Without hesitation, he sent a message overseas. Look into everyone around Zhu. Zhu Ting, focus on anyone who might be his partner. Meanwhile, in the blink of an eye, Lu Bo had already darted to the door. It must have been scared by Long Aotian's barking, because now it was frantically scratching at the bathroom door, trying to escape. Its cries were particularly tragic. Zhu scrambled after Lu Bo. But in the chaos, he accidentally knocked the shower handle. The shower head at his feet started flailing around like a wild snake, spraying hot water everywhere. A hot rain poured down from the ceiling, drenching Zhu into a soggy mess, his skin turning a flushed pink. Worried about disturbing Bai Chen's live stream outside, Zhu didn't even have time to turn off the water. He focused on calming Lu Bo first, scooping him into his arms. Don't be scared, don't be scared. Zhu Ye's voice had never been this gentle before. Lu Bo had been bullied by stray dogs when he was still a stray himself. Maybe this had triggered him. Zhu knew how to soothe him. Long Outyan is a good dog. He's saved lots of cats before. Kneeling on the ground, Jiu hunched forward to shield Lu Bo from the falling water, gently stroking his head. Bang, the bathroom door swung open, the rich aroma of mooncakes and the comforting scent of corn and pork rib soup drifted inside. Mixing with the fragrance of pet shampoo, did something happen? Bai Chen stood at the doorway, an apron tied around his waist, the same blue one he had worn when they first met. As soon as the door opened, the out-of-control showerhead sprayed water onto him as well. Jiu quickly pressed down on the showerhead with one hand, redirecting the water toward the bathtub. Then, lowering his voice, he explained, "My brother called me just now." The barking from our family's dog startled him. Jiu was completely drenched, his face flushed from the heat of the water. Droplets trickled from the ends of his wet hair, sliding past his eyebrows, down his thick lashes, and along his jawline. His soaked clothes clung to his skin, emphasizing his slender figure. His chest rose and fell with each breath, and his waist was so thin that there was barely any flesh on it, and yet toned. But somehow, the sight was still alluring. Bai Chen's expression darkened slightly. His Adam's apple shifting involuntarily. "Senior brother, help me." Zhu Ye's eyes were wet, his voice softened by the steam, sticky and delicate. He looked utterly pitiful. "All right." Bai Chen responded, his voice inexplicably hoarse, that he stepped forward and turned off the shower, finally silencing the rushing water. Behind him, Jiu was still coaxing Lu Bo. "It's okay now, it's okay." Bai Chen grabbed a dry towel and wrapped Lu Bo in it. Jiu looked at him and asked, "Did you finish your live stream?" "Just ended," Bai Chen replied. Jiu hesitated, his tone cautious and worried. "I didn't mess up your live stream, did I?" After all, there had been quite a commotion in the bathroom. He wasn't sure if it had affected Bai Chen's stream. Bai Chen shook his head. "No, get up first," he added. "You're completely soaked. Go change your clothes. I'll dry Lu Bo's fur." Just as Bai Chen finished speaking, Jiu sneezed. Earlier, with the bathroom door closed, the heat had been trapped inside. So he hadn't felt cold. But now that the door was open, the cool air rushed in, making goosebumps rise along his neck. Bai Chen instinctively grabbed a bathrobe from nearby and draped it over Zhu. Then, using one arm, he lifted Lu Bo. The cat was actually quite heavy, and with its fur completely soaked, it weighed even more. Zhu could barely hold him for long with one hand, which showed just how strong Bai Chen was. Zhu found himself momentarily impressed. With his other hand, Bai Chen helped Zhu up, but before he could steady himself, Zhu suddenly hissed in pain. "What's wrong?" Bai Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately let go. Zhu turned his wrist over. At some point, Lu Bo, startled earlier, had scratched his forearm. Both Lu Bo and Zhu were vaccinated, so there was no risk of infection. But the fresh blood mixed with the running water, leaving a patch of red on his arm. The wound looked unexpectedly harsh and jagged. Bai Chen's brows instantly furrowed. "Let me treat your wound first." That he took Zhu Ye's uninjured wrist and led him out of the bathroom. Zhu noticed that the live stream equipment in the kitchen hadn't even been put away. So Bai Chen must have come straight to the bathroom the moment his stream ended. "Achoo." Zhu shook his head, sending droplets flying. "Dry Lu Bo first. If he catches a cold, it'll be expensive to treat." Zhu grabbed the pet hairdryer. Bai Chen took it from him without hesitation. "I'll do it in a bit, let me bandage your wound first. It won't take long." His voice was calm, but for some reason, Zhu felt like he was a little angry. "All right." Zhu didn't argue. Bai Chen brought over a first aid kit and sat down beside him. Since Zhu was completely soaked, Bai Chen turned on the heater to keep him from catching a cold and even draped a blanket over his shoulders. Zhu had once casually mentioned that he had been in poor health as a child. Bai Chen had remembered it ever since, though Zhu himself didn't seem to care much about it. While Bai Chen bandaged his wound, Zhu used his free hand to dry Lu Bo with a towel. By now, Lu Bo had finally calmed down. Cats couldn't stand being wet, so he had been licking his fur so much that his tongue was probably cramping. His Zhu flinched as his arm tensed up. Bai Chen's hand froze. He lifted his gaze to Zhu and asked with guilt, "Sorry, did I hurt you?" Zhu pressed his lips together in a smile. "Senior, just blow on it, and it won't hurt anymore." He raised his arm slightly, bringing the wound closer to Bai Chen's lips. Bai Chen looked at Zhu with an unreadable expression. Zhu tilted his chin up, as if completely justified in his request, and, as if under some spell, Bai Chen actually lowered his head and gently blew on the wound that a cool breeze brushed over the cut, sending a strange, tingling sensation through Zhu Ye's heart that he didn't think too much about, it just naturally enjoyed Bai Chen's tenderness. All done. Bai Chen's movements were quick and gentle. Zhu Yu turned his wrist over to inspect the bandaged wound and casually praised, "Senior, your skills are amazing." Bai Chen took Lu Bo from Zhu Ye's arms. "Enough talking. Go change your clothes, got it?" Zhu Yu stood up, flashing a bright smile. After Zhu Yu left, Bai Chen carried Lu Bo to the entryway, plugged in the hairdryer, and began drying the cat's fur. Meanwhile, back at his place, Zhu Yu quickly dug out a set of autumn-winter pajamas from his wardrobe. They were plush and thick. A light brown set, with a small white Samoyed dog printed on the chest. That he hurriedly dried his hair, tidied it up in front of the bathroom mirror, and then left the room. Chapter 17. Seeking guidance. When Zhu Yu arrived at Bai Chen's home, Lu Bo had already been dried off and was now wearing the outfit Zhu Yu had brought over. The cat was crouched by the sofa, eating canned food. Zhu Yu shut the door behind him, then walked over and ruffled Lu Bo's fur into a mess before turning his gaze toward the kitchen. Bai Chen was busy in the kitchen. Zhu Yu stared at his back, broad, solid, and exuding a deep sense of security. The overhead light was almost touching his head. Zhu Yu stood up and quietly approached Bai Chen. Since Bai Chen had also gotten wet earlier in the bathroom, he had changed his clothes. He was now wearing a black turtleneck sweater that fit snugly, making his shoulders look even broader. His sleeves were rolled up, revealing well-defined forearm muscles. The apron hung loosely around his waist. His hair was half dry, and the back of his neck was unexpectedly fair. Zhu Yu observed closely and noticed a small mole behind Bai Chen's right ear. There was an inherent pressure in Bai Chen's presence, the kind that came from a mature man's raw masculinity. It was impossible to hide. Zhu Yu stared at Bai Chen's back, feeling an inexplicable nervousness. His original plan was to sneak up on Bai Chen and startle him, but before he could act, Bai Chen spoke first. "That I made some brown sugar ginger tea. Since you're already in the kitchen, have some before we eat." Zhu Yu was startled. "Senior." He patted his chest, then hopped to Bai Chen's side and tilted his head to look at him. "How did you know I was here?" "I guessed." Bai Chen was kneading dough, the veins on the back of his hands subtly visible. The blood vessels in his forearms expanded and contracted. Full of strength. "Boring." Zhu Yu stuck out his tongue and let his gaze wander downward. The turtleneck sweater Bai Chen was wearing reached just above his Adam's apple. The veins in his neck ran downward until they disappeared beneath the collar. Because the sweater was snug, the contours of his chest muscles were clearly defined, solid, sculpted, like slabs of stone. This sweater somehow made Bai Chen, who was already gentle, appear even more warm and domesticated. A true manman. Zhu Ye's mouth fell open unconsciously, his pupils even dilated slightly. He shook his head in amazement. Zhu had never been good at hiding his thoughts, but his gaze wasn't the kind that made people uncomfortable. There was no inappropriate scrutiny, just straightforward appreciation. Bai Chen had been stared at like this many times before, but Zhu Ye's gaze was the only one without any malice. Bai Chen let out a deliberately light cough, keeping his gaze forward. "What are you looking at?" Zhu Yu blinked, his expression open and honest. "Looking at you." Well, at least he was straightforward. Bai Chen's hands momentarily stiffened as he kneaded the dough. "Looking at me? Yeah, senior." Zhu Yu raised his hands and gestured in front of his chest. "How did you train this?" Bai Chen was silent for a few seconds. "I trained for a long time. That if I start training now, when will I be able to reach your level?" Zhu Yu asked. Bai Chen paused his work, turned to face Zhu Yu, and studied him. Zhu Yu quickly placed his hands on his waist, straightened his back, and tried to make himself look as tall and strong as possible, even though, in front of Bai Chen, he still looked like a malnourished little puppy. Maybe a very long time. Bai Chen didn't want to say anything that would discourage him. Zhu Yu confidently declared, "I can stick with it. If nothing else, I have great perseverance." Once he trained himself to be tall and mighty overseas, he would return home and completely amaze his family. No more being easily lifted by Zhu Ting, no more being overpowered by the bodyguards. Everyone would look up to him. Ha ha ha! Just the thought of it made Zhu Yu grin uncontrollably. Bai Chen could tell exactly what Zhu Yu was imagining. The corner of his lips curved up slightly, like he was secretly laughing. "The first step is cutting carbs. You'll also have to give up those cakes you love, and stop eating so recklessly, and you'll also have to quit. Bai Chen might have been giving real advice, but he was also watching Zhu Ye's expression out of the corner of his eye. With every sentence, Zhu Ye's face darkened a little more. Zhu Yu was feeling awful just hearing this. He quickly raised a hand in a silencing gesture. Senior, stop talking that I quit. Zhu Yu gave up without hesitation. Bai Chen chuckled. As if he had expected this outcome all along, he didn't mock Zhu Yu. Instead, he said, all right. Then have this bowl of brown sugar ginger tea. The seasons are changing in London, and you got wet tonight. Be careful not to catch the flu. I don't like ginger tea. Zhu Yu shook his head in refusal. It was as if Bai Chen had already predicted that too. Without even looking up, he said, if you drink it, it'll make you a cake tonight. What kind? At the mention of food, Zhu Ye's eyes immediately lit up. Bai Chen, one you'll definitely like. Zhu Yu grinned so wide his cheeks almost hurt. Since Senior Bai has spoken, he'll reluctantly drink a bowl. Amidst the scent of brown sugar ginger tea, Zhu Yu also caught the aroma of stewed pork ribs and mooncakes in the kitchen. He walked around Bai Chen and reached the pot of stewed pork ribs. Just as he was about to lift the lid for a peek, Bai Chen grabbed his hand. It's hot, Bai Chen warned. Zhu Yu blinked. Oh. Got it, but he still couldn't resist sneaking a glance inside the pot. Bai Chen sighed with a helpless smile. Finish your brown sugar ginger tea first, then you can eat, okay? Zhu Yu felt delighted. Bai Chen had made various flavors of mooncakes, meat floss and salted egg yolk, durian snow skin, red bean paste, mung bean paste, lava custard. Zhu Yu pointed at each one and asked, and Bai Chen answered accordingly, Senior, I'm going to die of happiness. If the world ends tomorrow, I won't have any regrets. Zhu Yu clutched his chest as he gazed at the plate full of mooncakes, unable to stop himself from leaning closer to Bai Chen. Bai Chen chuckled. Aren't you a little too easy to please? That's just human nature. Zhu Yu didn't think he was exaggerating at all. More than 20 minutes later, Bai Chen's dining table was filled with food. 4 plates of mooncakes, a large pot of corn and pork rib soup, and right in front of Zhu Yu sat a palm-sized molten chocolate cake. Senior. I'm digging in. Zhu Yu gripped his spoon, eyes shining with anticipation as he looked at Bai Chen. Bai Chen took off his apron and sat across from Zhu Yu. He nodded. It's fine if you can't finish the cake, but eat more pork ribs and corn. The mooncakes can last a couple of days. Zhu Yu raised a hand, wagging his index finger confidently. You're underestimating me. Can finish everything. After declaring that, he stretched over to grab the spoon near Bai Chen's hand, scooped a big bite of cake, and offered it to him. Senior, you take the first bite. Bai Chen didn't want to reject Zhu Ye's kind gesture, but he never ate such high-calorie foods at night. He shook his head. Too many calories, not even one bite. Is fitness really that strict? Zhu Yu didn't work out and didn't understand all the rules. Bai Chen considered for a moment and said, it's not just because of fitness. He paused, as if something crossed his mind, then continued. I'm just not very fond of sweets. There are actually people who don't like desserts. Zhu Yu muttered, keeping Bai Chen's spoon for himself and handing over his own unused one. Then he asked, if I treat you to a small cake next Tuesday, will you eat it? Bai Chen pressed his lips together in a smile. If it's just once, it's fine. Hearing this made Zhu Yu really happy. It made him feel that in his friendship with Bai Chen, he was valued too. So, he stuffed the entire spoonful of cake into his mouth. The outer layer was slightly crisp, the chocolate flavor was rich, and the molten chocolate inside was still a bit hot. It wasn't overly sweet, just the perfect level of sweetness that Zhu Yu liked. How is it? Bai Chen asked. Zhu Yu nodded, his eyes practically sparkling. Delicious, this is the best cake I've ever had. He scooped another spoonful and ate it. So good. His emotional appreciation was spot on. Bai Chen chuckled. Don't eat too much. Save some room for mooncakes and pork ribs. Zhu Yu nodded. Seeing Bai Chen pick up his bowl to serve soup, he quickly said, wait, let me take a picture first. Zhu Yu pulled out his phone, stood up, and started snapping away. All done. Zhu Yu sat back down. Bai Chen handed him a bowl of soup. Try it. Zhu Yu was overwhelmed with happiness. grinning so much that it felt like a dream. One thing at a time. He'll finish the cake first. True to his word, Zhu Yu completely cleared the table of food. Watching him, Bai Chen couldn't help but feel that Zhu Yu's appetite didn't match his physique at all. Some people just don't gain weight no matter how much they eat, and Zhu Yu was one of them. His family had gone through multiple nutritionists, and at least, they had managed to help him grow taller. Senior, since you cook so well, do you make the meals at home too? Zhu Yu asked, swirling the last bit of pork rib soup in his bowl. He looked satisfied, drinking it much more slowly now. Bai Chen shook his head. I told you before, you're the first person to eat my cooking. Zhu Yu grinned. Looks like those scam calls were right. I really am the luckiest person alive. When we go back home, if you can't find a suitable job, come work for me. I'll pay you. Zhu Yu quickly ran through the balance in his bank account. 100,000 a month, and all you have to do is cook for me, but I still hope you find a job you truly like, preferably one related to your field. Bai Chen assumed Zhu Yu was just joking to amuse him. He remained calm, smiled faintly, and didn't say anything. After speaking, Zhu Yu lifted his bowl and drank every last drop of soup. The pork rib soup had a rich meaty aroma, but the dominant taste was the natural sweetness of fresh corn, followed by the savoriness of the pork and scallions. The flavor was perfectly balanced, not too salty, not too bland. The carrot chunks practically melted in his mouth. It was a bowl bigger than his face. There were still some mooncakes left in the kitchen, but Zhu Yu was completely stuffed. Bai Chen said he would pack them in a gift box and send some to Professor Vera and the others. Can you pack a little for me too? I want to give some to Han Jianju. Zhu Yu looked at him with bright eyes. Han Jianju had always treated Zhu Yu well. The two of them used to go to Huasha Street often to eat Vietnamese pho together, but later, that restaurant closed down. When that happened, he and Han Jianju hugged and cried about it for days. Later, Han Jianju's mother, who was from northeast China, came to visit him in London and brought a lot of homemade pickled vegetables and dry biscuits. Han Jianju shared some with Zhu Yu. Now, it was Zhu Yu's turn to return the favor. Of course, he couldn't just take Bai Chen's mooncakes for free, so he quickly added, tomorrow I'll buy you a small cake to thank you. Just as he finished speaking, Bai Chen took another gift box from the cabinet. Instead of responding to Zhu Yu's words, he casually asked, Han Jianju, are you too close? He seemed to be asking offhandedly, his expression as calm as usual. Zhu Yu didn't think much of it and answered honestly, we're pretty close, but we're in different majors, so we don't spend that much time together. I see. Bai Chen handed the packed gift box to Zhu Yu and added, there's still a little left, take it home to eat, okay? I'll bring you a small cake tomorrow. Zhu Yu accepted both neatly wrapped gift boxes. Didn't you say you treat me to cake next Tuesday? Just count that one instead. Bai Chen was good at considering things from others' perspectives. His past experiences had made him someone who instinctively prioritized putting himself in others' shoes. He knew that Zhu Yu didn't have a lot of living expenses and had to rely on part-time jobs to make ends meet every month. Living costs in London were high. A small cake the size of a palm could cost over 100 RMB. He didn't want Zhu Yu to spend that much money on him, especially because of someone else that he wasn't sure why. Alright, then. Remembering that Bai Chen didn't really like sweets, Zhu Yu didn't insist, but he secretly swore that next Tuesday, he would save the prettiest and most delicious little cake for Bai Chen. After dinner, Zhu Yu was ready to go home. Bai Chen walked him to the door. Zhu Yu hugged Lu Bo and turned back to say goodnight to Bai Chen. Good night, senior. Then he gave Lu Bo's chubby but a pat. Lu Bo. Say goodnight, meow. Lu Bo meowed and then stuck out his tongue to lick his lips. Whenever Zhu Yu ate at Bai Chen's house, he and Lu Bo would always say goodbye to Bai Chen before leaving. This had already become a habit for Bai Chen. He raised his hand and smiled in response. Good night, Xiao Yu. It was the afternoon, and Zhu Yu was walking with Han Jianju toward the cafe where he worked part-time. Han Jianju was holding the box of mooncakes that Zhu Yu had given him. Even after a night had passed, the fragrant and crispy scent of the mooncakes hadn't faded at all. Han Jianju took a deep sniff through the box and curiously asked, so, this pastry was made by your neighbor, your senior? His Mandarin was still not very fluent. Zhu Yu put his hands on his hips, feeling proud on Bai Chen's behalf. Yep, then he's amazing. Han Jianzhu looked genuinely impressed. Since Zhu Yu had a part-time shift at the cafe after class, Han Jianzhu decided to walk with him, taking the chance to check out Zhu Ye's workplace. That was how the two of them ended up heading there together. That he treats you really how good, huh? Han Jianzhu sighed. Almost the entire floor of their building knew that a great cook had moved in, because Bai Chen's delicious cooking smells weren't just limited to Zhu Ye's apartment, but he hadn't expected that Zhu Yu actually knew this person and that they seemed to be on good terms. Yeah, it seems like he's been really nice to me ever since we met. Zhu Yu mumbled after thinking back on it. Han Jianzhu was surprised. He was this how good to you right from the start? Zhu Yu nodded. Han Jianzhu narrowed his eyes at him and slowly guessed, word by word, does he like you? Chapter 18, a scam. How is that possible? Zhu Yu frowned. We just met. Han Jianzhu also furrowed his brows in frustration and replied, then it's love at first sight. What about me is so worthy of love at first sight? Zhu Yu spread his hands, looking utterly helpless. Besides, I'm completely broke right now. Han Jianzhu carefully examined Zhu Ye's face. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Zhu Yu looked better than most people in his country who had undergone cosmetic surgery. So, it was highly unlikely that someone was after his money. Your face. Han Jianzhu answered firmly. Zhu Yu pondered for a moment before speaking up on Bai Chen's behalf. He doesn't seem like such a shallow person. Alright, overall, it seems like you've got a serious filter on him. Han Jianzhu switched to English as he spoke. Zhu Yu immediately refuted, I do not. That if you got to know him, you'd realize he's a really gentle person. As he spoke, he seemed to drift into his memories, and his smile gradually deepened. Han Jianzhu waved his hand in exasperation. You're beyond saving. Zhu Yu didn't respond. As they chatted, they arrived at the cafe, after seating Han Jianzhu at a windowside table. Zhu Yu quickly went to the back to change into his work uniform and started his shift. Han Jianzhu had something to do in the afternoon, so he left after finishing his coffee. Since it was a weekday, the cafe wasn't too busy, and customers trickled in sporadically. Zhu Yu had some free time, so he slacked off in the back, playing Subway Surfers for abit.yu, coffee for table 12. Chloe called for him from the front counter. Zhu Yu put away his phone. Got it. That he carried the coffee to table 12, and as he set it down, the person at the table took the cup and thanked him. The voice sounded familiar. Zhu Yu looked up and locked eyes with the customer. Zhu Yu. The customer exclaimed in surprise, calling out his name. Zhu Yu. Chen Ding, yeah, it's me. You're working part-time here. Chen Ding's gaze swept over Zhu Ye's uniform from head to toe. Zhu Yu nodded. Yep. You didn't expect that, huh? Chen Ding knew all too well about these rich young masters like Zhu Yu studying abroad, getting bored, and looking for something to do. Serving coffee and shoes worth tens of thousands, just like those rich kids who drive Rolls Royces for fun, moonlight as cab drivers, or deliver food on high-end motorcycles. Yeah, I really didn't see that coming. Chen Ding nodded in agreement. Zhu Yu, take your time with your coffee. I'll get back to work. Chen Ding quickly called out. Zhu Yu turned back. What is it? If you're not too busy, can you sit and chat with me for a bit? Chen Ding's eyes and tone carried a hint of pleading. That I don't really have many friends, and running into you here today makes me really happy. Chen Ding continued. Zhu Yu hesitated, then turned to Chloe for approval. Chloe nodded, so Zhu Yu set down his tray and took a seat across from Chen Ding. What do you want to talk about? Chen Ding hesitated before asking, that tea I gave you before, how was it? It was fine. But I already told you I'd give you feedback after drinking it in the morning. You insisted I drink it at night, and I ended up staying awake until 4 in the morning. Zhu Yu pursed his lips, his tone slightly helpless but without any blame. Chen Ding quickly apologized. Sorry, I was just really eager to hear your opinion. Zhu Yu habitually picked up the coffee beside him and took a small sip. Why does my opinion matter so much to you? Chen Ding watched in shock as Zhu Yu lifted the very coffee that he had ordered and took a sip. Zhu Yu froze, following Chen Ding's gaze. He looked down at the cup in his hands. Zhu Yu ah. He immediately jumped up and put the coffee back down, looking apologetic. Sorry. I grabbed it without thinking. I'll go order you another one. Zhu Yu turned, ready to get a replacement. Chen Ding quickly stopped him. No need. Just consider it my treat. You couldn't sleep after drinking my tea that night, right? It's not your fault. I was greedy and drank a whole big cup myself. Zhu Yu said, feeling a little embarrassed. Chen Ding asked, so, did you think the tea was good? It was okay. Since Zhu Yu didn't know much about tea, he could only give a neutral response, but it seemed like Chen Ding had been waiting for exactly that answer. Then do you want more? Chen Ding asked. Zhu Yu immediately shook his head. Had had enough sleepless nights until 4 in the morning, was it not good? Chen Ding pressed. No, it was pretty good. Zhu Yu replied that I was thinking, if you like it, you could buy some from me. Since we're friends, I'd give you the lowest possible price. Chen Ding said. Zhu Yu took a sip of his coffee. What would I do with so much tea? If I had that money, I'd rather spend it on some Vietnamese pho. That explanation actually made sense. Chen Ding was clearly thrown off for a moment. Yu. There's a customer. Chloe called out, got it. Zhu Yu replied that he turned back to Chen Ding. I'll make it up to you with another cup of coffee later. With that, Zhu Yu got up and walked toward the front counter. Chen Ding watched his figure disappear before pulling out his phone from his pocket. Chen Ding, damn it, isn't he supposed to be rich? What a stingy bastard. 001, didn't you say you could reel in this big fish? Chen Ding, what do you know? I refuse to believe I won't get a single cent out of him. 001, just don't screw this up. Chen Ding, relax, I won't. I've got a plan B. Chen Ding put his phone away. His gaze fell on Zhu Yu, who was busy at the counter. A rich second-generation kid, draped in designer brands, using the latest smartphone, exuding wealth from head to toe, too flashy, too eye-catching. Of course, even if he wasn't after Zhu Yu's money, just for Zhu Yu's face alone, Chen Ding wouldn't mind tricking him into his hands just to have some fun, after all. This Zhu Yu didn't seem very smart. A few minutes later, the cafe quieted down again, and Zhu Yu brought over a cup of coffee. Hey, race the coffee I owe you. Zhu Yu sat across from Chen Ding. Thanks. Chen Ding said, the coffee was quite expensive, but since Zhu Yu worked there, he got a staff discount. Zhu Yu picked up his unfinished coffee and downed the rest in one go. Watching his actions, Chen Ding asked, do you like coffee? Zhu Yu shook his head. Not really. He didn't dislike it, but he definitely wouldn't say he liked it. It was way too bitter. Life was already bitter enough. Of course, he had to eat something sweet to comfort himself. Zhu Yu, I have an idea. Chen Ding decided to cast another line. Can you give me some advice? Zhu Yu nodded. Sure, what do you think about selling tea in the UK? Chen Ding asked. Zhu Yu frowned. He had finally moved on from the topic of tea. Why was it coming up again? Was Chen Ding some kind of tea spirit? I don't know. Zhu Yu looked at him. Do British people like tea? That's why I'm asking for your opinion. Chen Ding said, then should I ask my British friends for you? Zhu Yu offered, when you're abroad, you should help your fellow countrymen whenever you can. Zhu Yu had a huge bias in favor of Chinese people living overseas. If you could, that would be great. Chen Ding's eyes were filled with gratitude. I already asked my friends here, and they seem to like it. Zhu Yu took out his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and found a few British friends he was on good terms with. Zhu Yu, do you guys like drinking tea? He sent the question to a group chat. It was such a random question that, sure enough, the first replies he got were all. Zhu Yu only started receiving responses after explaining his question. Most of the replies were along the lines of it's okay. Then, he suddenly remembered, weren't they pretty fond of black tea? That was the most imported type, right? He wasn't entirely sure, but overall, it seemed like they found it acceptable. Zhu Yu put his phone back in his pocket and looked at Chen Ding. They all said it's alright. Then what do you think about me starting a tea business in the UK? Chen Ding asked excitedly. Zhu Yu let out a small sigh. He actually understood where Chen Ding was coming from. Unlike himself, who only needed to worry about his own expenses, Chen Ding, who was the same age as him, was in a completely different situation. A sick mother, an aging grandfather, and what else was there? Making money wasn't shameful. If anything, Zhu Yu admired him for it. Chen Ding was overjoyed, nearly failing to conceal his victorious smile. But fortunately, Zhu Yu was simple-minded and didn't think too much about it. But Zhu Yu, I might need to borrow some money from you, Chen Ding said, looking embarrassed. I don't mean anything else by it. Just enough to cover the shipping fees. I don't have that much money on hand right now, and the shipping costs for getting the tea sent from home are pretty high. However, in the next second, the embarrassed look shifted from Chending's face to Zhu. Yes, because I had no money, right now. Zhu was living paycheck to paycheck, earning money from his part-time job during the day and then spending it all at night, starting over from zero the next morning. His monthly allowance arrived at the beginning of the month and was completely spent by the end of the first week. Savings. Ha! What a joke that he didn't have a cent to his name. His 4 pockets were emptier than his face was pale. Seeing Zhu hesitate, Chending thought his sudden request had made Zhu suspicious, so he quickly added, "Of course, I can write you an IOU, Zhu. You're one of the few Chinese people I've met here who truly supports me," he continued, putting on a pitiful act. "You're the only one who can help me." Zhu really wanted to help him, but did he really look like a rich person? Even his hair was dyed by himself because barbershops here were outrageously expensive. "Chending, I really want to help you," but Zhu looked troubled. "My family controls my allowance, otherwise, why would I even be working a part-time job here?" Zhu said helplessly. Chending calmly stared into Zhu's eyes, trying to spot any hint of a lie, but it was clear Zhu wasn't lying. "Too's that so?" Chending let out a dry cough, clearly unwilling to give up. Zhu's expression was sincere. "Yeah, I really can't help you." Chending lowered his eyelids, his eyes flickering slightly. His tone was sorrowful, and his entire demeanor was weighed down by gloom. "I really had no other choice but to come to you for help. My mom has to be hospitalized again soon. And the money I make from my part-time job here is nowhere near enough." Chending's voice trembled. Zhu saw his shoulders shake, then watched as he covered his face with both hands, seemingly overcome with sorrow. If he wasn't completely out of options, he probably wouldn't ask others for help, right? Having grown up under the protection of the Zhu family, Zhu had never seen the darker sides of human nature. He couldn't tell good people from bad, and on top of that, he had a soft heart. Seeing Chending so distressed over his family's situation, Zhu couldn't help but furrow his brows. Actually, Zhu could get his hands on some money, but he didn't fully trust Chending. After all, they hadn't known each other for long. Aside from the fact that Chending was named Chending, he knew nothing else about him, but at the same time, Zhu felt that he shouldn't assume the worst about a fellow countryman. Chending had it so rough, his family situation was tough. If helping him could truly solve his family's problems, then maybe it wasn't impossible. Zhu struggled internally for a long time before finally reaching out and lightly tapping Chending's arm. "I can help you, but don't lie to me." Zhu fixed his gaze firmly on him. For a brief moment, Chending's hand visibly stiffened, and a sharp glint flashed through his eyes, but Zhu didn't notice any of it. "Zhu, I actually understand your concerns. We haven't known each other for long, after all. If I were in your position, I probably wouldn't agree either." Chending's words were careful and measured. "Zhu, you don't have to say all that. I'll think of a way to help you. Do you need a lot of money?" Zhu asked. "Chending, international shipping fees can be pretty expensive." Zhu, "Alright, I'll ask around when I get back." "You're really willing to help me?" Chending asked, worried that Zhu might change his mind. He quickly added, "Regardless, I really appreciate it. I've also borrowed from a few friends already. I just need a bit more to make up the difference." Zhu nodded. "Alright," then he added, "Don't be sad. Auntie's illness will get better. If she knew her son was doing so well abroad, she'd definitely be proud of you." Zhu's eyes sparkled as he spoke, his words filled with sincerity as he tried to comfort Chending. Chending looked into those earnest eyes, and at that innocent face, for a rare moment, he actually felt a twinge of guilt. He found himself reluctant to lie to this face. But that guilt vanished in an instant. After all, he had come this far when he was just one step away from closing the net. No matter what, softening his heart was not an option. Later, when he was about to leave, Zhu asked him for his family's business license. Chending assumed Zhu wanted to verify whether he was lying. So without hesitation, he sent over the business license he had meticulously photoshopped in advance. When Zhu got home, he received his part-time payment from August. He had worked a little over 3 hours in total, but August, likely out of consideration for Zhu Ting, rounded it up to 4 hours, converted to RMB, it was nearly 800 yuan. Standing in the elevator, Zhu Yu used a calculator to total up the balances in all his bank accounts, even withdrawing the few cents left in his WeChat wallet. Altogether, it barely added up to a little over 1,000. That he looked up the shipping cost on Linea 10-kilogram package would be around 1,000 yuan, but Chen Ding had said his family was sending over about 40 to 50 jin of tea leaves. The numbers were starting to make Zhu Yu's head spin. Their apartment hallway wasn't a straight path, and he needed to turn a corner to reach his dorm. Engrossed in his calculations, he had his head down and didn't notice the wall at the corner, was about to walk right into it when, suddenly, a large, strong hand reached out from behind, grabbing his arm and pulling him back. Zhu Yu stumbled backward, taking several unsteady steps. The back of his head landed straight against a firm yet slightly soft, broad chest, one that felt secure and steady. That he found himself half embraced by a sturdy, broad frame, the rich scent of locust blossoms lingering around him. A warm and familiar voice sounded by his ear. Xiao Yu, why aren't you watching where you're going? Chapter 19, The Truth. As soon as Zhu Yu heard that deep, gentle voice, he brightened up instantly. He turned around in Bai Chen's embrace, bringing them even closer. If Bai Chen lowered his head just a little, their lips would brush against each other. Just moments ago, Zhu Yu had been feeling cold, but now, all of a sudden, he wasn't anymore. Bai Chen's body tensed slightly. His warm and uneven breath brushing over the top of Zhu Yu's head. Zhu Yu switched off his phone, tilted his head up, and smiled at him, revealing his small, sharp canines. Senior brother. What a coincidence. You saved my forehead again. Bai Chen took a slight step back, putting some distance between them. His breathing also steadied. What were you thinking about? You looked completely absorbed. Zhu Yu answered honestly, I was calculating how much money I have left. A friend of mine, he needs money. Zhu Yu lowered his head as he walked alongside Bai Chen toward the dormitory. He asked to borrow some from me, but don't you barely have any money to begin with? Bai Chen asked, puzzled. Yeah, but his family situation is pretty bad for some reason. The way he said it had a slight Taiwanese accent. He's having financial troubles. Bai Chen asked him, what kind of troubles? He said his mom is sick. And his dad abandoned them. Basically his mom is in the hospital again. Bai Chen's brows furrowed slightly, as if he sensed something off. When did you two meet? Not long ago. He's also Chinese. He's the one who sent me tea before. Xiao Yu. Bai Chen suddenly called his name. Zhu Yu looked at him. What's wrong? Don't trust people too easily. You mean him? Bai Chen didn't want to directly tell Zhu Yu to be wary of his friend. He knew that Zhu Yu genuinely cared about all of his friends, so if this person was someone important to Zhu Yu, Bai Chen didn't want to assume the worst, but from what Zhu Yu had described, this person had only just met him and was already asking to borrow money. In Bai Chen's eyes, the entire friendship might just be a scam. Bai Chen nodded. Zhu Yu kept walking forward, just about to speak when he was suddenly pulled back. You walked past it, Xiao Yu. Zhu Yu tilted his head and saw that he had nearly reached room 516. Oh. I didn't notice. He fumbled in his pocket for his keys. Judging by his reaction, he probably didn't take Bai Chen's warning to heart. Bai Chen caught his wrist, the one rummaging for the keys. Do you want to come over for dinner tonight? Zhu Yu slowly shook his head, but a second later, he realized what Bai Chen had just said. He abruptly looked up at him. But I didn't buy any groceries today, and I didn't call you either. His eyes sparkled. So does that mean I can eat your cooking? Bai Chen chuckled as he opened the dormitory door. He didn't let go of Zhu Yu's wrist, pulling him inside with him. It's fine, because you're Xiao Yu. Bai Chen's deep voice carried a magnetic warmth. Zhu Yu's face turned bright red, and he mumbled awkwardly, Senior brother, if you keep this up, I'm going to fall in love with you. Bai Chen knew Zhu Yu was joking, so he didn't respond to that. Instead, he asked, how about shredded lemon chicken and tomato beef stir-fry tonight? Or is there something else you want to eat? Upon hearing that, Zhu Yu dramatically clutched his chest with one hand and flailed the other in the air. Senior brother, quick, catch me. Bai Chen's expression darkened slightly, his brows furrowing as he quickly steadied Zhu Yu. What's wrong? Do you feel unwell? I'm about to faint from happiness. Zhu Yu leaned half his weight against Bai Chen let out a helpless laugh. He found Zhu Yu's antics a little exasperating, but at the same time, he thought they were adorable. Senior brother, I also want steamed egg custard. As expected, just thinking about food made Zhu Yu feel hungry again. So many things were on his mind, but for now, he should just focus on what to eat. Alright, I'll make it. Bai Chen nodded, then I'll go get Lu Bo, Zhu Yu said before heading off, while Bai Chen was cooking. Zhu Yu brought Lu Bo over and immediately started working on something at the coffee table. Bai Chen had no idea what Zhu Yu was up to. When he turned around, he saw Zhu Yu resting his chin on the table, probably doing calculations. He was using both hands, his delicate brows scrunched together in frustration. In the end, he even pulled out his laptop, looking completely stumped. His soft pink hair had turned into a messy fluff from all the thinking. Bai Chen pressed his lips together, feeling like he really needed to remind Zhu Yu of something, even though his reminder might make Zhu Yu a little unhappy. Zhu Yu hummed a tune while Bai Chen came out carrying the leftover mooncakes from last night, placing them gently beside him. Smelling the aroma, Zhu Yu quickly reached for a meat floss and salted egg yolk mooncake, taking a bite before letting out a long sigh. Senior brother, if you were even 1 second later, I would have starved to death. So many things to do. I don't even have enough brain cells left. Zhu Yu only started chewing the mooncake after speaking, his cheeks puffed up as he chewed non-stop, looking just like a hamster eating. Bai Chen lowered his long lashes, his gentle gaze quietly resting on Zhu Yu's face. His thin lips, initially pressed together, slowly softened with a faint touch of warmth. He then sat down on the sofa behind Zhu Yu, his eyes landed on Zhu Yu's laptop screen. Taking advantage of the moment, Lu Bo wriggled out of Zhu Yu's arms and jumped onto Bai Chen's lap. Chen Ding. Bai Chen softly murmured the name. Zhu Yu nodded and turned to look at Bai Chen. Senior brother, what do you think of the poster I made? You made this for him, Bai Chen didn't want to discourage Zhu Yu at this moment. At first, he wasn't entirely sure, but after seeing the images of tea plantations and tea leaves, he was certain that person was probably after Zhu Yu's money. This was a common low-level scam back in China. But Bai Chen didn't expect it to spread overseas. And unfortunately, Zhu Yu was unaware of it. Still, Bai Chen couldn't help but voice his concern. You shouldn't trust someone you just met too much, maybe wait until you know him better. Zhu Yu nodded enthusiastically, his pink fluffy hair bouncing with the motion. I know. Senior brother, don't worry too much about me. Bai Chen lowered his gaze. He felt like he needed to tell Zhu Yu some bad news, but first, he asked, have you lent him money already? Zhu Yu shook his head and swallowed the last small piece of mooncake. Bai Chen visibly relaxed. I asked him, but he said £100 wasn't enough. Of course, I really wanted to help him, but earlier outside, you reminded me. Oh, we're right. I can't trust someone I just met too quickly. Zhu Yu's tone carried a hint of disappointment, as if he felt bad for not being able to help. So, I thought of another way. I can help him by making a poster, he can use it to promote his business. Zhu Yu's voice picked up with excitement again. And I even designed it for free. Nowadays, hiring someone to make a poster costs money. Bai Chen was momentarily stunned. Looking at the serious expression in Zhu Yu's eyes, he suddenly burst into laughter. If Chen Ding hadn't been so greedy, he might have actually managed to scam £100 from Zhu Yu. Bai Chen couldn't help but praise him. Xiao Yu, how are you so smart? You think so too, right? Zhu Yu beamed at the compliment, unable to suppress his smile. He quickly sat on the sofa, snuggling up next to Bai Chen. I'll send him the poster in a bit. He picked up his laptop and placed it on his lap. If he agrees, I can help promote it too. Bai Chen chuckled. I think that's a good idea. Zhu Yu lifted a hand and wiped his forehead with his sleeve though there wasn't any sweat, then leaned back against the sofa. I'm exhausted. Bai Chen raised an eyebrow. Great work. Student Xiao Yu, the steamed egg custard I made for you should be ready soon. I'll bring it out for you to eat first. Bai Chen picked up Lu Bo and gently placed him on the sofa beside him. Zhu Yu's eyes lit up. That fast? Wait for me. I want to help too. Alright, finish up and come join me. Bai Chen headed to the kitchen. Zhu Yu was about to go crazy. Why is there so much to do? He sent a message to Chen Ding. I don't have that much money, but I thought of a way to help you, Zhu Yu. I made you a poster. You can use it to promote your family's tea in your friend's circle, Zhu Yu. Image Zhu Yu. If you'd like, I can help spread the word too. Chen Ding didn't reply right away, so Zhu Yu figured he must be busy, but he wasn't in a rush to wait for an answer. Instead, he looked at the poster over and over again, feeling like it still wasn't perfect. So, he sent it to a Chinese friend from the same major, Zhu Yu, Zhou. Do you think there's anything I can improve on this poster, Zhu Yu? I made it for someone, Zhu Yu. Image after sending the message, Zhu Yu locked his phone and placed it on the table. Senior brother, I'm done for now. Zhu Yu shut his laptop and got up, heading toward the kitchen. Bai Chen was peeling the skin off the boiled tomatoes. The steamed egg custard should be ready soon. Don't touch it, you'll burn your hands. Bai Chen noticed Zhu Yu was about to lift the pot lid and reminded him. Zhu Yu quickly withdrew his hand, rubbed it against his leg, then stepped closer to Bai Chen. Do you need any help? Every time Zhu Yu got close, Bai Chen could catch the pleasant scent of camellia flowers on him. Even the strong sourness of the tomatoes in his hands couldn't overpower the fragrance coming from Zhu Yu. Bai Chen's hands paused for a moment. Wash the scallions over there. He subtly sent Zhu Yu away from his side. Zhu Yu went over to the basket and took out the scallions. These ones, Bai Chen nodded and lowered his head to continue peeling the tomatoes. His sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, revealing the faint blue veins on his forearms. He wore a pair of transparent disposable gloves, his fingers long and well-proportioned, the skin fitted neatly against his knuckles. His nails were trimmed clean, and the red tomato juice soaked his fingertips and the back of his hands, giving off an oddly sensual look. Zhu Yu, holding the scallions, returned to Bai Chen's side. Senior brother, when will the egg custard be ready? Whenever Zhu Yu asked like this, it meant he was truly starving. Bai Chen took off the disposable gloves, walked over, and lifted the transparent lid of the pot. A rich, savory aroma immediately wafted out, and Zhu Yu instinctively took a deep sniff. It's ready to eat. Bai Chen carefully took the egg custard out, then accepted the washed scallions from Zhu Yu's hands. He chopped a few and sprinkled them over the custard. Come eat it while it's hot. Leave the rest of the kitchen to me. Bai Chen carried the egg custard toward the living room, while Zhu Yu followed closely, stepping on his shadow as he walked. That he hadn't noticed it in the kitchen earlier, but now that they were out in the living room, Zhu Yu suddenly heard his phone constantly chiming with message notifications. Someone's messaging you. Bai Chen commented. Faced with delicious food, Zhu Yu was completely unbothered by anything else. No rush, no rush. He'll take a bite of the egg custard first. His eyes stayed locked onto the dish in Bai Chen's hands the entire time. All right. Bai Chen placed the egg custard on the coffee table. The freshly sprinkled scallions had been softened by the rising steam, and the soy sauce drizzled on top had already seeped into the custard, with sesame oil glistening on the surface. Zhu Yu picked up a spoon. I'm digging in. Okay, go ahead. Bai Chen gave a small nod. Zhu Yu's phone chimed again with another message notification, lighting up the screen. Bai Chen glanced at it from the corner of his eye. His eyesight was slightly nearsighted, so he couldn't make out who had sent the messages. However, he had no intention of prying. He was simply worried that the person named Chen Ding might have come up with a new excuse to scam Zhu Yu. Right now, chicken breasts were boiling in the kitchen, but Bai Chen wasn't in a rush to go in and cook. He sat on the sofa, positioned just behind and to the right of Zhu Yu. The egg custard was steamed to perfection, incredibly tender. The soy sauce mixed with the custard, and it melted in the mouth as soon as it touched the tongue. The flavors of the scallions and sesame oil filled the mouth without overpowering the taste of the eggs, which remained deliciously fresh. Senior brother, this is so delicious. Zhu Yu exclaimed. You've saved a starving student about to die from hunger. That exaggerated? Bai Chen chuckled at Zhu Yu's words. Zhu Yu turned his head. You wouldn't believe it, but before I met you, I was so hungry I was writing my own will. It seemed like a sad topic, and Zhu Yu appeared a little down as he continued, because I really thought I was going to starve to death. Seriously. I wrote probably 10 or so letters. I'll read them to you when I have time. Worried that Bai Chen wouldn't believe him, Zhu Yu added this last part. Bai Chen cleared his throat. Well, you really don't have to. Zhu Yu nodded in understanding. I get it. After all, listening to someone read there will might be a bit too much for you. Just as he was about to say something else, his phone on the table chimed with a message notification. The notification sound from the iPhone was especially loud, and Zhu Yu, feeling irritated, picked up the phone to check it. Just one glance, and his eyes were glued to the message screen. It was a message from Fan Zhou. The earlier messages from Chen Ding had been overshadowed by the new ones from Fan Zhou. Fan Zhou, how do you know this person? Fan Zhou, he's Fing, damn bastard, he scammed me, his 200 pounds, Fan Zhou. Zhu Yu, you didn't get scammed by him, did you? Fan Zhou, Zhu Yu, why didn't you reply to my messages? I'm scared, Fan Zhou, you really didn't get scammed, did you? Fan Zhou, how much did you lose? Fan Zhou, ugh. He's shameless. Scamming your money and making you do promotional posters for him, his face is huge. Fan Zhou, don't worry, let's report him to the police. This monk can't run away from the temple. Fan Zhou, I know 2 other people who've been scammed by him and his partners. Let's team up, find him, and teach him a good lesson. Zhu Yu was stunned, his mind blank as he read through the messages. Bai Chen noticed the change in Zhu Ye's expression and leaned over to him, asking, Xiao Yu, what's wrong? Zhu Ye's eyes were glistening, and he looked up at Bai Chen, his voice full of surprise. Senior brother, Chen Ding, he's a scammer,